Thrill Kill, Book 5 of the Sam Rader thriller series, written by Simon King, narrated by Kiiri Sandy. Chapter 1. Jill checked her reflection in the mirror for a third time in as many minutes. She quietly scoffed, wondering again how she could have allowed herself to be talked into wearing such a degrading outfit. But slutty nurse or not, she was the freshman, and following through with her initiation pledge was not something she was about to renege on. After a final look at herself, she took a deep breath, grabbed her handbag, and turned for the door. The air was cool for September, and her skin instantly grew goosebumps the moment she stepped out from her dorm. Despite it being a Saturday night, there were far fewer people walking around than she was used to. All at parties, Jill thought to herself, flashing a passing girl a brief smile. The place she was supposed to go to was the old machine shop, the building located out near the abandoned wing of the campus. The heels she had chosen to complement her outfit were not what she would usually wear for such a hike, but given the importance of the night, she figured the extra effort would be appreciated by the other attendees. While the other freshmen chosen for this little initiation party were all given varying outfits, she wondered whether they were all as revealing as hers. She had worked hard to maintain her figure over the summer, and agreeing to wear it had only been for the sake of Jake, the guy who'd caught her eye that first day. She needed to show him just how fantastic she looked, and the nurse's outfit would serve that purpose perfectly. As she continued to head along the mostly deserted path, her mind kept returning to Wanda, the girl who had allocated the outfits for the freshmen to wear. She had spoken to Wanda only a few times over the course of the previous couple of weeks, and each time noted how insincere she became whenever Jill was near. Did she feel threatened by her? Jill hadn't heard anything about anyone taking a disliking to her, but perhaps someone had noticed the way she looked at Jake. Would they tell her if she did? She didn't know, was about to scold herself for thinking silly thoughts, but instead felt her ankle give way as a heel collapsed beneath her. "Fuck," she hissed, grabbing the handrail just in time to prevent a face-planting. Slowly sitting down on the concrete path, Jill reached for her throbbing ankle and gave it a rub. A twisted ankle was not something new to her, having endured weak ankles since a horse-riding accident years before. She slipped off the first shoe, then the other, staring at the remains of her $99 specials. "You okay?" a passing couple asked, and Jill nodded. Opting to go barefoot the rest of the way, Jill carefully rose to her feet again, the pain continuing to throb as she took a small step forward. While the path continued on all the way to the old part of the campus, the streetlights did not, and what crossed her mind at that moment was broken glass. What if some idiot had decided to smash a few bottles after finishing them earlier in the evening? Jill looked back over her shoulder and considered returning to her room, changing her shoes over, and then hurrying back. But seeing the street disappear around a bend and not wanting to second-guess herself, she decided to push on. She looked ahead to where the last of the streetlights illuminated the path before it disappeared into the darkness, and reminded herself that Jake would be waiting for her at the end of it. Jake, with the boyish good looks and a smile that could melt ice with its warmth. She continued on, and a few minutes later passed the last of the lights. The old building waited just a couple of 100 yards further along the path, with the old machine shop located on the far side. If she hurried, this degrading moment would be over sooner rather than later. The full moon broke free from the clouds just as Jill reached the side of the machine shop, the door guarded by Bruce Tanner, the overenthusiastic swim champ. He spoke with a lisp that had made her giggle since their first meeting, but now, standing before him in her personal nightmare, giggling was the furthest thing from her mind.
"Jill, glad you could make it,"
he cooed, eyeing her up and down.
"And I love the bare feet. Hot,"
he added, shaking his fingers up and down to signify his appreciation. For the first time since leaving her room, Jill appreciated the dark as she felt a blush heat her cheeks. "Anybody else here yet?" she asked.
Almost everybody.
Bruce whispered, held the door open, and waved her inside. Few of the original classroom pieces remained, with just a few relics scattered here and there. Most of the windows that lined the top half of one wall were either boarded up or broken, and the moon illuminated the dozen or so people waiting for her. Jill sheepishly walked into the center of them, unable to make out any of their faces. But when one of them stepped forward and began to speak, it was Wanda she could see hiding behind her black face mask. "Glad you could make it, Jiz," Wanda whispered menacingly, someone else giggling, much to her delight. "We have just the thing for you." "It's Jill," Jill offered, instantly angry at how frightened she sounded, even to herself. I prefer Jiz." She stepped forward as if to elevate her assertion further. "Where are the others?" Jill asked, suddenly feeling very alone. "The others?" Wanda took another step forward. "Oh, the others are around. Didn't think we'd have all of you together, did you?" She held up something that swung from her hand, dangling from side to side in the shadows. "No, this part of your journey is taken alone," Wanda continued, and it wasn't until someone snapped on a flashlight that Jill could make out the object swinging before her. It was a set of leather cuffs, the kind used in domination games. She recognized them because her friend Audrey had used a pair on her boyfriend and always left them hanging from her bedpost. "What are you going to do?" Jill asked, the uneasy feeling continuing to intensify. "We're just going to have a bit of fun, that's all." Jill took a look at each of the faces watching her, the masks hiding all but the eyes. She thought back to when she had first been handed the outfit and the faces watching her then to see if she would accept the dare. It was those same eyes that now spoke volumes about what she was about to endure, and wanting things over quickly, she reluctantly stepped forward and held her wrists out. Wanda began to giggle almost immediately. "Oh, I don't think so, Jiz. This isn't that type of game." Wanda turned and nodded to the two people standing to her right, and they immediately stepped forward. Just before they picked her up, Wanda leaned in a little closer and whispered, "These are for your ankles, sweetheart." Jill felt herself pulled sideways, then lifted by the two shadows, one supporting her back while the other held her beneath the knees. Sticking to her role as lead antagonist, Wanda stepped forward, swinging the shackles a final time. "Let's play," she whispered as the restraints were tied around Jill's ankles, the leather straps more than ample to fit her tiny stature. Once tied, the two people holding her began to shuffle somewhere further into the room. Jill tried to look where, but before she could, a hood was suddenly pulled over her head. "What are you going to do?" Jill asked, her tone finally revealing the real fear she was feeling.
"We're just going to give you a little swing. Dangle you from the ceiling for a bit."
This time the voice sounded male, but not one Jill recognized. She squeezed her eyes shut and did her best to pretend she was in fact in a lit room, with the sun streaming in through the broken windows. Imagining daylight had always worked whenever she felt afraid of the dark. A loud ratcheting suddenly broke through the darkness, effortlessly overpowering the voices around her. The arms holding her remained steady for a moment longer, until Jill felt her feet suddenly begin to rise as the clamps bit into her supple skin. Trying her best to remain strong, the bound girl simply bit her lip and focused all her attention on that pain instead. Slowly, the cable continued to lift her feet into the air until the second set of arms carefully lowered her upper half and Jill felt herself completely suspended upside down. It was only when the ratcheting finally stopped that the snickering resumed, while Jill waited for the final bit of humiliation to reveal itself. Bright light suddenly snapped on and Jill could make out vague shapes through the hood. When someone finally pulled it free, she could see it was nothing more than a pillowcase. For a brief moment, her eyes winced in pain from the brightness as the spotlights illuminated the suspended prisoner. As if to add to her humiliation, Wanda stepped forward with a second set of cuffs and tied the girl's hands behind her back before joining the two restraints with a third cable, effectively ending any chance for escape. For the final humiliating act, Wanda pulled a gag ball from her pocket, spun it around her finger, and pushed it into Jill's mouth before tying the loose ends behind her neck.
"Ready for the main event?"
Wanda whispered into Jill's ear, and then leaning closer still, added,
"Don't you ever eye my man off again, bitch."
Jill stared back wide-eyed, noticing the torment in her captor's eyes for the first time. No, not just torment, but outright hatred. Wanda looked upon Jill with promised vendetta against her captive, and seeing the fear build in her victim's eyes only fed her resolve. With a flick of her fingers, Wanda called forth her followers, and Jill saw each grab markers from their pockets.
"Sluts need to be labeled, don't you think?"
Wanda asked as she began to write on Jill's brilliantly white outfit. The others followed suit, covering the uniform with words like slut, whore, bitch, and more. Not satisfied with writing on the dress alone, Wanda began to use the marker on Jill's arms and legs, the girl powerless to resist. Jill tried to scream, but the ball gag did its job well. With a little more than a loud groan to highlight her resistance, she had no choice but to wait for the group to finish. It was only when they stood back and began snapping photos with their cell phones that Jill really tried to fight herself free. But no matter how hard she struggled against her restraints, they held strong. Just as Jill thought they had finished playing their game, Wanda stepped forward again and this time directed Jill's attention beneath her, to the point she was suspended over. Sitting directly beneath her sat a small gas bottle, an outdoor heating element affixed to the top.
"Know how hot those things burn, bitch?"
Wanda asked, and Jill looked at her, horrified. 1,000 thoughts ran through her mind, and again she struggled against her restraints.
"Let's find out."
One of the others stepped forward and pulled Jill aside, while another lit the burner. The match sparked the heating element with a soft swoosh, and Jill froze as she considered her fate. As she watched the flame turn the heater bright red, Wanda turned back to her and smiled.
"This is to remind you who Jake belongs to."
The one holding her to the side suddenly let go, and Jill swung down and across the top of the heater, skating above the element itself by almost 18 inches. She was still low enough to feel the heat, and with each swing felt the panic bite deeper into her. Tears began to run from her eyes, and on one pass she thought she heard one fall and sizzle on the glowing metal.
"Woo!"
Jill gargled, words refusing to form. The terror peaked inside her, and as she continued to swing to the chorus of cheers from her tormentors, wondered whether the nightmare would ever end. They circled her at one point, and as Jill reached the apex of each swing, she would be pushed hard in the opposite direction like a gagged pendulum. She kept her eyes squeezed tight to block out as much as she could, doing her best to get through the torture. After what felt like an eternity, Wanda finally called for the fire to be extinguished. But just as Jill thought she would finally be released from her ordeal, her tormentor conveyed other plans.
"Whack the hood back on her and let her hang for a bit. I'm sure she needs time to think."
Before Jill could react, the pillowcase was pulled over her head for a second time, and a few seconds later, she heard the unmistakable snap of the lights being switched off.
"Later, loser,"
Wanda mocked, her voice sounding further away.
"Hope you're not afraid of the dark."
Jill froze, feeling the pressure of her heart pulsating in her very eyes. She tried to listen for any sign of her tormentors, but the longer she hung from her shackles, the more she realized she was alone, tied and suspended in a place she could barely comprehend. Panic enveloped her, and Jill could do no more than to hang there and let them ravage her thoughts. She was completely helpless, a virtual slave with no earthly control over herself. As minutes turned to hours, her thoughts began to turn to questions, like how long a person could survive suspended, or whether the local wildlife would come to feed on her. Before long, her eyes began to feel heavy, and although she would never have imagined it possible, she eventually fell asleep. Was it them returning? Jill was sure she heard the door open, the sound rousing her from a very shallow sleep. She remembered the sound of the rusted hinges protesting just loud enough for her to hear when Bruce had opened the door for her. Had that been what had awoken her? Jill tried to sense where the door should be and turned her head in that direction. When she thought she had it right, she tried to speak, temporarily forgetting about the gag still assaulting her mouth like one of those weird aliens she had seen in a movie. She froze, another sound reaching out to her from the dark, this one sounding much closer. The beating in her chest began to pick up again as the adrenaline kicked in. Jill tried to reach out with her senses, helplessly trapped by her restraints. There, another sound. Were they footsteps? She tried to call, felt drool run up her face, and paused again, trying to listen for whatever had now joined her. A thought suddenly sprang forth, and it sent a fresh dump of adrenaline through her veins. What if it was a wolf or a bear? And then, as if an afterthought, do they have bears in Texas? She wasn't sure, and given the light-footedness of whatever was in the room with her, doubted it to be an animal. As she tried to hang as still as possible, the pressure in her bladder finally came forward, and she had a moment of panic as she realized if no help came and the need to pee became too great, her urine only had a single direction to fall. Realizing that even gravity was about to betray her, Jill fought her shackles again, shaking herself relentlessly until the leather straps bit deep into her flesh. It was the sound of the ratcheting that suddenly filled her world, followed by the sensation of herself being slowly lowered. Had her savior arrived? Was it Jake? She prepared to feel the sensation of the ground meeting her face as she continued listening to that awful ratcheting, the sound now a lot sweeter than she first imagined. It seemed to continue on, and for a brief moment, she wondered just how high she had been strung up. Surely the ground would meet her soon. But before she felt the floor meet her, the ratcheting stopped and footsteps slowly came towards her. They sounded like boots on the concrete floor, and Jill thought about campus security, or possibly even the sheriff. A hand suddenly touched her, and Jill shrieked, caught off guard. It touched her arm and simply held her for a brief moment before moving up to her shoulder. Panic gripped her further as thoughts of a rapist finding her burst through. She certainly had the invitation written all over her. As she began to wonder whether the pervert was going to have his way with her, the pillowcase was suddenly pulled from her face. But the person helping was standing behind her, and all Jill could make out were the shadows of the room, the remaining relics barely visible in the dim moonlight. Jill tried, but the sound was more like a drool-filled gibberish. The person suddenly pulled her sideways, much like her previous tormentors had as they prepared to swing her from side to side. This time she was pulled much higher, the strength of the person powerful enough to pull her almost back to upright. She felt herself turn just enough to see a face barely 6 inches from her own, cold eyes staring out from the darkness. The person let go of his grip, and Jill felt herself swing hard towards the other side, feeling like an abused pendulum. But just as she dropped back again, she felt something on her way through, something that reminded her of the previous game the others had played. She felt heat as she swung above the camp heater, her savior having fired the flame up again. Jill tried to turn as she swung back and forth, trying to see the face of the person watching her. But the heat, now turned to maximum, took her breath away with each pass, and she tried her best to lift herself as high as she could. The man, of that fact she was sure, continued to watch her, and Jill had the slightest inclination that he was grinning. She wasn't positive, but each time she reached the full swing's arc, her motion temporarily paused long enough for her to look at this new person. It was a man, and for a split second she thought she recognized him. Of that she was sure. But as she continued to swing, Jill suddenly realized that her momentum was slowing with each pass, bringing her ever closer to the center of gravity and the point where she would be suspended directly above the heating element. The man continued to watch. "Please, God, help me," she tried to say, the gag holding the words back from escaping. "God, help me," she cried. She stared down as she passed the flame, feeling the heat bite more and more with each swing. A minute or so after starting this latest ordeal, her arcs had reduced considerably, and Jill began to struggle against her bonds in earnest. The leather straps were now tearing into her, with thin trails of blood running down her legs. The heat continued to rise, and with barely 3 or 4 inches between her and the element, she felt her hair begin to singe. She screamed again, begging for the grinning apparition to help her, and the man continued to watch. In the final few seconds before her momentum came to a complete halt, Jill could see him grinning at her, the color of the flame reflected in his drooling teeth. Jill fought to keep her body upright for as long as possible, trying to scream against the gag in her mouth. She'd always had amazing abs, and they now did their best to hold her away from the roaring broiler waiting directly beneath. But whatever strength she did have quickly ran out, and as she felt the urine finally let go from above, she wondered why the scent of her flesh burning smelt so familiar. Her screams reached their apex and were quickly silenced as the hair on her head finally erupted into a fireball, and the man continued to watch. Chapter 2. "I see movement," Tim whispered, his voice sounding much further away to Sam than she hoped. Despite sitting in the second-floor window of the house across the street, she wished her partner could have remained in the home with her, close enough to be there in a split second. But she knew the reason that was an impossibility, because this killer was different. It had taken almost their complete attention for close to a year before finally tracking their target to Eagle Grove, Iowa. Responsible for 9 murders, all of which were filmed and posted to the internet, the perpetrator had turned out to be an out-of-work schoolteacher from Cedar Falls, Iowa. His victims had been stalked around Cedar Rapids and Des Moines, as well as their outlying areas, for more than a year. It had been sheer luck that Mama had identified the suspect through a single CCTV camera, one located at a gas station on the outskirts of a tiny hamlet called Eagle Grove. The suspect, named Richard Tuck, had visited the gas station on each of the very nights the 9 victims were murdered. The man lived out on his son's farm, having moved there after the passing of his wife, taking up residence in an old RV at the rear of the property. He spent his days helping out around the place, as well as some minor online tutoring to get by, but it was his side hobby that had been reserved for the night hours. All of Tuck's victims had been women, aged in their mid-20s, with a single link, all past customers of a small online publication called Heavenly Help. The site dealt with the caring for the elderly in and around Des Moines, and Tuck's son had briefly dated one of the website's content contributors. After managing to gain access to some of the accounts, Tuck started stalking the women for his own purposes, using his access for personal gratification. Computer-wise, Tuck was a genius, able to break into any number of websites with ease. He gained access to webcams, watching his victims for weeks, sometimes months, before taking action. But as with everything else in life, there was always someone better, and in this case, Mama was able to trump him once she knew where to look. Within weeks of positively identifying him, Pogram had managed to set Sam up in a nice upmarket double-story home, complete with a low-level surveillance system that was perfect for hacking. After spending enough time joining the press's website and leaving several comments on articles, it wasn't long before Sam caught the eye of their perp. Now all they needed was to catch him in the act. "South side, near the side gate," Tim continued, monitoring Sam's home from his vantage point. She continued cooking her dinner while listening through the earpiece, suddenly aware of the taste building in her mouth. It was the release of adrenaline that had brought on her instinctual hunger, and knowing a fresh victim was near only served to intensify it. Unable to answer, Sam continued stirring the sauce in the pan, barely smelling the aromas filling the kitchen air. The metallic taste of blood temporarily paralyzed her, and she had a quick flashback to when Harry Lightman would whisper to her, reminding the girl of who she really was. Without thinking, Sam turned to the fridge and reached for a can of Coke, the one thing she knew held the power to recenter herself. Tim watched from across the street, trying to keep his eye on their target as he saw his partner take a long gulp. That bad, huh? Just remember to save some of that hunger for later. This prick deserves what's coming to him. Sam wanted to answer him, needed to, but knew she couldn't. There was every chance Tuck would be listening to her, monitoring every sound in the home to make sure she was alone. Too many had already died by his hand, and she couldn't risk losing him again. Pogram protocol stated that serial killers needed to be caught and eliminated in the act. Simply knowing they were guilty wasn't enough for John. As Tim continued to watch Sam prepare her dinner, the lonely figure paused near the big elm that took up the majority of that side of the front yard. The man hugged the trunk of the tree, using it to shield himself from the window as much as possible. The shadows worked perfectly to his advantage, with no streetlights anywhere near the home. Above, the full moon was temporarily hidden by a random cloud, giving Tuck enough cover to consider his target. For the moment, it appeared as if all three sat frozen within their own bubble of time. Sam, stirring the saucepan's contents, Tim hiding behind the thin curtain on the second floor of 27 Mays Avenue, and Tuck hiding in the shadows with all of his senses fixated on the unaware woman cooking dinner in her kitchen. Tim considered leaving his hideaway at that point and creeping down to a more practical position to wait for Tuck to make his move. Moving his position down the stairs and towards the front door would more than halve the time it would take him to cover the distance between them, and given the sheer rage this SK had shown to previous victims, he knew that seconds mattered. But just as he was about to rise up, the shadow took a step back, turned, and looked directly up at him. Tim froze in a heartbeat, feeling a huge dump of adrenaline in his system. Had he been spotted? He still had the scope fixed on the man and with the slightest movement of his finger zoomed in a little more. Tuck was staring back, a wry grin etched across his face as their eyes seemed to meet in the middle. Tim was expecting him to turn and run at any moment and began to consider his options. Would he pursue the killer and end him anyway? Split-second moments took split-second decisions, and as Tim sat frozen, he knew there was no chance he was going to give this piece of shit a second chance at hurting anybody else. Tuck suddenly turned back, stepped towards the trunk of the elm and resumed his previous position. Back in his hideaway, Tim breathed a sigh of relief. He's just standing near the tree watching you. Maybe it's time to put the stakes on, kiddo. Following Tim's advice, Sam turned back to the bench, picked up the tray of meat and walked it back to the stove. As if smelling what she was cooking, Tuck began to move, carefully treading towards the side gate in the only way they knew he would get in the house. Sam barely heard the sizzle as she dropped the 2 pieces of meat into the hot oil. Her senses were fixated on the room around her, waiting for the confirmation that Tuck had entered the building. This was the moment they had worked towards for month after month, all in anticipation of finally ending the killing spree, the heartbreaking video footage from the body cam he always wore, and the horrifying vision left for the loved ones. It all ended here. He's climbing the garage. Heads up, Tim whispered, and Sam knew the moment had arrived. Just as her and Tim had mapped out his possible entrance, the top-floor bedroom window was just a couple of feet from the roof of the adjoining garage, and all he would need to do was step through. It was perfect. Okay, he's coming in. I'm on my way. And with those final words, Sam was momentarily alone as Tim sprinted down the stairs and out across the street towards her. She paused, flipped the steaks, and took another drink from the can. With her senses running off the scale, every creak sounded like the man coming for her. She suddenly realized that she hadn't spent any time just listening to the sounds all homes made, from the settling timber after a warm day to the fridge suddenly springing to life. Each noise was now amplified by her heightened awareness, and Sam wondered whether that would be her downfall. The silence, if there ever was such a thing, was filled with all the foreign noises she had been subconsciously listening to for weeks and now failed to recognize. While some came from within the very room she was standing in, others came from above, the second floor of the home sounding just as alive as the bottom one. Was he inside already, now making his way towards his next intended victim? Like a victim killer, she remembered Tim telling her on that long-ago night. Like a victim killer. You play the victim, but are actually the killer they think they are. Yes, she was. She was the killer, the one they needed to fear, with Harry Lightman driving the very urge inside her. The smile that grew on Sam's face at that very moment came from within the darkest shadows of her mind. It was the smile of pure evil, and as she looked back over her shoulder to where the stairs went up to the second floor, the victim killer let her inner monster come forward. Richard Tuck stood just outside the window of the upper floor bedroom, peering in through the open curtains. The scent of the cooking meat was strong as he paused with his hands on the windowsill. He wasn't entirely sure why he stopped, the arousal in his pants still strong, the way it always was when he prepared for this part. But something made him stop, something not feeling right. He looked down at the camera, watching every move he made, the footage destined for an audience still unaware of their own future grief. It was how he loved to get off, masturbating as he watched the replay of him killing the victim. But it wasn't the act of killing that satisfied him. No, what he needed was the knowledge that others would be watching the horrific murders, watching in horror as they saw their loved ones butchered. It was their pain that excited him. But while all of his previous victims had felt amazing to stalk and eventually kill, this one was different. This one simply felt too perfect. It was as if she had everything ready and waiting for him, right down to the open window now standing before him. While watching her from behind the tree, he suddenly felt eyes on him, as if someone was watching him from across the street. He'd always had an amazing perception when people watched him, and somehow knew the man was hiding behind the curtains. What Tuck didn't know was why he didn't turn and run at that point. There was something about this victim he needed to experience. Her beauty was a small part of it, the innocent features she possessed almost as appealing. But it was the air of mystery that surrounded this woman. That's where her greatest attraction lay. And Richard Tuck wanted to peel back the layers and find out what he could. He knew of Pogrom, but what he couldn't find was who they really were. When Mama said Tuck was great with computers, she had no idea just how much she was underestimating the man's abilities. The man was a genius. Just as the team had hoped he would, Tuck managed to hack into the home's security cameras and monitor Sam as she pretended to live a life of solitude. But what the team didn't know was that Tuck had also discovered the feed being sent back to their very compound. Within the first few days, he'd managed to gain a small foothold into the very system that was monitoring the home, with access to a single camera. But what he saw made very little sense to him, with the room at first appearing like some sort of child's playroom, complete with walls filled with fairy lights. It soon became apparent that the room was something else entirely. The reason Tuck had managed to gain access to the memorial room was because that was the camera feeding into Mama's terminal. She always kept one monitor open on the room, the feed acting as a kind of driving force behind her own mission in life. Tuck watched the feed for hours, opening it on a second monitor much like Mama herself had. He'd seen the occasional person walking around the room, but for the most part found it completely barren. It was only when he managed to zoom in and clean up a minute sliver of footage that he discovered the name Pogrom. The woman he was watching in the home was part of this organization, of that he was sure. But what he didn't know was the why. What purpose did she serve, or the group as a whole? At one point, he'd considered abandoning the idea and simply choosing another victim. But there was something about the woman, something too mysterious to ignore. Were they onto him? Is that what the group did? Pogrom. Even the name held such mystery. Despite all the signs telling him to leave this one alone, Tuck couldn't make himself pull away. He wanted to know, needed to know what this woman was about. And if there was one thing that had always been Richard Tuck's downfall, it was curiosity. The open window stood before him, and after a final deep breath, he leaned down and stepped through into his own destiny. 3 things happened almost instantaneously as Tuck stepped through into the upper bedroom of Sam's temporary home. First, the man standing in the shadows of the front door of 27 Mays Avenue spoke his intentions into the earpiece and began to run across the street, briefly pausing by the large tree where the killer had stood just moments before. The second thing that happened at that very same moment was Samantha feeling the onset of the drug that Tuck had laced the cans of soda with. By the time she reached the foot of the stairs, she first stumbled to her knees, then silently dropped face down to the floor. The third thing that happened was Richard Tuck smiling broadly in his upstairs location as he first heard the man say that he was on his way, followed by the distinct collapsing of the mysterious woman downstairs. He reached into his backpack, pulled out the stun gun, and receded back into the shadows of the room to wait for the next act in this play. Tim briefly paused by the tree and looked into the home. Sam had vanished from the kitchen, and from where he now stood, could no longer see her. "Damn it, Sam, wait for me to get inside," he hissed, but there was no answer. The plan had been simple. They would wait until Tuck had climbed into the house through the open window, and then the pair of them would confront him in a classic pincer move, Sam coming up the stairs and Tim following their target in through the window. But with Sam appearing to jump the gun, Tim could no longer waste precious seconds standing around wondering. He ran to the side gate, now standing open, and climbed first onto the hood of Sam's car, then the rest of the way up onto the garage itself. He took a quick look at the open window, but the only movement was the curtain slowly curling back and forth from the breeze. Thankfully, the roof of the garage was tiled, reducing the sound of his footfalls. Tim crept carefully along the roofline, grabbed the edge of the windowsill, and turned to listen. He tried to slow his breathing, aware of the drum beating relentlessly in his chest from the mix of adrenaline and sprinting. What he imagined was Sam doing the same thing at the foot of the stairs, listening for the clues that would give the signal to move forward, waiting to ambush the man now located somewhere inside. "Now," Tim whispered, leaning in through the window and hoping for Sam to come forward. Pain suddenly exploded in his ear in a crackling wave of searing heat, and the final thing he felt was the floor crashing into the side of his face as the world disappeared completely. It was the pounding in her head that pulled Sam from whatever state the drug had dragged her to, that and a throat as dry as chalk. She sensed someone in the room with her, and at first thought it might have been Tim. The last thing she remembered was him saying he was on his way before everything went hazy. "Awake yet, cutie pie?" A voice whispered near her, and she felt spittle hit her cheek. A hand caressed the top of her head, the fingers lightly kneading her scalp before grabbing a handful of hair and painfully yanking it up. Sam winced in pain and opened her eyes. "Sure you are, princess." She tried to reach for his hand, but found her own refusing to come up, her arms somehow paralyzed by her side. The man leaned down a little closer, grinning at her as the camera continued to film the ordeal. "The perfect date. That's what you are. Just lie there, sweetheart.
It'll be a few hours before you'll be able to use those arms again."
He paused, held a finger up to make a point, and continued.
You should really be more careful with where you get your groceries delivered from. Who knows who the hell could be tampering with them?"
He laughed a little, a low, tormenting sneer that sounded like fingernails on chalkboard to her. Sam tried to speak, but found her throat too dry to work, instead simply grunting a hoarse cough that drew tears. She tried to move her head to see around the dimly lit room, but only managed to see past Tuck. It turned out that was far enough, with Tim tied to the bed frame behind their tormentor. Tuck saw her catch sight of Tim and continued to taunt her.
"Oh, he'll be out for quite some time, believe me. This here stun gun carries enough juice to knock out a full-grown steer, and your boyfriend took a significant jolt to the head. Fried his brain, I did."
As if to prove his point, he walked to where Tim was lying unconscious, lifted an arm, and dropped it down again. When he didn't see any reaction from Sam, he briefly smiled, lifted it for a second time, then brought his knee up as he swung the arm down again. Tim's arm snapped at the elbow, the break sounding like a dry piece of tinder breaking in two. Sam tried to scream for him to stop, but her throat failed a second time. Tuck simply laughed as he pointed at the limb now dangling at a precarious angle over the edge of the bed. He turned his attention back to Sam, slowly walking towards her with a look of fixation on his face.
"Enough about him. Let's talk about you. What exactly is pogrom?"
The question had the desired effect as Tuck watched Sam's eyes grow wider.
"Oh, yes, I know. But I need you to fill in the gaps for me."
He knelt beside her and grabbed another handful of hair, lifting Sam's head enough to bring her face to face with him. As he did, she felt movement in one of her index fingers. It wasn't enough to use to her advantage, but it was the beginning of her body slowly returning under her control.
"What Ogram?"
Sam mouthed, the sound barely resembling the words she wanted to speak.
"What's that?"
Tuck asked, lifting her a little higher by the hair. The pain screamed through Sam's head as she felt another finger slowly begin to curl. She thought her scalp was about to be torn from her head when Tuck released his hold and let her drop back to the floor. To continue his belief that she couldn't move, Sam allowed her head to hit the floor. Her tormentor barely noticed. He rose back up and walked back to Tim. Sam could see that he was still unconscious, a good thing considering the way his arm was hanging. Tuck removed the stun gun from his pocket and held it down over Tim's face.
"How about I give him another go of my supercharged stunner, huh? Maybe it'll be enough to keep him drooling for the rest of his life."
Sam moved her fingers a little, careful to keep them hidden beneath her torso. She was sure that almost all of them had nearly full movement. If only she could be sure that her arms would work. Tuck looked down at Tim as if to consider his threat, then changed his mind and returned to Sam.
"Pogrom, what is it?"
Sam held her head still as her eyes rose to meet his. He was standing over her, the stun gun rocking back and forth as Tuck mimicked shooting her with it.
"I don't know what you mean,"
she whispered. Tuck instantly dropped to his knees beside her, grabbed another handful of hair, and yanked her face sideways. He held the stun gun just an inch from her eye.
"Tell me what the fuck it is, bitch. Now!"
The pain was excruciating, and Sam was sure she felt the scalp start to pull away from her skull. That was when someone else came into the fight, someone whom Tuck did not consider.
"You can keep letting him do that?"
The voice snarled inside her mind. It was the voice of the monster she had harbored inside her entire life. It was the voice of an evil beyond anything Tuck had ever envisioned. Sam felt the darkest of Harry Lightman's personalities come forward, take control of her body, and do what he did best. Sam peered up at Tuck, slowly began to grin, and watched the man's expression change from rage to shock in a heartbeat. He'd assumed the drug would keep her incapacitated for hours, but instead watched in horror as she came alive. A split second before she reacted, Sam winked at him, then whispered, "How about I show you?" Tuck had barely enough time to blink before he found himself lying beneath the woman he'd imagined killing a dozen times over during the previous weeks. One second, he was kneeling beside the incapacitated bitch. The next, she had somehow grabbed his arms, twisted them painfully to one side, and dislocated both shoulders in tandem. The man screamed in pain as she swung herself up and over him, kneeling down close enough to smell the bourbon on his breath. Pogrom hunts pieces of shit like you that like to hurt innocent people. She could feel the man's pulse beating furiously in the wrists she held, the taste in her mouth building like an animal preparing to feast. With the hot blood coursing through the man's veins just a fingertip away, all she wanted was to tear him open and feed the monster inside. Harry had given her the strength to regain control, and now came forth to claim his prize. The man protested until the very end, trying his best to fight the teeth as they began to tear at the soft flesh of his throat. He felt the heat of his very life spray across the room, his arms pinned down by a force more powerful than he ever imagined possible. And as the shadows came up to claim him for the final time, one last thought crossed the mind of the killer. No normal person could recover so quickly from that drug. Richard Tuck would never know how right that final thought really was. Chapter 3. Tim's injuries were much more significant than anyone first guessed. The stun gun Tuck had used on him had been tampered with, effectively increasing the charge it produced to lethal levels. While he was extremely lucky to survive the attack, the doctors had no idea how long it would take for him to wake, and to make matters worse, could not predict the damage the electric current had caused. Sam sat beside his hospital bed around the clock for the first few days, and it took considerable effort from John to convince her to go home.
I'll stay until you get back, and if there's any change, you'll be the first to know.
It would be another 3 days before Sam finally took his advice. When 3 weeks had passed and there had still been no positive change in Tim's condition, the medical team had briefly put forth the option of shutting down his life support. Sam's response was enough to change their mind in a second, and the matter was put to rest. It would be another few weeks before he no longer required the machine, able to breathe on his own. Weeks turned into months, and Tim remained firmly within the clutches of his coma, with even Samantha herself beginning to doubt whether he would ever be normal again. It was during an especially difficult 3 a.m. cry while sitting next to him that a text message from John finally brought her back into the reality of her life.
Sam, it's time to get on with it. I can use your help.
The message was short, to the point, and needed no elaboration. It told her everything she needed to hear and more. If Tim was ever going to come out from his coma, he would need to fight his way back alone. There was nothing she could do, and sitting in the hospital wasn't helping him or herself. "I'm on my way," was her brief response. After a short stop-off at Mama's office for a hug and a catch-up, Sam headed for John's and prepared for a new assignment. While she had known that a new case would take her mind off the current heaviness in her heart, what she hadn't considered was the idea of a new partner, even if it was just a temporary one. As soon as Sam saw Grace Shaw sitting beside John in the boardroom, she knew she wasn't ready. It was John that stood and greeted her at the door.
Please, come and sit down.
Sam did, following him back to the table and sitting opposite them.
I think Grace will make a great replacement until Tim is...
But Sam cut him off before the idea could be aired. No. Her voice was flat, to the point, and delivered with the kind of finality John knew would never be swayed. Despite knowing the outcome, he tried again regardless.
Sam, you need a partner for this mission.
Sam looked up at him, met his gaze, and locked on. After a few seconds of tense staring, he turned to Grace, whispered something to the woman, and watched as she gave a slight nod. She briefly looked at Sam with a forced smile, then stood and left the room, closing the door behind her to give the pair the privacy they needed. Once they were alone, John stood, pulled the remote from his pocket, and aimed it at the wall, which began to slowly pull away to reveal the other half of the room. He didn't wait for Sam, simply walked to the cabinet and began pouring drinks. Sam remained where she sat, watching the man she had come to trust more than anyone over the course of the previous years. Only her father was closer, the only other person she truly called family. When John turned and saw that Sam hadn't followed him, he simply held a glass of whiskey out for her, standing his ground like a game of chess. Both of them knew that the first to make a move would lose, and for almost a minute, neither did. It was a standoff, and despite knowing each other well, neither expected the other to cave. It was Sam that gave in, and as John watched her slowly rise from the chair and walk towards him, he knew that this victory wouldn't be claimed today. While she may have given in to this battle, the war was far from over, and both knew Sam would leave the compound alone. She accepted the drink, chinked glasses with him, then downed the shot in one go. John watched on as he instead sipped his own.
"I know how hard this is, Samantha,"
John began as he walked to a couch and sat.
"Tim is like a son to me, but we can't stop living ourselves. We have work to do, people to save."
Sam followed, sat on another, and held her glass firmly. He shouldn't be in that hospital. He should be here, with us. She could feel her anger building. I should have saved him. The tears began to build as her words grew in tone. I let that piece of shit beat me. How could I have been so stupid?
It's an easy enough mistake to make.
John knew his words wouldn't help, not at this stage.
But blaming yourself for the rest of your life isn't going to help anyone. Tim knew the risks and took them anyway. We all do.
He downed the rest of his drink, sat forward, and set his glass on the small table. He looked at Sam with the eyes that reminded her of the man who'd raised her, appearing just as caring and nurturing as her own father.
I would never do anything to discount one of us. Tim is just as important now as he has ever been. He's one of us, and so are you. I need him to get better, and I need you to help him recover by getting on with things while he does that.
Sam listened and stared at the glass in her hands as she did. She knew John's words were right, and no matter how guilty she felt or how difficult it would be to go on without Tim, she still had a job to do. I just need to do this alone, she finally whispered. Just for now, please. Despite never allowing any of his agents to work alone, he knew that in this instance he had no choice. Samantha Rader was a different kind of agent, one that none of them could ever thoroughly understand. She had a presence inside her that made their own abilities pale in comparison. He stood, held his hand out, and waited for Sam to meet him halfway. As they shook, he gave her his own ultimatum, one she knew was not one that could be negotiated down.
We will monitor you 24/7, and Grace remains in Wichita Falls on standby. If anything happens, I want her close.
Sam nodded, squeezed the hand held in hers, and thanked John. Once they were both seated again, John used the remote once more, and a few moments later, Mama joined them with the details of the latest case. It didn't take Pogram's director of operations long to connect the third and latest victim to the killing spree of the Ellington Beach Slayer, the name given to the serial killer by one local newspaper. Mama had made the connection from the police reports which had highlighted the gruesome murder method. Right from the onset, the killer had made his intentions clear, using murder as nothing more than entertainment. He liked to watch his victims die slow and torturous deaths, with local law enforcement predicting the time taken for his latest to die being around an hour. The unfortunate victim, a 22-year-old hairdresser from nearby Ellington Beach, had been found tied to an abandoned water wheel, one that appeared to have been rigged to an electric motor. This gave the killer the power to control the speed of the revolving wheel, which he set to a timer that effectively slowed the wheel down over time. The hapless victim found herself dragged through countless revolutions, submerged under the water for longer and longer periods. It was only a matter of time before her breath-holding abilities reached their maximum. The authorities had found a picnic chair nearby, set up in a prime position to watch the victim suffer throughout her ordeal. The previous 2 victims had also been subjected to a torturous end, with one found burnt beyond recognition while suspended above a makeshift fire pit, courtesy of a heating element. The other had been found hanging in an unused meat locker, frozen solid. The killer had fixed a slow-running water hose above the victim, with the temperature slowly reduced over the course of a night. Authorities believe that victim took several hours to die from his ordeal. Mama pointed out that 2 of the 3 victims were students at a nearby college campus, while the third worked in nearby Ellington Beach. There didn't appear to be any direct links between the victims other than their geographical locations, as well as the fact that the killer liked to watch his victims die a slow and sustained death. Sam listened to Mama share as much information as she had, including a growing list of suspects the authorities held. All up, more than 30 people filled the list, with more calls coming in from concerned citizens each day. But while the fear was growing around the wider communities, the media were still mostly ignoring the story, with just a single newspaper and a regional network running with it. Once everything had been laid out on the table, Sam thanked Mama for her usual input, then sat back and waited for the room to clear again. Soon, it was just her and John once more, with each sitting on opposite sides of the table.
I'd still prefer you to take Grace. She's a good agent. Not as good as Tim, but Benson says she's unbelievable with a handgun in her fingers.
Not yet. I need time, if that's okay. And you promise to keep me updated?
About Tim? 100%.
They spent a few more minutes talking about life in general when John was interrupted through the intercom. It was Janet, one of John's personal assistants who worked in town.
Mr. Milton, I have an Agent Harper waiting for you.
Sam saw John's demeanor change in an instant. Everything okay? She asked. Before answering her, John reached for the phone, picked up the receiver, and said,
I won't be long.
Sam watched as he held the receiver a brief moment, maybe to contemplate the mysterious visitor. John? Sam asked a second time.
Jackson Harper is with the FBI. One of my contacts in Washington warned me to expect a visit from this guy.
Anything serious?
No, not at all.
John offered, along with a smile Sam instantly picked as fake. He was worried about something, and whatever it was, concerned him enough to avoid trying to answer questions. Okay, I'd better get going, Sam said, stood and walked around the table to give John a brief hug. He didn't follow her out when she left, and Sam took a final look as she closed the door, seeing the man sit back down and stare at the phone. As Sam pulled the Mustang out onto the main road, her cell rang and she smiled as her father's face appeared on the screen. She hit the answer button on the steering wheel and felt her day instantly brighten. Daddy?
Hey, Pumpkin. How's your day?
She thought he sounded tired, but figured Jasper had probably been keeping him active with long walks. It's going good. How are you feeling?
I'm okay. Just got back from helping Mrs. Talbot with her garage door.
Doreen Talbot had been their neighbor for as long as Sam could remember, the woman the closest resident to them by several miles. How are her hens? Jasper still keen to chase them?
Keen as always. Nearly caught one today. Came back with a mouthful of feathers.
He laughed, then broke off as a coughing fit ravaged him. Hearing her father ill had been an extremely rare occurrence, and Sam tried to recall the last time she heard him sick. You okay? That cough sounds nasty.
No, all good, kiddo. Think it's just cat hair. Mrs. T's big ginger hung around while I worked. Anyway, I wanted to just check and see how my little girl was doing.
Yeah, things are good. No news on Tim yet. He's still laid up in the hospital. She felt her own demeanor change at the mention of Tim's name, and Samuel Rader picked up on it immediately.
I'm sure he'll be fine, kiddo. Probably just needs time to heal.
I hope you're right, Daddy. Doctors still don't know what the outcome will be.
You just make sure you keep safe, you hear? Can't help anyone if you're hurt.
Thank you, Daddy. I promise.
Okay, take care, sweetheart.
He disconnected the call, and Sam stared out at the road ahead of her, remembering the first time her and Tim had driven this same stretch of highway. So much had happened since that day, and now as she drove back to the city alone, she wondered whether their partnership had come to a premature end. Once she was back home, Sam headed straight to her room and pulled out the suitcase she always had pre-packed for emergency trips. It already held everything she needed for one of these trips, including an updated iPad, fake IDs, plus the latest gadgets Mama had organized for her. She paused briefly to look at the photo of her, Tim, and John that stood on her mantel, the image taken during the previous year's Christmas party. She couldn't remember who had taken the actual photo, but remembered the moment well, because John had just finished telling her and Tim about his plans to extend Pogram into Europe, courtesy of one of his business acquaintances. Sam couldn't begin to imagine the logistical nightmare it would create to take their secret international. It was difficult enough trying to run the team within the U.S., with the huge number of states to cover, the cleanup crews, plus the all-important geniuses who made everything possible. She looked at the woman standing behind them, holding a drink and speaking to someone hidden off camera. Would they have another mama to run the show? Because every organization needed a mama. After returning the photo frame back to its previous home, Sam grabbed her suitcase and almost ran from the house. She dropped her luggage into the trunk, fired the beast up, and headed back out to the main road. Before heading to the airport, she had one more place to visit, a quick stop-off she needed to make before going any further. The drapes were closed in Tim's room, and Sam took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the dark. The machine monitoring his vitals sat silently beside the bed, his heart beating at a steady 72, just as it had for the previous weeks. The chair she had spent endless days and nights in had been placed on the opposite wall, and Sam briefly considered bringing it across. But instead, she decided to sit on the edge of the bed, carefully shuffling her weight across until she was sitting next to him. Tim had an oxygen hose attached, his face looking more peaceful than she had remembered. The cast had been taken from his arm, and a sheet had been pulled halfway up his chest. From where she sat, Sam swore he looked asleep. In a way he was, possibly reliving the same dream over and over, unaware of what was going on around him. Or perhaps there was no dream, just a lifeless slumber people often endured. She reached out and touched his hand, then cradled it, her eyes never leaving his face. His skin felt warm to the touch, almost hot, and Sam wondered if that was normal. She couldn't remember if he felt hot the last time she touched him. Maybe he did. Maybe that was his normal temperature. "Tim?" she whispered. She leaned in a little closer and could smell the barest hint of soap. "Tim, come back to us. We need you." Nothing. No response, his face remaining as disconnected as before. "John has me headed to Texas. There's a psycho down there who needs ending." Silence. "I wish you were coming with me. I could use you beside me on this one." There was the briefest moment where she thought she felt his hand move ever so slightly, maybe just a single finger twitching, as if in response to her words. But as Sam looked down at the hand held inside her own, it remained perfectly still. "You have to come back to us, you hear? There are SKs to end, lots of them, and I can't fight them alone." She gave his hand another squeeze and briefly paused to see if a response came, But just as it had for the previous months, there was nothing, the hand remaining perfectly frozen where it lay. Sam sat up again and looked at her friend, hoping that his dreams were what was keeping him away. The prospect of him never waking up again wasn't something she was prepared to face, not now and not ever. He was her family, as much as her father, mother, Jim Lawson, and all the rest had been. For her, family was everything, and nothing could ever take that away from them. After giving herself enough time to bid him a temporary goodbye, Sam leaned in and kissed his forehead. Just like the hand, it felt hot to the touch, and Sam held the kiss for a moment before pulling back, but just enough to whisper something into his ear. "We are not like normal people. You and I hold the power inside. It's up to you." She pulled back a final time, gave his hand a gentle squeeze, and stood. She turned and headed back for the door, looked over her shoulder one last time, and then disappeared out into the light. With his hand lying beside him, just beneath the bedsheet Sam had pulled back up, a single muscle twitched once, twice, and then relaxed again. In his mind, the dream continued to play. Chapter 4. What Sam needed was some time alone, and with the drive from Kansas City to Ellington Beach at just under 600 miles, she decided a road trip would do her good. Road trips had been a passion of hers since childhood, with her father often taking her out on the open road for days at a time. Back in those days, there had been very little reason to remain in any one place, and the pair would drive the open road with no destination in mind. Since receiving the Mustang, there had only really been a single significant trip, one she had taken the previous year. That drive took her out to the West Coast and back, with a single night spent in a downtown LA hotel. With her bag already in the trunk and the Mustang gassed up and ready to go, Sam fired her ride up and slowly made her way back to the main road, turned south and commenced her road trip to Texas in earnest. With almost 600 miles of alone time before her, she smiled, lowered the window, and opened the throttle, listening to Mr. clear his throat. It was during the trip to LA that she decided to name her ride. She'd been naming cars for as long as she could remember and figured this one deserved his own. The key to her naming tradition was simple. Just take the first letter of the vehicle's make and pick one. The Tundra her father had once owned became known as Tex. The Chevy which came next was affectionately known as Coy. Mr. just popped into her head during that long drive, and Mr. is what had stuck. Sam opted to continue south until she met up with I-40, then made her way across Oklahoma. She paused for a late lunch at a diner in Depew, took her sandwich out to a sitting area and ate it while watching the traffic pass by. Her thoughts kept returning to the night of Tim's attack and the killer that had ambushed them. In her mind, the anger continuously rose and fell, like an endless tide constantly ebbing and flowing. It was a single question she kept returning to, one that caused the anger and that she had asked many times. Was it her fault? The drink laced with the drug had been delivered by a local store as part of her weekly grocery order. It had never occurred to her that the killer may have been aware of them as much as they were of him. It was a foolish underestimation, one she knew she would never make again. But on that occasion, she did make the error, and it cost Tim dearly, maybe even his life. There was every chance he would never wake up again, and if he did, what would his mental abilities be? Sam ate her sandwich in silence and watched as a huge lorry rumbled past. It kicked up a dust cloud as it roared past, and she followed it as the dust cloud slowly dispersed, before another roared past and repeated the process. Once back on the road, Sam flicked the radio on, pressed the scanning button, and began to search for a worthwhile listen. Anything upbeat was what she was in the mood for, and when Tom Petty began singing about being free, she turned it up, sat back, and began to sing along. Her mind relaxed as the countryside whizzed past, the words falling from her mouth as naturally as they did for the man who wrote them. Once Tom Petty finished, Steve Earle took over the lead vocals, thundering on about Copperhead Road, and Sam joined him as easily as she did Tom, thumping the steering wheel in time with the catchy beat of the song. On and on she continued, the music helping her mind leave the heaviness of the previous few months behind. The traffic passed her just as the countryside did, with Sam's mind barely thinking about anything. There was just something about being out on the open road, even if there was horror waiting for her at the other end. Sam arrived in Wichita Falls a little after 6 that evening and decided to stop for the night. Ellington Beach was still almost another hour away, but she wanted to take one final night for herself, one last bit of alone time before the serial killers of the world dragged her back into their world. There were several options along U.S. Highway 82, and the place she checked into was one of those cookie-cutter kind, complete with a pool out the front, drive-up rooms, and a small reception office to one side. Once she closed the door behind her, Sam dropped her suitcase on the bed, flipped it open, and took out a change of underwear. She had a single thing on her mind, and barely 2 minutes later felt the hot water wash over her. Aside from road trips and good music, a shower had also served as one of her more unwinding activities. The hotter the water, the better. As Sam stood silently underneath the water spray, her mind finally let go of any thought to do with the past and refocused on the future. She had a job to do, and wallowing on a past she had no control over was never going to help her. This was serious business, and she needed to motor ahead at 100%. Any less, and the blood from future victims would be on her hands. Sam spent the night with a cold beer, a delivered piping hot cheese pizza, and Darth Vader himself. The Empire Strikes Back was just rolling through the opening credits as Sam flicked the television on and immediately settled in for a night of classic sci-fi. By 10 o'clock, she had eaten nearly the entire pizza, the beer was empty, and her eyes were beginning to feel like lead weights had been attached to the lids, constantly dropping like garage doors. Despite not wanting to leave the party early, she bid Luke and the team an early good night and dropped into the bed. It didn't take long for the darkness to come for her, sleep welcoming the lonely hunter with open arms. Whatever tomorrow held in store for her would have to wait. Sleep was what she needed, and sleep was what she intended to have. It was an early morning wake-up for the Pogram agent, with the sun blasting in through the tiny window that sat high above the front door to the room. Sam hadn't noticed the open window the previous night, and as the bright beam of light cut through the room, cursed herself for another oversight. It was a little after 6, and although her eyes still felt heavy, she decided to go for a quick run before breakfast. It had always been the perfect way to push the fatigue from her body, and as she hopped up to dress, she felt the loneliness for the first time since leaving Kansas City. Loneliness may not have been the right word, but it was the only one Sam could sense in her mind. Just knowing that there would be nobody waiting when she returned from her run affected her. She had spent more than a few months with Tim by her side, the pair of them nearly always sharing a room together. But now, standing in the room alone and realizing that there was nobody else had a surprising effect on her. She stood beside her bed for a brief moment, staring at her cell. She knew that Grace was just a phone call away, maybe even just a short drive. Sam reached down, picked up the cell, and thumbed the screen awake. With a flick of her finger, the contact list appeared, and after scrolling through the first half of the names, she found Grace's number staring back at her. The call button gazed out at her, with Sam's finger hovering over it as if prepared to pounce on a stray bug crawling across the screen. Grace's contact details were one of the few that had the person's portrait atop the page. Sam had captured the image during one of the first social events attended by the new agent, the smile a result of one of Tim's many one-liners. Her finger remained hovering above the call button, with Sam unsure of why she couldn't make the call. Was it pride? Grief? Arrogance? No, not arrogance. Perhaps a mixture of grief and self-pity, the latter an emotion Sam had always struggled with. When the phone suddenly sprang to life, she nearly dropped the thing, Mama's face dawning across the screen in an instant. "Good morning, young lady," Sam said as she answered. "Morning yourself. How'd you sleep?" "It was okay. Any news on Tim? She sounded hopeful, positive it was the reason for the early morning call.
I'm sorry, no. Nothing new on that front.
Mama paused and Sam could sense her apprehension. Mama? Is everything okay? Silence. Sam had never known the woman on the other end of the line to shy from talking, and yet here she was, unable to share the purpose for her call. Mama? Sam repeated.
I'm sorry for the dramatics,
Mama began.
It's just that.
She paused again, and Sam gave her the time to gather her thoughts. After a few seconds, she continued.
Have you heard of a man named Jackson Harper?
The name instantly rang a bell. The FBI guy? Sure. John mentioned him yesterday after our meeting. Why? What's the matter?
To be honest, maybe nothing. But John hasn't been himself lately, not since returning from a meeting with the agent.
What do you mean? Sam asked, concerned.
I saw him shredding several files from recent cases, and when I asked him about it, he said he was just making room. And he also recalled several cleanup crews, gave them all a month off, and asked them to go on standby.
How many crews?
Half a dozen. 4 from the East Coast and 2 from California. And then there's the phone calls.
Phone calls?
He made 2 and each time left the building completely, talking out behind the crematorium. I could see him on one of the external cameras. Sam, he looked scared.
The words came thick and fast once Mama found her voice again, and Sam did her best to absorb most of them. But when she heard that John appeared nervous and frightened, she felt the familiar tightening in her own stomach. Let me know if you see anything else. You know how secretive John is at the best of times. But nervous? I don't remember ever seeing him like that before. Mama agreed, and after a few pleasantries were exchanged, hung up. Sam remained where she stood, staring at her cell, but this time with a new sensation playing in her mind. It was when she saw the time that she decided to pass on the run and just jump in mister and continue on to the final leg of her journey. Ellington Beach turned out to be exactly what Sam had hoped for. Nestled on the shores of Lake Kemp, the town took up almost the entire northern side, its residents numbering around 9,000. Right from the very first moments in the town, Sam felt at home. She pulled into a parking lot on Main Street and found an open cafe nearby. They appeared to be in the middle of a busy morning serving breakfast, and the smell of the freshly baked waffles was too great for her to resist. "Grab your menu, hun?" one of the waitresses asked, and Sam nodded, taking a seat near the back. Out of the dozen or so tables, half were in use, the cafe filled with the chatter of people preparing for the day ahead. "Here you go," the lady said, setting the menu before Sam. "Looks busy," Sam offered as she opened the menu. "Friday mornings generally are. Father Thomas holds his aerobics class out by the foreshore, and a few of the attendees drop in for breakfast." The waitress nodded to a table near the front where 7 or 8 people were sitting around it. "Father Thomas?" Sam asked. "Uh-huh, our Father Thomas." The waitress, whose name tag identified her simply as Sue, returned a moment later with a fresh glass and topped it with water. "Ready to order?" "Just the waffles and a coffee, please." "Cream and sugar?" "Black is fine." While she waited for her meal, Sam kept grabbing glances of the man she assumed was the priest. He looked quite young, and she could see that the people sitting with him were hanging on every word he spoke. She couldn't quite make out what he was saying, but whatever it was interesting enough to keep an audience engaged. It wasn't long before her breakfast arrived, Sue setting down a fresh bottle of maple syrup. Sam helped herself, not shy with her portion control, as something her father had always reminded her of. If you're going to do something, do it properly, and a sugar fix was no different. Once she finished her breakfast, Sam decided to check out the lake's foreshore. With a name like Ellington Beach, she was sure there would be some sort of sand near the water and was happy when it didn't disappoint. Lush white sands rimmed the edge of one of the alcoves, and if you didn't look too far into the distance, could almost imagine it as the ocean itself. The breeze was just strong enough to give the water some bounce, with shallow waves lapping at the sides. Sam walked along the grassed area, which she was sure the locals used for picnics when the weather was perfect. There were a bunch of park benches set up, with several older people resting on some. Others were sitting at the tables playing an intimate game of chess, while joggers passed them on their way around the lake. The sun was rising slowly into the sky, and Sam sat on one of the benches, closed her eyes, and felt its heat on her face. She could see imaginary flames dancing before her closed eyes, the shapes of brightness frolicking across her vision. It felt perfect, and despite being there to solve a spate of grisly murders, Sam could see why the locals loved the place.
"Wait until the weekend,"
a voice suddenly spoke to her. Sam jumped a little, caught by surprise. She opened her eyes and looked up, but the man was temporarily hidden by the brightness of the sun. "Pardon me?"
"I'm sorry,"
the man offered.
"I didn't mean to startle you. I just meant that it's peaceful now, but wait until the weekend and this place will be bustling the likes you wouldn't believe."
He stepped sideways, and Sam finally saw the face of the priest from the cafe. He smiled down at her warmly, then held his hand out.
"Father Thomas Leary. I saw you dining in Wilma's cafe."
She shook with him, then gestured for him to sit down. Wilma's cafe? She turned back to look at the place she ate, and for the first time noticed the name draped along the top of the front window. Wilma's cafe, just as he had said.
"In town for long?"
he asked, Sam noticing how his voice sounded so endearing. She wasn't surprised that he could hold the table's attention. He did, after all, hold the attention of an entire congregation. Maybe. Not sure yet. Oh, and Olivia Hunter.
"Well, if you're looking for a place to stay, Olivia Hunter, try Peggy's down on Mitchell Avenue. Much better than the temporary accommodation. Peggy even throws in all the meals for free."
"Friend of yours?" Sam asked, immediately wondering if she sounded abrasive.
"Not quite, but Peggy Dunning's husband passed this last spring, and she could do with the extra custom."
"May I ask you something?" He looked at her with the kind of expression one has when they know what's about to happen, and he nodded, then sat down beside her. "You really hold aerobics classes?" He laughed at that, and Sam at first was taken back some. It caught her off guard, but after seeing his laugh was genuine, joined in.
"Been holding the classes for the past year,"
he said when he had himself back under control.
"It brings a lot of the older folks outdoors, especially those who would otherwise remain hidden in their homes for days on end. How about you, Olivia?"
"Just live, please. Me? I've never tried aerobics before. I'm more of a runner."
"No, not the aerobics, although we do have a gorgeous track that goes all the way around the lake. I meant, what brings you into town?"
"Oh, sorry." She suddenly realized she hadn't thought about a cover story and tried to improvise as quick as she could. "My mum passed a few months ago, and I've just been out chasing my shadow around the country."
"I'm so sorry for your loss."
He sounded genuine, and Sam decided at that moment that she approved of Father Thomas. She doubted he was much older than 35, but figured there was every chance his hair would be completely gone midway through his 40s. His complexion was quite tanned, and she could tell he wasn't an indoor kind of person. "Thank you. It was quite difficult at the time, but I'm slowly coming to terms with it."
"You know, there's a support group for those grieving the loss of someone. A friend of mine hosts it down at the church. You're more than welcome to come along."
Sam didn't think she would have the time to, but somehow felt herself unable to turn down the offer. He was just so polite. "I'd love to," she said instead.
"Great. My church is just there,"
he said, pointing across the grassed area to where the street continued down and around the lake. Sitting a couple of 100 yards further along, Sam could see the building's steeple.
"Tomorrow night, around 7.
"Thank you so much." He stood and smiled down at her for a second time.
"I'd better go. It's funny, though,"
he said, pausing briefly.
"I wasn't going to come over here just now, have an appointment with my gardener. But you know what? I'm glad I did."
The man didn't wait for her to respond, simply turning back towards the town and walking off. He gave a brief shout-out to a couple of older men playing chess, and they both waved back. To Sam, Father Thomas felt like the embodiment of the town itself, and it was a town she would come to love. Chapter 5. While Sam was getting to know the good father out by the lake, Ray Billington was busy setting up his classroom for what would be his final class for the week. Being a science geek, he loved nothing more than to see the inquisitive faces of those sent to him for what he liked to call a scientific awakening. He had first taught elementary school back in the late 90s, just before meeting his future wife, Marina. But he failed to find his groove with the youngsters, moving up into the world of high school kids in 2012. It had been Father Thomas's idea for him to elevate his career to the older generation shortly after Ray married the father's sister. After the death of Marina in 2016, Ray took leave from his position for 6 months, traveling the world in the hope of losing his grief along the way. When he finally returned to Ellington Beach in the spring of 2017, the position he had temporarily escaped from became available again, and Ray took up where he had left off. Ellington Beach High School welcomed him back with open arms. His relationship with Father Thomas went into a sharp decline upon his return, with one man bitter about the loss of his wife, while the other tried to keep the relationship going, perhaps motivated by the hope of keeping some part of his sister alive. It wasn't until the good father finally convinced Ray to join the regular Saturday night grief counseling session that their relationship took a fresh direction. After a few months of attending, Father Thomas voted for Ray to become a qualified counselor, and he eventually took the lead during most sessions. Ray was in the middle of counting out some printed copies of that morning's experiment when his cell rang. Once he saw the name on the screen, he didn't hesitate to answer it.
"Hey, Tommy,"
he answered, holding the phone between his shoulder and chin as he continued walking between the tables, dropping paperwork on top of each.
"Good morning, Ray. I hope I haven't caught you at a bad time."
"No, not at all. Just prepping for my class. What's up?" He paused briefly, set the remaining papers down on one of the desks, sat beside them, and held the cell in his hand as he changed listening ears.
"I just met a lovely young lady down by the lake. She's newly arrived in town and is attending tomorrow night. Could you add a couple of extra chairs? Hilda March will also be attending. I might be a little late as I have an appointment in the falls during the afternoon, but will do my best to get there in time."
"Sure thing. I can manage."
"I know you can. I have total faith in you."
Ray thumbed the screen off, popped a piece of juicy fruit into his mouth, and returned to distributing the paperwork. As he placed the final papers, he began to whistle, the stream of sunshine bursting through the curtainless window. There was certainly something in the air, and for Ray Billington, it might have been love. Sam found Peggy's boarding house at the very end of Mitchell Avenue. The house was a 2-story monstrosity that looked to have been built around the same time Lincoln took office. The entire building looked in need of an urgent lick of paint, and one of the windows along the top floor had a piece of timber nailed across it, one that looked severely skewed. Nevertheless, she decided to keep with the suggestion made by Father Thomas, and as she walked up the stairs, knew she had made the right decision. The woman who greeted her by the front door was both pleasant and welcoming, and from what Sam could tell, also in need of extra income.
"Hi there,"
the lady said in a thick Irish accent.
"You must be Liv. Father Thomas phoned ahead and said you might be popping by. I'm Peggy Dunning."
She smiled with the warmth of the day on her face, and Sam immediately liked her. "Thank you. Wow, he must have phoned, like, straight away."
"Never been one to let a stranger in need pass him by. Come on in."
Peggy held the door open for Sam and followed her inside. The entrance to the home was much bigger than Sam expected, and also appeared a lot more inviting than the outside offered.
"I apologize for the outside presentation. Been a bit difficult since Tom's passing."
Her voice drifted off, and Sam could feel the woman's grief immediately. "Please, don't apologize. I barely have enough time to eat most days. Always something to do. The woman's smile returned in an instant, and she continued through to the kitchen where a man was sitting at the breakfast counter, quietly reading a newspaper as he sipped a cup of something hot. He looked up briefly, gave Sam a slight nod, and promptly returned his eyes downward.
"That's Gerald Cummings. Tends to keep to himself mostly,"
Peggy whispered, then continued in a normal tone.
"The kitchen is shared by all the tenants. Currently we have just the two, Gerald here and Lee King. It's quiet now, but it can get quite busy some weeks. How long do you think you'll be staying?"
Maybe a week or so, not sure yet. Sam tried to hide her smile at hearing the name Lee King, remembering a kid she initially went to school with named Wayne King. The banter he had received about his name was always relentless. After showing Sam the rest of the downstairs amenities, Peggy led her upstairs and down a long, narrow corridor. There were close to half a dozen doors along each wall, reminding Sam of an old motel. As if reading her mind, Peggy continued her tour narration.
"It used to be an old motel back in the day. I believe it closed its doors for the final time back in 78 or 79. Tom and I happened to drive past on our way out to see another home, and, well, once we laid eyes on it, it was as good as sold."
She stopped abruptly and opened the door at the end of the corridor.
"Here, this will be you. I'd like to keep the ladies separated a bit from the male tenants. They tend to make a few more noises than we women folk tend to approve of."
Sam smiled at that and walked into the room. The sunshine was streaming in through a small window, and Sam couldn't help but wonder whether Peggy had already taken the time to prepare the room for her, assuming Father Thomas's prediction to be true. The bed had been fitted with what appeared to be fresh linen. A quaint bunch of flowers was sitting in a vase on the table, and there was a bowl with fresh fruit in it near the limited kitchen facilities. "Thank you. This is perfect," Sam said, smelling the distinct scent of air freshener in the room. The pair briefly discussed payment, and Sam handed over the cash, paying for 2 weeks up front. She wanted to give the woman more, but knew it would come across as charitable, and understood how some people could get offended by that. They chatted for another few minutes before a phone began ringing in the woman's coat pocket, and after excusing herself, Peggy left the room. Sam took a quick tour of her current pad, checking the few drawers for things like cutlery and other utensils. She found a Bible in the top drawer of her new bedside table and gave it a quick flick through. Once she had checked out the shared bathroom, thankful that one was marked ladies, Sam returned to Mister and grabbed her suitcase. She returned to the room and began storing her clothes, hanging what she needed inside the small closet. Only once she was fully unpacked did she reach for the iPad and lay forward on the bed. It was time for her work to begin, and with her legs swinging back and forth, began her hunt. The list of suspects the local authorities had amassed had grown in numbers, totaling well over 40 by the time Sam checked. As she scrolled through the names, 2 immediately jumped out: Ray Billington and her new housemate, Lee King. She immediately typed Lee's name into the database, and the results were numerous. The man had a rap sheet a librarian would struggle to catalog, with charges dating back to the mid-'80s. His crimes included multiple assaults as well as a single charge of manslaughter. He'd spent a considerable amount of time in prison, having served sentences across 6 states, the longest being 4 years for the manslaughter at Bolton in California. As she read the prison's name, she remembered her own experiences inside those walls. When Sam turned her attention to Ray Billington, she found quite the opposite: a man who appeared on the outside as nothing more than a grieving widower. The man had lost his wife several years before and had looked to be trying to get his life back in order. She noted that he was listed as the host for the grief counseling she had agreed to attend the next night, and felt a little relieved that the meeting would serve a much greater purpose. But it wasn't until Sam dug a little deeper that a few questions began to surface. It turned out that Ray's wife, Marina, had died in mysterious circumstances, the local authorities ruling it as accidental. The woman had fallen down some cellar stairs, with Ray finding his wife's body at the foot of them, her neck broken on impact. Several interviews were held with the grieving husband during the next few days, and investigating officers noted how his story appeared to change each time they spoke. It didn't change much, but some of the minor details began to drift from their original telling. Things like where he'd been coming from, considering he was home early from work, plus the person who corroborated his whereabouts during the time the coroner placed time of death. Sam continued hunting, her suspicions aroused when she began digging through the man's social media profiles. A name that continuously popped up was Heather Turk, the woman who'd been Ray Billington's alibi at the time of Marina's death. Heather Turk had been one of Ray's students at the time and had benefited from some out-of-hours tutoring. The authorities couldn't find anything out of the ordinary, with Ray providing the same service to a number of other students, both male and female. It was simply one of those things teachers offered from time to time. The more Sam dug, the more she discovered about Ray. It turned out that he'd initiated an insurance policy on his wife in the year before her accident. He'd also begun dating the aforementioned Heather Turk a year ago. The couple seen together during multiple town events. Their age difference was close to 20 years, but when Sam looked at one particular image of them, she would have thought they were of similar vintage. Heather stood quite tall, almost as tall as Ray, who dipped his hat at 6'3". She couldn't see whether Ms. Turk was wearing heels, but assumed so. Ray looked quite fit for a man scratching 40 and sported a beard that would have had the members of ZZ Top envious. They looked like a sweet couple, and despite their age gap, appeared normal from the outside. But where Ray had taken the interest of officers was when he had been MIA for all 3 murders. Officers had interviewed Heather on several occasions and each time had not known the whereabouts of her partner. Plus, the chair that had been used to watch Tracy Goldberg die as she was repeatedly submerged while tied to the water wheel had been positively identified as belonging to Ray. Sam made a mental note to attend the meeting the following night and then follow Ray home. She would drop a couple of listening devices around his home and car and see just how close he was to Heather Turk. Knowing what she now knew, she wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that Ray Billington had someone new in his life. There was a sudden knock on the door and Sam jumped up and went to answer the call. Peggy was standing in the doorway and her face looked a little flushed. "You okay?" Sam asked.
Yes, sorry. Just ran up the stairs. I forgot to ask, will you be dining in with us? I normally serve supper at 6 p.m. sharp.
Sam, thinking of the suspect list, didn't need to think about her answer. "Supper sounds great." Peggy nodded and turned back down the hall. Sam closed the door and returned to her iPad, this time sitting on the edge of the bed. She had 2 suspects to check out already, and as she settled in for a longer reading session, prepared to add to her list. While Sam was in the middle of reading about Ray Billington, the man himself was finishing the final few minutes of his class. Despite the kids showing a healthy dose of intrigue, it wasn't enough to hold his own attention, his mind constantly wandering to the face of the woman whom he had organized to catch up with. Terry Sharp had arrived in Ellington Beach as a substitute teacher the previous year and had instantly caught the attention of one of the high school's science teachers. While she never substituted his classes, she did sit in on some, intrigued by the experiments he performed for his students. Ray took an instant liking to the woman, his ears pricking the moment he heard she was divorced, the victim of some sort of domestic violence. Her ex-husband had been a little too heavy-handed, something Ray himself shrugged off with excuses. The pair had hit it off immediately after being introduced during a school concert. Heather had been out of town for the week, off visiting her mum down in New Orleans, completely unaware that her supposed soulmate was about to move in on another woman. It didn't take long for Ray to grab his things once the final buzzer went and the last of his students left the classroom. He had prepared for a quick exit ahead of time and once he was alone, grabbed his briefcase and followed the rest of the class out into the corridor. After a brief stop-off at the teacher's lounge, he half ran from the building, climbed into his truck, and made a quick exit from school grounds. Sam spent almost 2 hours going over the notes Mama had put together for her, as well as the reports filed from law enforcement. It was almost 1 by the time she realized the uncomfortable feeling around her middle was hunger. Deciding to head out into the delightful sunshine again, Sam hopped into Mister and elected to return to the cafe she had feasted in for breakfast. Taking her lunch to the water's edge would serve as the perfect platform for her afternoon, the iPad sitting on the seat beside her. Although the sun shone bright, the heat wasn't too bad, and she stuck to simply lowering the window. The fresh breeze on her face felt nurturing, and she wondered why she didn't elect to buy a convertible when she had the chance. Feeling a touch of guilt, she reached out and patted Mister's dash. "You're perfect, baby," she whispered. The cafe was far busier than it had been at breakfast time, and Sam was forced to wait in line with the rest of the customers. There must have been close to 24 in the queue, and when she finally reached the front, found Sue ready to take her order. "Back again?" the waitress asked. "For sure. Certainly a crowd now." "Early weekend folk. What can I get ya?" "Chicken avocado on rye, please?" Sam held up a bottle of water, handed the girl a 20, and Sue made change, handing it back and stepping towards the sandwich bar. If the cafe was busy, then the foreshore was overrun. The number of people out and about caught Sam completely off guard. Every seat had been taken, and several groups had taken to sitting on the grassed area. Sam spotted a vacant spot under one of the trees and made her way over. She sat with her back against the trunk, facing the majority of the crowd that were also taking advantage of the amazing area. The water of the lake glistened off to her left, and Sam could make out several boats bobbing about, no doubt keen fishermen hoping for a catch. The sun's rays would occasionally break through the leaves overhead as a slight breeze added to the perfection. Sam couldn't imagine a place like this existing in the city, in any city for that matter. There was just a kind of small-town hospitality that worked in conjunction with everything else on offer. It may have continued on just as perfectly forever if it wasn't for the sudden shouting match that began over by one of the benches. "What the fuck do you think you're doing, Ray?" The woman's voice rose higher and higher with each word before a man tried to talk her back down.
"It's not what you think, babe."
"Babe? Babe? Don't call me babe, you piece of shit." Sam looked over and tried to make out the faces of the people arguing. It wasn't until the man stood and turned around that she spotted Ray Billington in the middle of a domestic, with Heather Turk on tiptoes in his face. "Who the fuck is this? Who is this woman?" The second woman looked outright horrified at being highlighted in such a crowded place. With all eyes turned on the trio, there was little chance of escape for any of them. Heather kept pointing to the woman, demanding answers from the man she had shared her bed with for years. Ray kept trying to calm her down, spending most of his time eyeing off those standing around them. Sam could tell he was nervous, especially the way he kept smiling, as if trying to cheer his girlfriend up. The crowd turned in unison, as if the curtains on some strange street theater had just been drawn. "Smile? You're smiling? You think this is funny?" And that was when Heather Turk wound up her right hand and slapped Ray in the face. The palm landed perfectly, the crack sounding like a gunshot as it rang out across the crowd. Several of the women watching recoiled in horror, while a couple of the men quietly laughed into their hands. One began clapping until the woman sitting beside him pulled his arm. Sam continued to watch the exchange, slowly taking a bite from her sandwich. Domestic arguments weren't something that shocked her, and given her line of work, she didn't shy away from conflict. It wasn't until Ray grabbed a handful of Heather's blouse that she prepared to run in and go medieval on him. But just as she was tensing to stand up, a sheriff's uniform suddenly appeared, the officer grabbing Ray's wrist and getting right up close to him. Ray paused, listened to what the officer was whispering into his ear, and finally let go. Heather took advantage of the moment and left the scene without so much as another peep. Sam watched her disappear into the crowd, then returned her eyes to where the officer continued talking to Ray. The other woman, Sam noted, had already vanished. It wasn't until the officer turned to leave that a new figure appeared, this one also making a beeline for the now famous Ray Billington. It was Father Thomas, coming to check on the welfare of his widowed brother-in-law. Sam could see the concern on the man's face, and despite initially looking as if he was going to give the priest a good listening to, soon got into his face, pointed a finger at him, and subsequently turned to escape. Father Thomas simply stood his ground, waited until Ray had disappeared, then held his hand up to the remaining onlookers, nodding as if to signify that all was well again. Sam fired up the iPad and searched for Ray's home address. Although she had meant to follow up on several other leads, she felt that this was the perfect time to see what Ray got up to. Being publicly humiliated had a way of turning most people into darker versions of themselves, and she wanted to see what Ray had in store for Heather. The home Ray had shared with Heather Turk for more than a year had been a rental, with Ray having sold his marital home shortly after his return from traveling. Much to Sam's advantage, the house sat on one side of a large park that took up several blocks, and parking at one end meant she had a clear view across the wide-open expanse, right over to where Heather Turk was clearing house. Ray rounded the corner in his truck and immediately knew what would be waiting for him inside the home. Most of his clothes were already strewn across the front lawn, and additional items kept flying out through the open front door. He didn't bother pulling into the drive, parking instead along the roadside. Just as he reached the pile of clothes, Heather's face popped out through the door and an object came sailing through the air. It landed at his feet with a crash, bits of glass skidding across the top of his boots as Heather continued her rage. "How fucking dare you, Ray? Piece of shit!" Another object came flying out, this one a trophy of some sort. Another photo frame came next, followed by a box of baseball cards, the contents instantly caught by the wind and sent floating into the neighbor's yard. "Womanizing son of a bitch!" Heather continued, and Ray simply remained where he stood, watching as the contents of his life were spread out before him. Sam sat and watched the couple go through the type of separation that had happened thousands of times across the country. The man stood his ground while his entire life was emptied out in front of him, thrown out by a woman who now saw it as nothing more than garbage. She could see Ray standing blank-faced, courtesy of the binoculars she kept in her car. She zoomed in enough to see him staring down the woman as she repeatedly came out, dropped another load of items, shouted something insulting, then disappeared back into the home. Several neighbors had also come out of their homes to see what the excitement was about, although none remained. From where she sat, Sam couldn't hear what was being yelled, but she would catch the occasional shout as just a low hum, but only when the breeze was blowing her way. She wasn't a very good lip reader, but each time Heather came back out through the door, could imagine the words that were accompanying the vicious verbal assault spewing from her lips. As Ray continued to stand fixed to the spot, his lips never moved, not even to try to explain himself out of the situation. It was as if he knew that any attempt would be fruitless, and for the moment, all he could do was stand his ground and wait things out. He had never seen Heather in such a state, and figured she might calm down before things really grew out of hand. It wasn't until Heather came out carrying his old wedding album that he moved, this time like a cat smacked with a cattle prod. He practically jumped at the woman and began wrestling the keepsake from her. Heather tried her best to fight him off, but the man was too strong. Just as Ray grabbed the album and pushed Heather away, the woman stepped forward again, lowered her voice, and said something that hit him like a sledgehammer. "Don't forget that I know the truth, babe." It was enough for Ray to freeze, hold the album by his side, and stare back at the woman now sneering before him. "Just remember." And with that, she turned back to the home, walked inside, and slammed the front door closed. Ray remained where he stood for a few moments longer, looked around the street he had called his neighborhood just that morning, then turned back for his car. In his hand, he held the wedding album and he laid it on the seat beside him before firing the truck up. He effectively walked away from everything he owned, with his clothes and belongings decorating his former front yard like warped Christmas decorations. Sam continued watching from her vantage point and held her breath as she watched the pair wrestle over something. She couldn't quite make the object out, and with the brief tangle only lasting a matter of seconds, didn't think it mattered. But as Sam continued to watch, her attention was piqued when she saw Heather Turk step forward and snarl something into the face of her former partner. While Sam wasn't able to hear the words nor make out the lips for a faint clue, it was the expression on the woman's face that told her all she needed to know. Whatever Heather had said to Ray at that moment, it was something that frightened him, something that Heather considered as bargaining material. The look on the woman's face screamed 1,000 words, and Sam instantly knew what those words consisted of. She waited until Ray had disappeared from view before she started up Mister. Her mind was racing, filled with 100 thoughts that Mama liked to call a woman's insight, all telling her that Ray was her man. It was something inside her, maybe her intuition, that said this was the one she needed to follow. As she swung Mister around and headed back down towards Main Street, she wondered whether she would be able to put a second secret that the town held to bed before she was done. As Sam kicked Mister into a higher gear, she knew that the man had already committed one murder, but was he capable of more? It wasn't until she made it back to Peggy's that Sam realized her hunt was well and truly underway. Without even thinking about making an obvious decision to start, she had inadvertently tracked her first suspect, was living with a second, and had plans to meet up with one in a more personal setting. The grief counseling session would be the perfect place for her to get better acquainted with Ray, perhaps the only place she would be able to ask the questions she needed answers to. She also needed to know where he would be staying now that his present abode was no longer open to him. She climbed the stairs 2 at a time and bounded for her room. She wanted to be back in her room, hidden from prying eyes, before calling Mama and filling her in on what she'd found. It was only when she reached her room that she realized for the first time that it had been quite some time since Tim had crossed her thoughts. Perhaps this had been the right course of action all along, the alone time she needed to refocus her attention elsewhere. As she closed the door behind her, Sam smiled for the first time in a way that had been eluding her for far too long. It was a thought that crossed her mind, one she used to tell herself back in the very beginning. There were monsters to catch, and she was the worst monster of all. Chapter 6. Whenever Sam knew she was going to get busy, she would do as much as she could to ensure absolute privacy, as well as limit any distractions that might slow her down. Hunting monsters took concentration, with most more cunning than anything imaginable. Sam locked the door to her room, pulled the blind down on the window, and once she finished talking to Mama, set her cell to airplane mode. Switching it to silent wouldn't be enough for her, with all the repeated vibrations tempting her into peeking at her screen and thus breaking her work session. It was an afternoon filled with research, exploring each of the names on the sheriff's suspect list in detail. There were names of men that had arrests dating back decades, men with current warrants, plus those who'd done previous time. There were married men, single men, old men, young men, working men, unemployed men, local men, and those living several hours away. There were also a number of women on the list, and as Sam read through them, she kept thinking of the woman she should have been partnered with, Grace probably sitting in some room over in Wichita Falls. There were names: Chelsea Trickle, who smothered her own baby while high on drugs, or Tracy Shaw, another drug addict with a hatred for the town. Then there was Peter Knight, who murdered his son and spent 20 years at San Quentin, Norman Taylor, who had domestic violence charges from 3 separate marriages, Grayson Crump, a local alcoholic that had given up on society. As the hours passed by, Sam met each of them, burying herself in the records of their past. But no matter how deep she searched and how far down the list she went, her mind kept returning to the man she had witnessed earlier that day, the man who she suspected had already gotten away with murder once before. It was a little after 6 when she finally emerged from the room and made her way downstairs. She remembered Peggy advising her of the time supper would be served and hoped she wasn't too late. All the searching had given her quite an appetite, and it wasn't until she climbed down the stairs that she felt her stomach growl. But her hunger disappeared in an instant the moment she stepped into the kitchen, the face of the man on her mind standing before her. Ray Billington was in the middle of shoveling potato mash onto his plate, and Sam came to a sudden halt barely 10 feet from her main suspect. Before she had a chance to backtrack and escape back out into the hall, Peggy Dunning called out to her.
"Ah, Liv, welcome to supper. Please help yourself. There's a plate over there by the bench."
She paused briefly as she wiped an extra glass for her.
"And we have another guest, Ray Billington. Ray, this is Olivia Hunter. She arrived this morning."
Ray looked up, smiled, and held out his hand. He cradled his filled plate in the other and at first appeared to be close to losing the lot.
"Welcome,"
he offered, and Sam could see why the women liked him. He had a twinkling in his eye that spoke sweetheart, and she wondered if that was the same twinkle he had used to murder his wife. "Pleased to meet you," she offered and shook with him.
"So you're the one coming down to our session tomorrow night?"
"Father Thomas?" Sam asked as she picked up her plate.
"The one and only. He's my brother-in-law."
He paused, then added,
"Well, used to be."
Sam jumped at the chance to explore the subject. "Oh, used to be?" She grabbed a set of cutlery and followed Ray to the table.
"I married Thomas's sister, Marina. She passed a while back."
The table was deserted save for Gerald Cummings sitting at the far end, his face buried in a book as he ate. "I'm sorry for your loss. May I ask how she died?" Despite knowing the question was inappropriate, Sam didn't have the time for manners and needed answers. She wanted to hear the bullshit straight from the horse's mouth.
"It was an accident. It all happened quite sudden."
She noted how he kept looking down at his plate as he spoke and yet didn't reach for the food. "Accidents normally are, I guess," she offered.
"Took a dive down the cellar stairs, wasn't it?"
The old man at the end of the table suddenly added, lowering his book enough to stare at Ray across the top of it. The noise in the room suddenly dropped, and Sam could see Peggy standing still by the stove.
"That's right, she did,"
Ray finally said, his voice lowered. Gerald didn't say anything else, simply picking his plate up and leaving the room.
"Can I offer you some iced tea?"
Peggy asked, doing her best to break the tension. Sam nodded and held her glass out, noting how Ray kept his own head down. "Thank you." Peggy returned to the stove and continued clearing things while Sam and Ray continued eating. There wasn't a lot more said between them, and Sam could feel the man's apprehension at being there. She was sure that given the opportunity, Ray Billington would have run from that room if he could have. While the shock of seeing Ray Billington in her very own kitchen gave her an unpleasant surprise, the notion of the man living under her roof changed everything for her in a good way. Sam was now able to watch the man firsthand, know his exact whereabouts whenever she needed, and install surveillance equipment right under her own roof, plus the fact she also had Lee King in the home. 2 suspects, 1 roof, and me to watch them both, she thought to herself. She briefly wondered whether calling in reinforcements would be the logical option. With Grace less than an hour away, it made sense to bring her on board to investigate some of the other names while she kept these 2 under her own umbrella. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized that Grace was close enough to call at any time, and she had an overwhelming sense of surety when it came to Ray. Plus, Mama had joined the hunt by monitoring as much of the town as she could from back in the control room. Sam had another thought, one that had been playing out in her mind since the briefing back at the compound. All the killings seemed to be personal to some extent, as if whoever was murdering the people had some sort of vendetta against them. For Sam, that meant a local, and when she put all the names on a map, found that just 4 lived within the township itself, with another within 25 miles of the town center. She returned to her room with a new sense of confidence. Ray had been given a room just 4 doors down, and that meant he would be housed within just a few feet of her own room. The room was already bathed in shadows by the time Sam returned, with the sun long gone over the distant horizon. But instead of pulling the drapes and flicking the light on, she instead kept the window open and her lights off. She needed to be ready for anything. The longer Sam sat by the open window, the more she realized just how wrong she had been. Her thoughts began to run away with her as she considered the consequences of what would happen if both Ray and Lee decided to head out after dark and go separate ways. She wouldn't be able to follow them both. From there, her thoughts turned to the victims and how she would feel should another fall while she was trying to win the battle by playing solo. The lives hanging in the balance were in her hands, and by 10 o'clock, Sam had made up her mind to call in the reinforcements. She grabbed her cell and woke the screen with a flick of her finger. Once she found Grace's number, she first considered simply sending the girl a text, then decided against it. She deserved the respect of a phone call, and Sam pressed the call button and listened for the connection.
"Hello?"
Grace whispered before the call had a chance to ring a single time. "Hey, it's Sam. Could you come by? I need your help." Grace didn't need time to think, answering with an immediate response.
"Of course, on my way."
Sam canceled the call and dropped the cell on top of her bed. The air coming in through the open window had turned chilly, and she got up to go to the closet for a jumper. But just as she did, she heard a door open somewhere out in the hall, pause, and then close just as quickly, the apprehensive hinges screaming for oil. Next, Sam heard the distinctive sound of someone walking down the timber stairs. The creaking of each stair echoed down the hallway. They weren't light and quick-footed like Peggy, but slow and heavy-set. Gerald Cummings weighed 90 pounds soaking wet, and she doubted he would be awake at this time of the night. No, the man descending the stairs at that very moment was none other than Ray Billington himself. She looked at her watch as if to remind herself of the hour, despite having just seen it moments before. It hadn't changed much, now reading 10:07. Sam grabbed a hoodie from the closet and slipped it on as she grabbed her cell and keys. She sprinted for the door as light-footed as possible, and after opening it as quietly as she could, listened out for where Ray was going. It took a few moments, but she was sure she heard the distinctive click of the front door. She wasn't sure whether Peggy would still be awake, but figured it didn't matter. It wasn't like her residents were prisoners. Sam hurried to the stairs and was grateful when she saw that the lights down at that part of the house were all out, including the porch light. She opened the front door and stepped out into the shadows. Once she was out of the house and the front door was closed again, Sam briefly paused and looked for Ray. His rusted Dodge was parked next to Mister, and she searched for any sign of movement, positive he would fire the truck up at any moment. But her attention was pulled to the driveway where she could just make out his shape disappearing into the darkness, the gravel crackling beneath his boots. Quick as a flash, Sam stealthed her way down the stairs and carefully began to follow the shadow, ensuring she kept enough space between herself and the would-be killer. This was a crucial moment, and if she messed up now, she would be just as responsible for the murder as whoever was controlling the game. He reached the road and turned left, heading up towards Main Street. The streetlights on this part of the road were almost non-existent, with them spread out to around one every 100 yards or so. Keeping hidden within the shadows proved a simple tactic for Sam, with tough trees between her and her mark. Ray continued on and never bothered looking back over his shoulder. He walked until he reached Main Street, then crossed it, heading up towards the beach area. There were a few people sitting by one of the benches, a small fire burning near the shore. As she watched, she saw Ray step further into the park, as if avoiding the group. Sam followed on and maintained the gap between them. The clouds began to thicken considerably above them, and soon the small sliver of moon had completely disappeared. The foliage ahead of them continued to increase in density, and Sam noted how Ray was sidestepping the path they had begun on. Just like the moon, it too soon disappeared entirely. As they continued on through the darkness, Sam suddenly felt the cell begin to vibrate in her pocket. She felt for it, the vibration loud enough for her to hear. She stopped, stepped behind a tree, and blindly pressed the sides of the cell while it remained in its spot. She didn't want to risk pulling it out now in case Ray had heard it and was looking for his pursuer. The vibrating stopped, and when Sam peered into the top of her pocket, saw Grace's name on the screen. She reached into her other pocket and pulled out her earpiece, slipped it in, and took a quick look ahead. She could barely make out Ray's outline, but he was continuing on course. "Grace," she whispered as quietly as she could, resuming the chase. "Grace?" Nothing. For a moment, she wondered whether the gadget was charged, considered pulling it out again, but left it in regardless.
"Sam, I hear you,"
Grace finally responded.
"Where are you?"
"Ray Billington has left the home and is heading along the lake's foreshore. Can you head to the home and keep an eye on it? There's a second suspect inside named Lee King." She tried to hurry as she spoke, but instead fell further behind.
"You want me to come help you? I can come around the far side and circle around."
Sam considered the offer for a moment, but figured the risk was higher with leaving King alone. "No, I think it would be better for you to do some installations for me. The home has no cameras, and I haven't had time to install any. That reminds me, do you think you can sneak inside and drop a couple of pieces into Ray's room? He's the second on the left at the top of the stairs. Oh, and Lee King as well." She finished describing each of the men's rooms while tracking the man ahead of her.
"Sure thing,"
Grace replied, and Sam returned her complete focus on the shadow now slowly disappearing further into the darkness. They must have walked for almost a mile in the darkness, Sam unable to make any sense of the direction the man was headed. It was as if the walk was as random as the hour he had chosen to leave the house. One moment, the shadows headed through the trees and out towards the open countryside. The next, he'd turn and head back towards the lake. Sam did her best to keep up with the man, but at one point, she had looked down to see her shoelace flapping loosely in the dirt with each step. Her eyes had looked down for barely a second, but during that brief moment, Ray Billington disappeared into the night. Her initial thought was that she'd been spotted, the man perhaps waiting somewhere ahead and preparing to jump out to confront her. Sam stepped cautiously towards the last place she saw him, her ears focusing on every tiny sound rising from the shadows. What she felt most was the beating in her chest, the adrenaline rising as she desperately tried to locate her target. Not wanting to reveal herself, Sam stopped near a big oak tree, cautiously holding the trunk as she turned her head slowly in an arc, trying to pick up the distinctive sound of footsteps. To help her hearing gain even more focus, she closed her eyes, shutting down one of her senses to enhance another. The sounds surrounding her increased further, the buzzing of a rogue moth, a rare car out on the main road, and a dog barking from somewhere across the lake. While the sounds may have been numerous, the one she was focused on hearing eluded her, with Ray disappearing into the night. She wondered whether her own tailing of him had given her away, perhaps the man's own senses more switched on than her own. Unable to accept that she had lost him, Sam continued on, walking from one tree to the next, each time briefly pausing long enough to listen for the sounds of human activity. But after almost 30 minutes, she knew the game was up. Whatever hopes she had of reacquiring Ray were long gone, the man vanishing into thin air. "Grace," Sam whispered as she turned for home.
"Just heading back out. Got a camera and mic in his room and also managed to get one in Lee King's place as well. Got inside by a first-floor window. Was lucky, too, as Ray came back just as I got out of there."
"Ray's back there?"
"Sure is. Went straight to his room."
Sam tried to get her head around how she had missed him so badly, and when Grace asked whether she wanted her to come and pick her up, Sam declined. "No, you stay put. I won't be long." It was almost 1 by the time Sam hopped into Grace's car near the boarding house. She had parked a little up the road, and the pair sat and talked for a while, with Sam bringing her new partner up to speed. There was a fair bit to get through, and Grace listened with the enthusiasm that reminded Sam of herself back when she first started. Once everything had been shared, Sam led Grace back inside the home and into the room. "You take the bed," Sam offered. "I want to go through a few things first, and we'll keep an eye on these two. One of us will need to be fresh for the morning."
"Do you really think it's one of these two?"
Grace asked, and Sam hoped the doubt in her mind was unwarranted. I have a pretty good idea that Ray is someone of interest. Grace sat on the bed and looked up at Sam. Can I ask you something? Sure, Sam replied, grabbed the iPad and dropped onto the couch. John told me you have some sort of extrasensory perception when it comes to tracking. And Tim as well? Is that true? It's true. Tim's as well, although I can't really explain how it works. Don't really know myself. All I know is that I get this. She paused, trying to recall the sensations she experiences when she's on the hunt. I guess it's like instinct. I just know. Is that what you had with me? The question hit Sam in a way she wasn't expecting. She'd mostly pushed Grace's history with her from her mind, and now, hearing the question, remembered that Grace was once a hunted killer. I guess, in a way. Grace looked down at her hands and began clenching her fists, as if flexing and relaxing them. She seemed to be searching for more words and didn't speak again for a long time. When she finally did, Sam already knew the question. Who were you talking to when we fought that last time? It was a question she hadn't fully answered to herself, and now that it had been aired, wondered if she really understood it. She thought long and hard about the answer, and Grace wondered whether she would share. My great-grandfather was a serial killer, a monster in every sense of the word. Somehow his conscience ended up inside my grandmother, as well as my own mother, and finally into me. His conscience? That's the best way to describe it. He had a split personality, actually 3 distinct personalities living inside his mind. Louis, the strongest and most vicious of the trio, was the one that came forward when we fought. I stepped back and let him go. Sam could tell that Grace was more confused now than before she asked the question, and quickly tried to explain it further. The monster inside me was strong enough to torment my mother all the way to suicide. It's a real voice, as real as you and I speaking now. It took me a long time to learn to control them, but now I keep them in a place where I can monitor them. They are my inner demons, you might say, and I can call on them for help when needed. Like a superpower? Sam laughed at that, remembered where they were, and silenced herself. I guess so, although I wouldn't call hearing voices a superpower. If one of them can do what he did to me, then girl, you have a superpower. That bitch was strong. Hell, I thought you were going to rip my arm clean from its socket. I'm surprised he let you live long enough for me to take back control. Somehow, I don't think Louis is the kind of person to give anyone a second chance. But you do have control now, right? I mean, if I'm going to be sleeping in here with you. Her voice trailed off, and Sam smiled, more to try and reassure her. Don't worry, they're fast asleep, at least until I call on them. Grace lay back on the pillow and looked up at the ceiling. Just before she closed her eyes, she turned to Sam and said, I'm glad you're on my side. Sam smiled at that, thumbed on the iPad, and began to work. She looked up at her new partner one final time and knew she had made the right call. She needed backup, and Grace was the only person who could step into Tim's shoes, but only until his return. Chapter 7. Sam had barely enough time to drop her head on the pillow before Grace burst back into the room. The morning had been going along just as she had planned, beginning with introducing Grace to Peggy and asking if she could take the room next to hers. Always one for wanting to be the best hostess possible, she had approved the request with a smile, taken payment from Sam, and had handed over the key shortly after. The girls had returned to Sam's room, and after taking care of the final instructions for the morning's routine, Grace had opted to head back downstairs for breakfast while leaving Sam in the room to get some much-needed shut-eye. But sleep would not come as easily as she had hoped, with Grace back in the room just moments after leaving. Heather Turk is dead, she whispered at Sam once she was sure the girl was fully awake. A friend found her just an hour or so ago. Sam sat up, wiped her eyes, and tried to let the words work their way from her ears to the brain. The fatigue had temporarily overwhelmed her with the promise of sleep, but now, with the opportunity all but lost, Sam took a moment to beat the fog hanging over her back. Dead, she finally whispered, with visions of Ray Billington disappearing into the shadows the previous night. Grace saw Sam's face absorb the information and try to deal with the influx of possibilities that would now be overwhelming her. Let's wait until we know the specifics. No point jumping to conclusions. What if it was Ray? What if I was following him while he was headed there? Sam twisted sideways and hung her feet off the edge of the bed. We don't know who it was, so let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Grace tried again. Let me call Mama. No, I'll call her. Sam snapped, then pulled back a little. Sorry, I'll give her a call if that's okay. She wasn't sure why, but Sam felt the need to leave the room in order to speak to Mama. While she didn't hold any negative feelings towards Grace, there still seemed to be some sort of residual hesitation from her previous target. Either that, or she just needed some space to herself. Working without Tim still felt incredibly daunting, and knowing she was the senior agent on this case only added to the pressure on her. Mama answered on the first ring, and after their usual pleasantries, got down to business. The news she passed on to Sam only served to further the concern the girl already carried. The sheriff is out looking for Ray Billington, I dare say. The patrol car just pulled up. Sam interjected, watching as the Ford slowly pulled into the driveway, did a slight U-turn, and came to a stop behind her own car. Sam watched as 2 deputies climbed out, gave her a once-over, then continued on into the house. Sam, he recorded it, Mama added, to give Sam the reasons behind the officer's sudden arrival. Recorded it? That's not the norm for the killer, though. Do we think this is separate? Mama didn't hesitate with her answer. Oh no, this is the one all right. Watched her until the very end. How do you know? Was Ray in the video? No, not exactly. Heather Turk was prepping for a live stream which she held every Saturday morning. During the initial struggle, her cell fell to the floor and activated, live streaming the whole thing. What did it show? Sam asked. Whomever had attacked Heather Turk and had bound her hands tied a noose around her neck and hoisted the other end over one of her ceiling beams. Whoever it was put a block of ice under her feet, then sat as it slowly melted over the course of an hour, lowering the poor girl throughout until she was hanging in midair. Sam, he watched her die. Sam listened with the feeling of anger and guilt growing inside her. She had been following the man, trailing behind him less than 100 yards behind, and yet somehow he had managed to get to this girl and end her. She thought back to the previous night and tried to remember how long it had been between the time she had lost him and the time Grace said he'd returned. Mama, how long does that video go for? There was a brief pause as she pictured the woman checking her video feed. It wasn't long before she came back with the answer. Exactly 57 minutes. Does that help you? Sam's heart began to sink. Not really. Maybe. Anything else you can share? Not at this time, child. The footage shows someone sitting near the cell phone camera, but just a shoe is visible of the perpetrator. Sadly, the microphone was muted, so there's no sound from the footage. What sort of shoe? Anything distinctive? Sam's hopes raised slightly. Just your normal everyday work boots. Nothing unique or out of the ordinary there. The conversation paused briefly as Sam's thoughts returned to the previous night. Was he wearing work boots? She couldn't remember, the night barely light enough for her to see her own shoelaces. But a man's boots at 100 yards in the dark? If there's nothing concrete, then why are they so keen to go after Ray? Just being the recent ex shouldn't require 2 deputies to come pick him up. Surely a phone call would have sufficed. Again, Mama was right on the case. They had someone check the footage almost the second it came in, a lip-reading woman. She pointed out that Heather Turk called his name several times throughout the ordeal while staring at the man sitting down. She named him? Sam asked, her guilt taking hold.
It appears so,
Mama finished. There wasn't much else to say, and after a final few pleasantries, she terminated the call. She turned back for the house, and just as she reached the stairs leading up to the front door, looked up to see the deputies leading Ray out, his hands cuffed behind his back. He looked pale, stone-faced, and Sam wondered whether they had the right man. As she watched the two lead their prisoner back to their patrol car, she fixed on Ray and the sadness evident in his face. For a man that had taken pleasure in watching 4 people die, he lacked the distinct satisfaction in his eyes. Sam continued watching until the car started up and drove back towards the road, thinking back to the previous night again. She was deep in thought, and as a hand touched her shoulder, she slapped an arm sideways as she spun around, the reaction pure instinct. "Sorry," Grace said, holding her hands up and stepping back some. "Don't take me out." "I don't think it's him," Sam began and filled Grace in with everything Mama had shared with her. When she was done, they both took another look in the direction the police cruiser had driven off in, as if following the fading trail. "Let's go check out the footage," Sam finally suggested, and the pair of them headed back inside. The vision of Heather Turk hanging from a ceiling beam and slowly sinking to her death appeared just as horrific as it had sounded. Sam and Grace watched the video on the iPad as they sat on the edge of the bed, Sam holding the screen in her lap. The footage opened with Heather holding the cell in her hands as she sat on a couch, her fingers working the keyboard as if chatting to someone. Mama had said she was texting a friend of hers, some woman named Belinda Hayes. It was Miss Hayes that eventually reported the murder to the sheriff. They watched as Heather appeared to look off to her left, her face looking inquisitive, as if there had been a knock on the door. She set the cell down on the table, the girls watching the stationary ceiling fan for almost a minute. The woman never picked her cell up again, somehow subdued in an ensuing struggle that played out off camera. It was only once the killer had shoved the furniture out of the way that the source of the footage was knocked to the ground. It landed in a perfect position near the legs of the coffee table, facing the rest of the room, with Heather already bound and suspended from the beam. As the women continued to watch, they saw the terror in the poor girl's eyes, her mouth repeatedly spitting out what they could only assume were inflammatory remarks. They knew that the fear and the begging would come eventually, but for the time being, the woman was pissed, the anger evident on her face. And throughout the ordeal, one word could be clearly read on the dying woman's lips: Ray. She must have mouthed the name at least 100 times as she stood atop the melting block of ice. The son of a bitch had even set up a heater a few feet from her final pedestal just to ensure the ice melted quickly enough for the terror to remain fresh. The one thing they could see in the woman's eyes for the video's duration was her fear, the fear that her life was about to come to an end, with the man's shoe clearly visible in the shot as he continued to watch. She continued to sink, lower and lower as the ice continued to melt, the noose around her neck growing tighter with each passing minute. The shoe never moved, as if the only viewer to the live stage show remained fixated on the action. And no matter how much she cursed the man sitting before her, the ice continued to melt, dropping her lower to the inevitable fate awaiting her. A couple of minutes before the end of the video, the woman was standing on the very tips of her toes, her head held weirdly askew. She continued mouthing something that looked like "God help me" over and over. Her face became flushed, turning a vivid purple as the last remnants of the ice disappeared from view. Her body became rigid as she tried her hardest to stretch herself up enough to keep her airway open. But the rope soon did what it had been set up to do. It tightened around Heather Turk's neck, and during the final few seconds, her body kicked out spasmodically a couple of times, flinched this way and that, and finally went limp. Her eyes remained open as the man's foot disappeared from view, before a shadow passed on the far wall behind the victim, leaving her in the silence of the night. Sam pressed the button on the iPad and set it aside, the feeling in her stomach heavy with dread. Whether it had been Ray Billington watching the woman die wasn't something she could be sure of, But what she did know was that an innocent person had died in horrific circumstances, killed by someone who enjoyed the thrill of the kill. This was a killer that performed his murders with a hunger she knew could never be satisfied. He was in it for the long game, unless she could get to him and end the killing sooner rather than later, and Sam knew that sooner was the only option open to her. Mama kept the agents up to date with any new information she could get hold of. The sheriff's office questioned Ray for most of the day and figured they had enough evidence to hold him on suspicion of murder. While the officers were conducting their questioning, Sam and Grace decided that it was high time they chased up the other main suspect on their radar, one Lee King, current whereabouts unknown. They needed to track him down and eliminate him as a suspect during the daylight hours, especially with Ray already held down at the station. If they could eliminate 2 suspects in a day, it would help them narrow the suspect list enough to concentrate their efforts on fresh leads. It was during a simple lunch that Sam asked Peggy about the other resident of the home, one she had not yet met. "Lee works down at the church," she began. "Father Thomas uses him for a few different chores, but mainly to keep the church's gardens looking prim and proper. He loves that garden." She looked out the window and added, "Wish I could get him to give the gardens around here as much care." "He doesn't come home often?" Sam asked, reaching for another hamburger bun.
"Sometimes, although I don't keep the porch light on for him anymore. He has a friend out near the way station, man named Scar Blakely. They drink together, and Lee tends to crash on the man's couch rather than drive home."
It was enough for Sam and Grace to go on, and they waited until lunch was finished before heading out to the cars.
"Take mine?"
Grace suggested, and Sam agreed, although regretting her answer immediately. It didn't feel right jumping into a rental while her pride and joy remained sitting in some random parking lot. They decided to visit the church first, figuring it was the better option to begin with. At the church, they could pretend to be there to ensure they knew where to go for that evening's meeting with the rest of the grieving attendees. None would be the wiser to their ulterior motive, and it would give them the perfect opportunity to hopefully speak with Lee King. While Lee was working away in the front yard of the church, he appeared to be in deep conversation with Father Thomas, the priest sitting cross-legged on a nearby fence. The 2 men appeared to be exchanging dialogue over something that at first the 2 women couldn't make out. It was only once they approached the pair that they heard the laughter from the 2.
"Okay, here we go, fine sir,"
Lee King offered, spotting the new arrivals.
"Now we can have an independent opinion on the matter."
Father Thomas turned back, looking over his shoulder at the approaching guests.
"Ah yes, Miss Olivia Hunter."
He paused as he eyed Grace, then added,
"And her friend."
He twisted himself around a little so he could face them a little more front-on, but remained seated on the ancient-looking stone wall.
"Ladies, we have a dilemma."
Sam and Grace smiled as they reached the front gate to the church, already liking the sound of the 2 men they were approaching. Despite the purpose for their visit, both men had what Sam knew to be small-town charm, oozing it relentlessly. "Happy to help," she offered once they were close enough.
"Superman or Batman? Which is the more attractive?"
Lee asked, pausing to lean on the rake he'd been using. When the 2 women simply stared at them with confused expressions, he tried to explain.
"The good father here believes that Batman has more appeal than old Clark, due to his business interests, wealth, and all-round good guy persona. I say Clark's holding the aces with his small-town charm and impressive shoulders."
The 2 men stood their ground and eyed the ladies, each barely blinking in anticipation of the answer. Sam could barely contain the giggle that was forming in her throat as she watched both men holding their breath. The anticipation reminded her of when a contestant would wait for Drew Carey to reveal the price, the moment before the final revelation sometimes taking an eternity. It was Grace that broke the silence, choosing to answer the men with a revelation of her own, one that Sam could see almost shook them to the core. "I think Iron Man wins hands down against the both of them, in every department." Father Thomas's jaw dropped open as Lee almost dropped the rake he was leaning on. It took them a moment to respond, the shock of the reply somehow disabling their vocal cords.
"Wait, Iron Man? Lee began. Girl, he ain't even in the same universe.
Father Thomas, not wanting to get left behind, came in right behind.
Exactly. One's Marvel while the other is DC. Completely different franchise.
Well, Grace began, enjoying watching the two men squirm a little.
I don't care what universe they're in. If I had my choice, it's Iron Man all the way.
Sam came in to stoke the fire a little, herself a keen Marvel girl, courtesy of her father. Don't forget Thor, another great catch if you ask me. Father Thomas almost fell off his perch on the fence.
Thor? Now you bring Thor into the picture?
They continued the banter for a few more minutes before Lee held his hands up in surrender.
I have to get the mower back in the shed and pack up these tools.
Father Thomas gave him a nod, patted him on the back, and thanked him for the service. From where she stood, Sam could see that the two men had a bond that went a lot deeper than the simple relationship of a church employing a gardener. They appeared to be close friends. Grace and Sam stood back and watched as Father Thomas spoke with Lee for a few steps as the older man grabbed his gardening tools and headed around the corner of the church. When he finished saying what he needed to, the priest returned to where his guests were waiting.
I don't think I've seen old Lee laugh that hard in years.
As if remembering it being the first time meeting Grace, he stepped towards her with a hand outstretched.
Father Thomas.
He must have caught her off guard because she hesitated with replying, tripping over the words for a split second. While the priest didn't see it, Sam did.
Cindy Carter. My friends call me Cece. Pleased to meet you. And will you be joining us tonight for the meeting?
Sam had given Grace a brief rundown of the planned group on the drive over and now watched as Sam played along like a true professional.
Yes, if I may. I lost my sister recently, and it's been a very difficult time.
Sam could see Father Thomas switch from amused superhero fan to concerned spiritual advisor in an instant.
I'm truly sorry for your loss. We would be glad to have you along.
Who will be hosting? Sam asked, jumping at the opportunity.
I'm not sure if Ray will be available, so I plan to take tonight's meeting myself. It has been a while since I took the helm, but it's like riding a bike, I guess.
May I ask you something? Sam asked, hoping to gain a little more insight from someone living on the inside. Father Thomas didn't hesitate.
Sure, ask away.
Do you think Ray is responsible for the murders? The question seemed to catch him off guard, the man temporarily speechless. But it didn't take long for him to get back on track.
Of that, I'm not sure. I do know he's had it tough for a while, but killing innocent folk? Not sure if Ray has it in him.
Grace joined in, feeling her way along the rocky terrain.
I read somewhere that they think Jill Goldberg's death may have been accidental, the result of some stupid college prank.
I think I read that too, Sam added for substance.
Initiation pranks have been around for a lot longer than all of us, but I'm not sure whether she died because of that. What I do know is that groups of kids normally hang out behind the old campus buildings, the machine shop in particular. It gives them enough privacy to do pretty much anything they want to.
Just anybody? Grace asked. Father Thomas considered for a moment.
Mainly Wanda Prince and her crew. There's been a couple of groups throughout the years, but to the best of my knowledge, lately it's just her and half a dozen of her friends.
Lee suddenly stuck his head around the corner and called for the priest to help him with something. Father Thomas excused himself, promised to see them later that day, and headed around the corner, leaving the pair alone once more. Sam and Grace turned back to the car, taking one final look at the building sitting smack in the middle of the plot of ground assigned to it. Notice anything strange? Sam asked, unsure of whether any of her suspicions had been put to rest or set alight.
Not a thing,
Grace offered, feeling just as baffled.
That man seems like just another country lad with that huge heart that just won't quit wanting to help everyone.
Sam knew exactly what she meant. A moment later, they were in the car and heading back to town to prepare for a meeting neither of them were really prepared for. Chapter 8.
It's cancer, Senior,
the man sitting behind the desk said, addressing his patient by the name he had known him since their first consultation more than 20 years before. Samuel Rader gazed back at the doctor as the color seemed to fade from the world. The words hung suspended in the air between them as the two men remained in a kind of face-off, neither wanting to acknowledge the prognosis. Eventually, it was the doctor that folded, continuing on with the advice he'd offered his patients hundreds of times before. Samuel heard the words, but failed to listen to their meaning, the voice sounding like nothing more than grunts from a caveman. There was a single thought that had slammed into him the moment the words made sense. What will happen to Samantha? In the moments immediately after Dr. Cutter's revelation, Samuel had temporarily forgotten that his daughter was as independent as she would ever need to be, aged in her mid-20s and probably making more money than he ever did. But a father never lets go, the parental bond unable to be broken through time or distance. As far as Samuel was concerned, his little girl would always be just that, his child. "Senior, do you understand what I just told you?" For a moment, he didn't. The cancer, yes, but not the rest of the words. How long did he have? A few months? A year? "How long?" he finally asked, his voice sounding quiet and deflated. The doctor looked at him and repeated what he had just finished telling the man. He recognized the reaction, one he'd seen many times before. "We'll need to run some further tests, and as long as they come back with positive news, we may be able to ensure you have a few more years." Samuel looked up and met the doctor's gaze, reading the man in a way he'd been trained to do. His military training kicked in, and he looked for the smallest sign of deception. After a few moments, he lowered his eyes again and stared at his hands. "Cut the crap, Jack," Samuel said. "I can read you like a book." Jack Cutter stared back and knew he wouldn't be able to dress up what he'd seen on the scans, not with this man. Samuel Rader wasn't that type of patient, and nothing but the truth would pass him by. 12 months, maybe 18 at best. He sighed, stood and walked around to the front of the desk. He sat on the edge of it and looked down at his patient, Samuel continuing to stare at his hands. "These aren't the easiest words to tell someone, and I want you to know that we will do everything we can to extend your life for as long as possible. The advances we have made in treatments these days are—" "How much time will the treatments really give me? Another few months? And then what? And the side effects?" Samuel rattled off the questions like a sniper on a shooting range. He'd made his mind up long before Jack Cutter began to pretty up a treatment plan he knew would mean more time in a hospital bed than he cared to give up. He knew it wasn't a choice he could ever consider. It was almost an hour's drive back to the home he now shared with just a single friend, one that Sam still called about on a weekly basis. Jasper had given him someone to talk to, even if the retriever didn't answer back. The home had felt cold since Sam moved on with her own life, and despite having spent years alone, he now began to wonder whether it had all been worth it. As he drove along the highway, Samuel looked up at the mountain range as it came into view on the horizon. The home in those mountains had served him and his child well during the years they spent together there. He wasn't always so sure back when he was still searching for a suitable home, one where he could effectively protect his child from the inquisitive eyes of the world, one which wouldn't hesitate to lock her away if they knew what she held inside. But once he'd purchased the land and they had made it their home, it had become the perfect hideaway, a place where Sam could be kept safe, trained, and taught all about the world she would come to call home. He knew just how different she was and had begun helping her control the evil inside her from the very beginning. Had she learned enough? Was she strong enough to take care of things the way he had taught her? Samuel did his best to try and stay out of Samantha's business. He'd always known that her career decisions wouldn't be made up of normal choices. While her recruitment into Pogram did come as a bit of a shock, it didn't surprise him. It was something he had come to expect from a little girl he knew to be a cover for an evil no person could ever control. As he drove, he looked at the cell sitting in its cradle, knowing that he would eventually need to share the news of his prognosis with the only family he had left. He owed it to her. This wasn't something he could keep from her, and he knew that the earlier he could share the news with her, the easier it would be to accept once his time came. As he flicked the indicator on to take the next turn, Samuel told himself that there would never be a right time for the message he needed to share with his child. Grace fired up the car and looked out towards the home, waiting for Sam to finish her chat with Peggy. The hostess had caught them at the front door just as they were heading out, asking whether they wanted to take charge of cooking Sunday night dinner. She normally offered the cooking duties to one of the guests, and Sam had agreed. Just as she finished talking and started climbing down the stairs towards the waiting car, Grace could see Sam reaching into her jeans pocket and fishing for her cell. She answered it as she climbed into the passenger seat, slammed the door and fixed her seatbelt, all while balancing the phone in the crook of her neck. "Hi, Daddy." The conversation between father and daughter was both brief and to the point. The pair had grown close through the many years of Sam's upbringing, ensuring the father and daughter could read each other better than most people could read books. It was that level of understanding that meant they didn't need a lot of words. From the moment Sam heard her father's voice, she knew something was wrong, regardless of how well Sam Sr. tried to cover his illness. And when it came to the other side of the conversation, the parent knew that his child would instantly pick up on his bullshit, and thus didn't bother to try and spin any. The pair agreed for Sam Jr. to come by the cabin the following weekend, subject to her current assignment ending in time. Senior understood the time restraints on his daughter's schedule and always kept any agreed times open to change. It was another small understanding the pair held between each other. The relationship the pair had formed over the years was exactly why both considered it so unique, and it really was. Others who had known them had always been envious of the incredible bond the two held between themselves. It was the kind of bond most best friends were envious of, or any family who felt together to be jealous of. The call ended just as it began, with Sam closing the conversation with a simple, "Bye, Daddy," the same way she had always ended calls between them. And as Grace continued driving them on towards the meeting, a new concern began to bloom in Sam's mind, one that she knew she had no worldly powers to control. Whatever was wrong with her father was bad enough for him to need to share with her in person. With the daylight quickly fading from the sky as Grace pulled up into the church's parking lot, the pair saw a faint light globe doing its best to illuminate the entrance to the side of the building. A lone Father Thomas stood to the side of the doorway. He was in the middle of greeting a couple of new arrivals, and from where they were sitting, both Grace and Sam thought the pair were father and daughter. After watching them briefly exchange pleasantries with the host of the meeting, they hopped out of the car and made their way towards the waiting man. They watched from a distance as Father Thomas clapped the arriving man on the back and gestured for them to enter, the father and daughter disappearing from view just as Grace and Sam arrived.
"Welcome, ladies." The priest offered a warm smile. "We have a bit of time before we begin, so feel free to pop inside and mingle. Most of the attendees are already here."
He leaned in a little and lowered his voice as if to share a dark secret.
"Personally, I think it's just the fresh donuts they come for."
He stood back and gestured for them to head inside, and after thanking him, they did just that, Sam smiling back at the wink Father Thomas had shot her. For a brief moment, she was reminded of the warmth she felt of the town itself when she first arrived into Ellington Beach, the feeling repeated with each of the townsfolk she had met in turn. The room the girls entered looked to be a large area off the main section of the church. There were a bunch of tables stacked against one wall, and Sam had a brief idea that this was where the good father would conduct his Sunday school lessons once the rest of the services had been finished with. In the center of the room stood a circle of chairs with just a small gap between each to allow people to enter the inner sanctum. Each of the chairs had a bright green backing, with the vinyl cushion covering the seat of the chair appearing a direct contrast, the fading red fabric torn and stained. The dozen or so chairs seemed to match the number of people congregating at the table that had been set up near one wall of the room. the top of it filled with upside-down mugs, a stainless steel urn, and an assortment of beverage choices including tea, coffee, and cocoa. Standing in the middle of the table and disappearing by the second were the aforementioned donuts. There were perhaps 8 to 10 people standing around, congregated into 3 distinct groups. In one group were 4 people, including the newly arrived father and daughter Grace and Sam had seen enter just before them. In the next group stood another 4 people, their voices low and discreet, unlike the first group who seemed to be addressing the room each time a new speaker took over. The final group consisted of Lee King and another man, one neither of the girls recognized. He appeared much younger than his conversational buddy, and the way the pair were standing appeared to be confiding in a guarded conversation. Whatever the pair were discussing, it was something neither wanted to share with the rest. Sam and Grace made their way towards the table and helped themselves to a mug, with Sam opting for the cocoa. Grace had always been a coffee drinker and began to assemble her drink when Lee made his way over to them.
"Back for more?"
he asked jovially. Grace gave him a thumbs up as she took a sip from her cup, and before she knew it, Sam was left standing alone as her partner was ushered over to the new threesome. Rather than join in, she remained where she was, pretending to consider one of the donuts as she listened to the conversation continuing on beside her. She stole a quick peek at the 4 people and kept hearing one of the men being referred to as Sheriff. When Sam was able to take a second look, she saw that the man in question was the father of the previous new arrivals. His daughter stood beside him, holding a mug before her as she listened to the other 3 discuss something about that morning's murder. It sounded as if one of the other men had always known that Ray Billington was responsible and that he should be locked away forever. The sheriff appeared as if he was doing his best to listen, but judging by the way he kept tapping the side of his own mug, didn't seem appreciative of the other man's views. Just as the sheriff caught Sam watching him, Father Thomas closed the door behind them and followed the final arrival into the room. It was a young woman, and from the moment Sam saw her, she knew her to be terrified. There was something about the girl that instantly drew Sam's attention. Her eyes met nobody's, and rather than head to the table and grab a beverage like everybody else, the girl headed straight for the chairs, entered the circle, and dropped into the one nearest to the door. Father Thomas called for the rest of them to take their seats.
"With a few new faces joining us this evening, how about we begin with a quick self-introduction from everyone?"
Father Thomas began as the last of the group took their seats.
"Perhaps include your own reasons for joining us for this support group."
He looked across to where the sheriff sat as if hoping for the man to take the lead in this instance. The sheriff swallowed, frowned slightly, then nodded as he agreed.
"Jack Prince. I'm here to support my stepdaughter Wanda, who lost her mother a while back."
It was short, to the point, and not what the group's moderator had hoped for.
"And also this town's esteemed sheriff,"
Father Thomas added, then turned his eyes to the girl sitting next to him. "Wanda Prince," the girl began, her voice far quieter than her stepdad's. "My mom died in a car wreck 3 years ago, and this group helps me cope when things get bad." She shot a brief smile to Father Thomas, who returned it with a wink of gratitude. "Emma Lewis," the final girl to arrive began, her voice even quieter than Wanda's. She continued watching the floor as she spoke, unable to make eye contact with anyone. "My friend was Jill Goldberg." Sam's ears pricked, immediately recognizing the name as belonging to the first victim of the killer she was there to find. As the group continued one by one to introduce themselves to the rest, Sam thought back to the notes about that first victim and how she had died horribly, hanging upside down. She wondered whether the fear from the girl before her came from the actual killing or some knowledge about who had committed the act. She made a mental note to catch up with her and try to question her as best she could. Whilst another couple of people gave their introductions, it wasn't until a man by the name of Dave Andrews spoke that her attention was pulled back into the room.
"Tracy Andrews was my sister."
He had been sitting forward a little in his seat as he spoke, and once he finished, leaned back some, as if done. Just as the next person was about to start her own introduction, Dave sat up and directed his next few words at Sheriff Prince.
And whichever bastard hurt my little sis, I want him to know I'll find him and kill him."
The conviction in his voice was enough to convince Sam of his intentions, but the sheriff simply gave the kid a brief glance, then resumed staring at the back wall, stone-faced, uninterested in the threats. When it came around to her own turn, Sam spoke about losing her mum, knowing that by speaking the truth about her own grief, no one would suspect her of being a fraud. And just like herself, Grace followed suit, mentioning the death of her sister as still needing help to close old wounds. It was only once they had each finished their introductions, including that of Father Thomas himself, that the good priest opened the meeting in earnest. He began speaking of grief itself and how it impacted the lives of so many. He shared the pain of losing his sister and how it had made him question his own faith at one point. One by one, the other attendees took turns in not only introducing new challenges for themselves, but also ways in which they were able to deal with different aspects of their grief. It wasn't just about winning for some of the people, but also about how to deal with the deepest and darkest moments of grief itself. Both Sam and Grace listened with intrigue, not just because they were sent there to assess more of the townsfolk, but also because each was carrying the exact same despair many of the attendees were. For a brief moment in their journey, the girls felt as much a part of that town meeting as the rest of the people sitting in the circle. Nobody had more right to be there than anybody else. The meeting progressed with more and more people sharing their stories, and it was almost 2 hours before something suddenly reached out and grabbed Sam's attention. It was the briefest of moments, perhaps taking just a splinter of a split second to occur. The moment happened just after Wanda had finished sharing a point about how her stepfather had helped her overcome one of her recent bouts of depression. The girl had been talking about turning a crying session into a moment of triumph by leaning on the experience and knowledge of her stepdad. She finished speaking, and Father Thomas had taken over from her, effectively bringing the meeting to an end with a few final words of wisdom. But it was the moment right after Wanda finished speaking that Sam caught something she wasn't supposed to, a split second of someone dropping her guard to let a brief glimpse inside. Wanda finished telling her story, and as Father Thomas began speaking, she had looked up at Sheriff Prince sitting beside her. The look may have been one of admiration, a child looking up at the father figure in her life, sent to guard and protect her against everything evil in the world. And yet the look Sam saw wasn't that kind of look at all. Nobody else had noticed the look, with most turning their attention to Father Thomas instead. But Sam's attention had remained on the girl, perhaps just a moment longer than the rest of them, and that's when the look had changed, one from admiration to one of what? Sam knew what it was, but in the split second through its duration questioned whether it really was. She wondered whether she had gotten it wrong, but when Wanda turned and saw her staring, it was the girl's own change that confirmed what she had seen. Despite first looking up at Jack Prince with some sort of gratitude, Wanda's expression changed to one of lust, a look of longing that would only be visible for the smallest of moments. But Sam had seen it, the only one to recognize it for what it was, and Wanda had caught her. Wanda saw the look in Sam's eyes, had realized she'd been caught, and instantly turned away in terror at being discovered. The meeting wrapped up with everyone getting to their feet, linking hands and holding a minute's silence for those who'd passed. Sam took the moment to remember her mum, her grandma, as well as Jim Lawson himself. She imagined the three of them standing just behind her and watching the small ceremony, thankful at being remembered by her. Once finished, each person broke away from the group, with a few returning to the table and the final supply of donuts. Sam didn't want to miss her opportunity to catch up with one of the participants in particular, a girl whom she felt held some vital information she could use. Emma was quick in trying to leave the group, but Sam was a touch quicker, beating her to the door. "Sorry," Sam said, excusing herself for unwittingly walking in front of the girl as she tried to exit the room. "It's Emma, isn't it?" Emma Lewis nodded as she walked out into the darkness of the night, the lone light globe still working hard to provide a brief glimpse of illumination against the shadows. "I'm Olivia Hunter. Hey, can I ask you something?" The girl briefly paused and looked up at Sam, the first time she had made contact with someone during the evening. "Sure." Sam thought quickly, trying her best to recall any significant information she could remember of the first victim. "I knew Jill from back home. She used to come visit during the holidays." Sam recalled mention of Jill having visited her grandmother in Winnie, a small town lying between the coast and Beaumont. "You lived in Winnie?" Emma asked curiously. Sam nodded, trying her best to appear somewhat distraught at the memories she held of the friend. "For a short time, but I remember Jill coming often. We used to hang out at the local diner and sometimes would catch the bus to the beach." Emma nodded, a weak smile forming. Jill loved the water, couldn't keep her away. Sam lowered her voice some more, trying to draw the girl in a bit. "Do you have any idea who did that to her, Emma?" The girl looked up at Sam, shocked by the words, and Sam wondered whether it was the fear of someone believing she had information or whether someone would overhear their conversation. Just as she was about to answer, a car honked from somewhere behind them and Emma turned to look. "I gotta go. My mum is here." Desperate not to lose the smallest headway she had made, Sam tried one final time to get something positive from the girl. "Could we catch up sometime? I'm new in town and wouldn't mind someone showing me around." Emma had begun to turn and head for the car, but she briefly paused, appeared to consider Sam's question, and finally gave in. "Do you know Wilma's Cafe?" Sam nodded. "The first place I stopped at," she called. "I work there most afternoons from 4 onwards." This time she didn't wait for a response, turning back towards the parking lot and running off into the shadows. Just as Sam turned back to see where Grace was, a new voice spoke from almost right beside her. "Emma Lewis, not exactly what you'd call an outgoing girl." Sam turned to see Wanda standing almost directly behind her. The girl wore an expression of something Sam would consider as patronizing, the slight upturned smile showing contempt for the girl now climbing into her mother's car. She wore large hooped earrings with 2 extra piercings behind them. In her right ear were 2 studs, a rose and a golden teddy bear. Her left ear held the matching rose, but instead of a teddy bear, a plain golden star lived. Given the girl's short hair, the piercings made a statement. "You don't like her?" Sam asked, immediately aware to the fact the girl thought very highly of herself. Like? Hard to like someone that has remained closed off her entire life. Wanda spoke with her eyes still focused into the distance. "She's been withdrawn for as long as I've known her." She held her hand out and Sam shook with her. "Wanda Prince." "Olivia," Sam began, but Wanda beat her to the final part. "Hunter, I know. In town for long?" She circled Sam slightly, turning her eyes on the girl before her as if sizing the newcomer up. "I'm not sure yet. Just feeling my way around for now. Your father is the sheriff?" Wanda nodded. "Sure is." But not content with simply speaking the words, Sam watched as the look she had previously seen on the girl's face returned, this time with no intention of being hidden. Sam was caught off guard by the revelation, and it seemed Wanda picked up on that too. "Know what that means?" Sam took the hint, noting the aggression in the girl's tone. "Enlighten me," Sam replied, her own tone dropping down to meet this new adversary. "It means there's not a lot that goes on in this town that I don't have a handle on." She paused, turned to head to where Jack Prince was busy talking to Father Thomas, then stopped long enough to finish. "And that includes strange girls who pretend to be free spirits just strolling through town without reason." Just like Emma Lewis, she didn't wait for a reply, continuing on to where her stepfather was waiting by his cruiser. "That looked intense," Grace said, finally making her way over. "Very," Sam replied, still watching after the girl. "Someone knows about us." Chapter 9. It wasn't until the following morning that any significant news came about. It was Mama that phoned Sam a little after 8 with the news that Ray Billington had been released. Released? Sam asked, almost shocked by the revelation. Got a very good lawyer on his side. He'll be leaving the station within the hour, as soon as the paperwork is filled out. There wasn't a lot of time for the repercussions to sink in before Sam finished her phone call and hung up. She shared the news with Grace as soon as she returned from her shower, and the two agents sat down to work out their plan. Ray Billington's vehicle was still in the parking lot of the boarding house, and during the first night of their surveillance, Grace had attached a tracker to it. This meant they would be able to keep somewhat of an eye on his movements, albeit just while he was in the truck. One of us is going to have to keep an eye on him full time, Sam said almost absently, fully aware that it would be their very first objective. Grace put her hand up. I'll take care of it. Will you follow up with Emma Lewis? Sam nodded. I will this afternoon. I want to go and check out the previous murder sites this morning. Will you be okay to hold the fort? I'm not sure about Lee, but something tells me he isn't our man. Grace agreed. I think you're right. I managed to speak a little more to him last night while you were out with Wanda. The man had a problem with drugs and alcohol, but he's been clean for a while now. Just an occasional beer here and there, but nothing serious. Father Thomas backs that up with urine tests he conducts. Father Thomas tests Lee King for drugs? Sam asked, somewhat surprised. He does. According to Lee, it's all part of his sentence. They spoke for a bit more, planned the rest of the day out, and finished up by heading downstairs for breakfast. Peggy was in the middle of serving Lee a big bowl of porridge when they arrived, and grabbing a couple of slices of dry toast, Sam excused herself. Grace remained, joining Lee by the window, her own bowl of porridge matching his. As Sam bid the trio farewell, she heard Grace begin to tell him all about life in the big city. The first place Sam headed was up to where Tracy Andrews was murdered. The water wheel she'd been tied to was located on a stretch of river that joined Lake Kemp with nearby Lake Diversion. While the body of water was barely big enough to be called a creek, it did hold enough water capacity to fully submerge a person and drown them. The water wheel itself was situated on a farm owned by a widow named Eileen Frost. She'd been living alone on the property for the better part of 20 years, her husband long dead in the ground after an unfortunate farming accident. Sam approached the widow under the guise of being an artist, out searching for a wonderful backdrop to her latest piece. The widow engaged with Sam for a few minutes of much-needed conversation before pointing her in the direction of the ancient relic that stood a couple of 100 yards into the scrub. After leaving the old woman to return to her chores, Sam walked the rest of the way, taking note of the property's isolation from nearby homes. It must have been at least a mile to the nearest neighbor, and when she arrived at the spot by the river, she found that she was unable to see any of the nearby residences. The water wheel itself stood around 10 feet above the waterline, with at least another 2 or 3 below. It sat stationary in the very slow-moving current, and Sam paused to take in the location from a slight distance away. The line of trees stopped around a dozen yards from the water's edge, and it provided the wheel with enough clearance to be visible from quite a long way away. The building the wheel was attached to was just as old, with a broken window the only way in from this side. The roof looked caved in, and the timber of both house and wheel looked ancient. Every visible piece of metal was rusted beyond help, and if any of the relics had ever held a lick of paint, it had peeled off long ago. Mama had made mention that at the time of the murder there had been a half moon in the sky that night, and Sam could tell that it would have been the only illumination to the spot. It was so isolated, the darkness would have engulfed the poor girl during her final moments in this world, watched by a monster as she repeatedly fought for every breath she could. Sam took a few steps forward, made her way down to the water's edge, and looked at the wheel more closely. There were fresh indents towards the outer edge of one section, and when Sam knelt down to inspect the wheel a little further down near the water, found a second lot. The soft timber still bore the scars of an event that had effectively consumed a life, the scraped remnants the only remaining evidence. That was where the killer had tied her to the wheel using a combination of cable ties. As she sat staring at the grooves, Sam could picture the girl, slowly being turned over and over, slowly submerged head first at this end, and then coming up head first at the other end, with the killer watching her from over near the bank. She took a few steps in that direction, and although boot marks had mostly eroded them, she could still see two distinct grooves from where the camping chair had been located. Wanting to get the complete picture in her mind, Sam walked to where the chair had been and dropped to her knees, leaning back as she sat on her heels. She paused and allowed the landscape to build a picture in her mind, complete with the nightly shadows, the overhead moon, and the sounds of the animals who called this part of the world home. It all came together, and for a few minutes she could see the horror unfolding before her very eyes. Once she finished with the water wheel, Sam continued on and headed to where the boy had been killed inside an abandoned meat locker. Just like the previous murder scene, Sam took care to take in every inch of the location, to put herself into the very landscape until she could see the event played out before her. Watching the boy hang suspended from the rail above as he slowly froze to death left Sam numb. But it wasn't until she stood in the middle of the room where Jill Goldberg had died that things really hit home. While it wasn't the visual evidence that affected her, what had really slammed into her was the smell. Sam could still smell the awful stench of burnt flesh in the air. She stood at the very spot where the unfortunate girl had been roasted alive, the stink of the murder still as fresh as if it had happened just hours ago. Sam's anger continued to build as she kneeled down, just as she had at the previous two locations. She needed to see the event happen, to feel the very essence of the murder in order to let the rage inside her erupt. This is what would drive her urgency like nothing else could. She could see Jill hanging from the cable, turned upside down by whomever had meant for her to die. Above her, the rafters sat exposed to the room, as if holding their secrets out for anyone to see. If only they could talk, Sam thought to herself. She rose to her feet and took a step backward, more so to take in an extra-wide view of the room. The old machine shop still held a few relics from past classes, which strangely made the crime so much more shocking. It somehow brought the reality of the outside world, the one where murder and serial killers were as real as bread and butter, and brought them here, into a place built for learning, one that had been designed to nurture the children of the world until they were ready for the great beyond. Sam dropped down again, sitting cross-legged by an old metal lathe. As she peered down at the dirty cement floor before her, something caught her eye, glinting in the mid-morning sun that was beaming brightly through the weathered hole in the roof. She leaned forward and ran her fingers gingerly across the dirt, taking care not to cut herself in case it was a shard of glass. She had seen several broken beer bottles and didn't fancy a cut from a stray piece. The dirt felt warm from the heat of the sun, and after manipulating the tiny object for a minute, Sam pinched it between her thumb and forefinger and picked it up. It took her a moment to fix her eyes on the minute object, the sun's glare making it particularly difficult to focus on the mystery piece. Sam had a brief thought that it may have been a tiny screw or some other metallic offcut, but after a few seconds of bringing the piece back and forth before her eyes, she finally saw what it was. The tiny golden teddy bear stared back at her from between her fingers, the non-existent eyes greeting her with a proverbial howdy. Familiarity immediately gripped her, and although it didn't immediately come to her, it was Wanda's face that suddenly came to mind. It was a stud, a golden piece of jewelry that had been fashioned into a distinctive pattern, one that now was missing its twin. That one she had seen in Wanda's ear just the previous evening, this one replaced by a plain golden star. Sam carefully laid the stud into her pocket, stood, and knew what she needed to do next. The reception area of EBU campus was a small desk inside the main door leading into one of the three main buildings. It was considered one of the smallest campuses in the state, and just as the campus's namesake had evoked small-town charm, so too did the receptionist. "May I help you?" the friendly lady asked Sam the moment she set the phone's receiver back into its cradle. Sam could feel the warmth of the welcome immediately. "Hi, I was just curious. The old buildings out behind the main campus, how long has it been since they were used as actual classrooms?" The woman looked at her for a moment, then turned and reached for an old-school desk calendar. "Let me see now. I started back here in '94. The new building was completed a year later, and the last of the upgrades finished 2 after that." She turned back to Sam, the look of triumph resting on her gentle face. "A little over 20 years. "Thank you so much," Sam offered, saw a small donation cup sitting on the counter, and dropped a $5 into it. The woman almost clapped her hands when she saw this and held a hand to her chest. "And thank you for the generosity." Sam headed back out into the sunshine, checked her watch, and squeezed the bottom of her shirt pocket. Only when she felt the distinctive teddy bear resting inside did she continue back to her car. While there had been little progress done to find a link between the killer and the victims, Sam walked with an extra spring in her step with the knowledge that at the very least she had discovered a clue placing someone else at the murder scene. It was during the drive back to the boarding house that Sam's mind began to wander, playing with thoughts of events that may or may not have happened. She tried to figure out why Wanda's teddy bear was in the machine shop and figured that the old building more than likely served as a local hangout for bored kids, perhaps to engage in drinking and other recreational activities. But the more she thought about it, the more her mind played out. Could the sheriff himself be involved? The thought didn't make sense to her, and yet somehow it did. Perhaps the man was angry for something the victims had done. Maybe they were all enemies of Wanda and he was somehow killing them on her behalf. Sam considered the last and physically shook her head, unable to fathom the idea. But then she recalled the look on Wanda's face, or more precise, the look in her eyes, that raw lust that lingered for the briefest of moments. She turned down Main Street and gazed across to where a crowd was building on the lake's edge. She suddenly had an idea, and it was one she needed Grace in on. She hit the call button on her steering wheel, spoke Grace's name, and waited for the voice command to register. A second later, Grace answered just as quickly as she always did. "How may I serve?" she joked. Sam didn't waste time. "Can you please organize surveillance on the sheriff?" Grace didn't answer immediately, the words left hanging in midair. After a few seconds, Sam wondered whether the connection had been broken. "Grace?" "Oh, I'm here, kiddo. I'm just not sure I heard you correct." "You heard correct. I need eyes and ears on the sheriff." "May I ask why?" The question was warranted given the high profile of the target, and Sam was happy to answer, although not over the phone. "Can you please arrange it with Mama? I have one other place to check out before I return." She canceled the call and took another look out towards the lake. It was a beautiful Sunday midday, and the most popular place for any girl wanting attention would be the beach. After feeling for the distinctive teddy bear again, Sam pulled into the nearest parking lot and went looking for its owner. While Sam began her search along the foreshore, Grace phoned Mama and relayed Sam's request. It didn't take long for the master to set her surveillance plan into action, having the technology and know-how to create a sophisticated net of both eyes and ears on the target. Mama also set up a feed of both directly to Sam's cell so that she could access both at will. The beach had more people on it than she expected, and Sam spent the first 20 minutes or so walking aimlessly from one end of the crowd to the other. There were singles sunbaking on towels, couples laying beside each other, as well as whole families set up around makeshift shelters. There were people bobbing about in the waters, with crowds dispersed around the water's edge for almost half a mile. But Sam had a nose for the person she was after, and once she finished the first lap of the crowd, homed in on an area where she had a suspicion Wanda would be. Her instincts proved correct, the girl hanging out with a group of around half a dozen down near the only place where they would want to be seen, right beside the two awaiting jet skis. The watercraft were bobbing up and down near the shore, with Wanda and two girls sitting right on the lake's edge with just their feet dangling in the water. Sam was nearly upon them when Wanda first saw her. "You know, if you're looking for work, I know where you could get some," she half called to Sam with a mocking tone. Sam had played out this very moment in her mind ever since leaving the administration area of the campus, and thus knew exactly how she wanted to handle it. She never slowed, keeping her eyes glued on the middle girl who appeared to try and keep in between her friends. Sam strolled into the water and stood before the trio while the boys remained near the jet skis. After a brief standoff, she pulled out the teddy bear. "Oh, look what I found. It appears to be the one you lost in the machine shop." Wanda looked up, trying to see what it was. To help her, Sam knelt down a little and dropped it into her lap. "Curious as to why I would find it in the exact place where Jill Goldberg died. You know, Emma's friend?" For a second, it looked as if she had rattled Wanda's cage, the girl staring down at the piece of jewelry. But Wanda wasn't one to be manipulated and remained headstrong. "Oh, thanks. I think Jimmy pulled it out the last time he fucked me there." She began to say something else, but Sam wasn't about to let her run away with the upper hand. "I'm curious as to why a girl would be murdered at a place where only you and your friends hang out. Did you lure Jill there to murder her?" Sam heard someone begin to walk up behind her, and as she turned, saw two of the boys pause their advance. One of them held his arms up as if surrendering. "She was fine when we left her," he began, but again Wanda interjected. "Shut the fuck up," she hissed, trying to stop him, but they all knew it was too late for that. "You guys were there that night, weren't you? Does your father know?" Wanda tried to save face for the final time and instantly regretted it. "It's stepfather, and he's not the sort of man to mess with." Sam kneeled down far enough for her knees to drop into the water. She removed her sunglasses and looked directly into Wanda's eyes. "I don't give a shit who you hide behind, kid. But if I find out that you had something to do with the death of Jill, no one will save you." She made sure to look at each of the others in turn before she backed away and made her way towards the shore. Despite trying to listen to anything spoken between them, the group remained silent, each of them watching the stranger walk away. Once Sam was back in her car, she turned to look back at the group and, just as she had predicted, found them in deep conversation. Thankfully, Mama had already set her plan into motion, and within seconds of Sam swiping her cell to life, was listening to the conversation firsthand. She remained in the parking lot for almost an hour as Wanda and her friends continued to argue about the visiting stranger. While some of their conversation made little sense, Sam heard enough to tell her that 1, the kids weren't responsible for the murder, and 2, they did tie Jill up and prank her in a very despicable way. For Sam, it was a win on 2 fronts. First, because she could discount another 6 people from the suspect list, and secondly, she now had enough information to continue her questioning of Emma Lewis, the girl whom she suspected of knowing something more. With the inside information from Wanda and her friends, she could approach Emma with enough personal insight to perhaps help her open up. She checked the time and decided to head back to the boarding house and catch up with Grace. She still needed to share what she had found out about Wanda, plus her reasons for wanting to have the sheriff tracked. For Sam, the sheriff had made it to one of 2 spots on her own suspect list, with Ray Billington still claiming top spot. She had managed to discount Lee as well, the old man highly unlikely to be hurting anybody at his age. As she made her way back to Peggy's, Sam gave Mama a quick call and filled her in on what she had discovered. "I knew there'd be a good reason why you'd pursue this line of investigation. You think he's diddling that little girl?" Sam thought back to the expression on Wanda's face the previous night and the look of raw lust in her eyes. "I'd put money on it." "Son of a bitch. Better to get to the bottom of that mystery as soon as you can." Sam hung up as she pulled into the drive, and just as she stepped out of her car, saw Ray Billington climb into his. He looked up as she passed him, gave her a nod, and fired his truck up. As Sam reached the top of the stairs, she turned and watched as he pulled out onto the road and disappeared. She found Grace up in the room wearing headphones while watching something on her cell. "Ray?" Sam asked, and Grace gave the device in her hand a slight shake as she held it up. "Don't lose him." Once she grabbed a can of Coke from the fridge, Sam sat next to Grace on the bed and watched the footage unfold on the screen. It looked as if Ray had turned his ride towards the outskirts of town, following the open road out towards Wichita Falls. Grace set the phone against the bedpost to keep an eye on it, then removed one ear from the headphones so she could listen to her partner. It didn't take long for Sam to share her hunch with Grace, bringing her up to speed on the things said down at the lake, the earring, plus the conversation with Mama. It was almost a given that the sheriff needed to be a part of the people watched by the pair, and as long as the murders continued, both men would be followed until they could be properly discounted. Once Grace was up to speed, she checked on Ray again and then went for a quick bathroom break while Sam watched the video feed. When she returned, the pair continued talking about how they would proceed and which people each would focus on. It wasn't until Sam checked the time after spending the afternoon talking to her partner that she realized she needed to head back out and catch up with Emma. She wanted to ensure she would meet the girl not long before she finished her shift so she had a better opportunity to question her. The cafe looked to be running at near capacity when Sam walked through the open front doors. Most of the tables were occupied by hungry diners, while the front counter had a queue almost a dozen people long. Rather than line up, Sam decided to grab a vacant table and waited for someone to drop a menu to her. It wasn't long before a waiter showed up, a young kid sporting the kind of soft face stubble that screamed teen. His mustache looked like a first effort. Thankfully, the pimples that peppered his face only added to the overall appearance, and he looked to be happy to ride the new wave to adulthood. "Hey there," he announced jovially. "Welcome to Wilma's. What can I get you?" A second before Sam could answer, he half slapped his forehead and took a step back. "Don't tell me. Menu?" She couldn't help but giggle a little as he pulled one from his apron and laid it before her. "Thank you," Sam eventually managed. The kid, whose name tag identified him simply as Jimmy, leaned down as if to reveal a dark secret. "Personally, I wouldn't need one in this place, not with the amazing bacon waffle ice cream sandwiches they offer." Sam paused and simply stared at him. "Wait, what?" she finally managed. "Yup, bacon waffle ice cream sandwiches." The grin looked as if the recipe had been cooked up by him personally, and for a split second, Sam wondered whether it actually did. "Okay, why not? Don't think I want to miss out on a local delicacy." As he was about to leave, Sam added, "Do you know if Emma is working today?" The kid turned back, pointed to a spot behind Sam, and winked. "Right behind ya," he finished and left to fill his latest order. Sam turned around and saw Emma Lewis serving a table at the opposite end of the room. She still had the same withdrawn expression on her face, the smile looking forced as she took her client's order. Once the waitress finished writing the order down, she turned and headed for the small doorway which Sam assumed led through to the kitchen. A moment later, she could see the girl through the open window that sat behind the main counter, giving customers a neat view into the inner workings of the cafe. Sam sat and waited for her opportunity, and it didn't take long. As Emma returned into the main cafe area to grab a fresh jug of water, her eyes happened to meet Sam's, and the moment they did, Sam could tell the fear had returned. Emma tried her best to flash Sam a nervous smile, but it didn't quite pan out that way, the girl losing her grip on the glass jug, sending it falling towards a shattering end. Sam watched as the pool of water exploded up and outward in all directions, with the nearest customers shrinking back from the spray. The girl's face contorted in horror as laughing erupted from a table near the back corner. Before Sam even turned her head to see where the mocking came from, she had already identified the laugh's owner. Wanda and her friends were sitting at a table for 6, and to add injury to insult, Wanda had jumped up on her chair in order to get a better view. "Butterfingers for a buttercup," she called out, mocking the girl as hard as she could with her high-pitched giggle. One of the other girls had also hopped onto her chair, while the rest of the crew stood to watch the embarrassing event unfold. That was all but one. One of the boys remained in his seat, the look on his face one of shame and humiliation. Whatever his friends were doing, this one didn't agree, and Sam could see that if given the opportunity, that kid would have run up and offered to help the unfortunate waitress. Emma's savior turned out to be Jimmy himself, first walking past the table and asking the group to settle down, then with a mop and bucket he grabbed as he passed a storage locker. By the time he reached his unfortunate colleague, most of the glass shards had been picked up and he began to mop up the water. Thankfully, the jug had only been half filled, giving the crew a small break. Finally done with their taunting and food, Wanda's crew packed their things and headed for the door, but not before their leader shot off one final insult. "Keep working for tips, hun," she called out as she reached the door, but Emma was no longer in the cafe, having taken the remnants of the jar out to the dumpster. The bacon waffle ice cream sandwich was everything Jimmy had promised, plus more. The bacon had been fried in a mixture of olive oil and maple syrup, and it had caramelized the slice perfectly. The waffles were crispy on the outside, fluffy on the inside, with the vanilla bean ice cream providing the perfect amount of moisture to each bite. Sam closed her eyes after the first bite, the taste sending tingling waves down her spine. When Jimmy returned a few moments later, the grin he was wearing was enough to tell her what she must have looked like. "Oh my God, this is good. Why have I never tasted anything like this before?" Jimmy giggled a little, then thumped his own chest.
"Because I've never shared my personal recipe with you."
He turned and left Sam alone to finish her snack, which she did by savoring each individual bite. By the time she finally finished, Emma had completely left her mind. It was only once she pushed her plate away that Sam realized she hadn't seen Emma since the girl had left the cafe to take the damage out the back. She had seen the girl disappear through the door carrying the glass shards, but had she returned? After scanning the cafe's main area, plus the kitchen and counter area, there was no sign of her, and Sam had a panicked thought that she may have let the girl slip through her fingers. Sam dropped a tenner on the table, gave Jimmy a wink, and headed out through the front door. Small-town charm, she thought to herself, wondering if whoever was in charge had sent the girl home for the afternoon after her ordeal. Sam decided to see if the girl had maybe taken a few minutes to gather herself and was still sitting somewhere out behind the cafe. Perhaps she was a smoker and needed a few minutes to calm herself enough to return. As Sam rounded the corner of the building, her answer was sitting before her, with not one surprise waiting for her, but two. Chapter 10. For most, the two people sitting behind Wilma's cafe that Sunday afternoon would have looked like nothing more than young lovers, a couple enjoying a moment of seclusion away from the prying eyes of the rest of the world. They were sitting on a small stoop, perhaps a place where others would come for a quick cigarette between work spells, or others to take an all-important phone call which they wanted to keep private. The couple sitting on that stoop were neither, and from what Sam knew, wouldn't make the kind of cute couple the rest of their circle of friends would approve of. While most couples enjoyed the alone time for more intimate practices, this one appeared to take the moment to do what most other couples took for granted, which was to just talk. Sam briefly paused as she came around the corner of the building and saw the pair sitting on the almost hidden stoop further along the cafe's outer wall. There was a high timber fence running the full length of the building, skirting the driveway that was probably used mostly for deliveries or for the truck to empty the dumpster sitting at the furthest end. She stopped because it wasn't what she had expected to find. For one, Emma didn't strike her as a girl who opened up to just anybody. She was shy, withdrawn, and from what she could tell, afraid. The boy, on the other hand, wasn't from her circle of friends, instead seen hanging around with Wanda and her crew. Sam remembered seeing him down at the lake when she had confronted Wanda earlier in the day, but he hadn't advanced on her the way the other boy had. This one remained by the jet skis, and the more Sam thought about it, the more she realized he had worn the same embarrassed expression as he did when Wanda began taunting Emma over the broken jug. Not wanting to miss out on a critical opportunity, Sam continued walking up the narrow driveway, keeping to one side in order to temporarily keep herself from sight. She wanted to make sure she was almost on top of the pair before she revealed herself, just in case they had thoughts of maybe running. It was the boy that spotted Sam first, taking his arm from around Emma and slowly rising to his feet. The look of shock that invaded his face was genuine, and Sam could instantly tell that he cared for the girl he'd been holding. Emma didn't rise when she saw Sam, although the look of fear remained on her face, just as it had been moments earlier. It wasn't just fear that Sam saw now, but also a sadness, the kind that worked its way into the girl's life over a long period of time. "Just wanted to make sure you were okay," Sam offered, kneeling down before Emma. The girl didn't answer immediately, simply keeping her eyes down the way she had whenever she was caught by surprise. Sam looked up at the boy and held out her hand. "Olivia Hunter." "Rick Lewis," the boy replied, slowly lowering himself back down beside Emma. He looked to be a similar age to Emma, perhaps the pair just scraping past 21. "That Wanda girl certainly is a handful. Can't imagine how long she's been taunting you." Sam understood perfectly, having dealt with her own share of bullies. "It's been going on for a long time," Rick offered. "Did she taunt Jill as well?" Sam saw Emma react to the sound of her friend's name. "Always. She's been a bitch for years," Emma finally whispered. Sam reached out and cupped her hand on top of Emma's, giving it a light squeeze. "I want to help. I've had my own experience with bullies, believe me. I know how tough it is dealing with them." Emma shook her head. "No one can help. Not with this." Sam could sense Emma holding back, not just a little, but a lot, as if a huge revelation was hidden behind a very thin curtain. She wasn't sure if the girl was ready to pull back on that curtain, but needed to try and force her hand. "Rick, do you mind if I have a quick chat with Emma alone?" The kid rose from his seat and would have left, but Emma reached out and grabbed his hand. "Please don't go." Rick briefly stood his ground, not wanting to let her go. "It'll be fine. I'll just be over there," he offered, speaking with a warmth in his tone that Sam understood. "No," Emma pleaded, looking up at him. She turned her gaze to Sam, but kept hold of his hand. "You don't understand. Rick is as much a part of this as anyone. You need to hear this from both of us." She looked around, past Sam and out towards the road. "Just not here. It's not safe." "Safe from what?" Sam asked, aware that the girl was ready to pull back the curtain, or at least part of it. "Could you drop by my house later tonight? My mom will be out and Rick will be out on patrol down that end of town." Sam looked down at the kid, suddenly given more of the story. "Wait, you're one of Sheriff Prince's deputies?" Rick nodded, but not in a proud kind of way. What Emma had shown in the name of fear now lived in this kid's eyes like dread. He wasn't proud of the role he'd been given in the town. If anything, he was ashamed. "Sure, I'll come. What time?" 7:30? Mom leaves for her bridge night around 7 and won't return until well after 11, so that should be plenty of time. She reached into her apron, pulled out her notepad, and scribbled the address down. After tearing off the note and handing it to Sam, she rose to her feet, planted a quick peck on Rick's cheek, and slowly nodded. "All right then, tonight it is. I'd better get back inside." Before she reached the door, she turned back a final time and looked at Sam. "I don't know why, but somehow I don't think your arrival in this town is just a coincidence." She left without another word, leaving Sam and Rick to watch her disappear through the back door. Once they were alone again, they began to walk towards the mouth of the small alley. "She's terrified," Sam said, aware of the blush that was still burning on the young deputy's face. If a kiss could garner that kind of reaction, then he had a lot more feelings for the girl than Sam first suspected. She should be. There's a lot going on that you don't know about, he offered, finally breaking off and picking up his pace. He never looked back, leaving Sam to make her own way back to the road. There was around 2 hours before she would need to leave for the meeting with Emma and Rick, so to kill some time, she headed back to Main Street, found a pizza shop, and ordered 2 large. While she waited for her order to finish, she pulled out her cell and phoned Mama for a quick chat. It felt good hearing the woman's voice, and before she could say anything else, asked about the only thought that had been plaguing her mind. "How's Tim? Any word?" She held her breath, waiting for Mama to answer. "Unfortunately, nothing. There's been no change. John went down for a visit earlier today, but didn't stay long." Her voice trailed off, and Sam could sense something more. "Mama? I can see something bothering him," she began, almost whispering, as if fearing someone overhearing the conversation. "Bothering him?" "This FBI agent, Jackson Harper. I think he's—" But her words faded out a second time. "He's what?" Sam asked, prodding the woman. "I don't know. There's just something not quite right about the man. He's been meeting with John every day, and the last I heard, he's pushing to come here." "To the compound?" Sam said in disbelief. "But nobody comes to the compound. Whatever for?" "That's what I'd love to know," she finished. "Ma'am, your order?" The man behind the counter called to Sam. "I gotta go, Mama, but please keep me updated." Mama promised she would, bid her friend farewell, and broke the connection. Sam asked for a large Coke, paid, and took her dinner back to the car. For the moment, all thoughts of the killer she was hunting left her mind. Grace was pleasantly surprised when she saw Sam walk through the door carrying pizzas. Up until that moment, she hadn't realized just how famished she really was, but hearing her stomach grumble the moment she could smell the contents only proved the point. Sam checked the boxes and handed the one containing the plain cheese pizza to Grace. She took it back to the bed, opened it, and snatched the first slice, taking a bite that almost eclipsed the entire piece. Watching her made Sam smile. "Someone's starving," Sam said as she bit into a slice of her own. "Starving," Grace said, a piece of crust flying out from her mouth. She tried to slap at it, missed, and instead clapped the hand over her mouth, giggling. "I'm sorry, that's disgusting," she finally offered. Sam broke out into laughter, half choked on her own bite, and began to cough. Memories of a roadside incident with Tim flashed into her mind, and Grace must have seen the panic in her face. She jumped up from the bed and lunged at Sam, but before she reached her, Sam held her hand up and continued to giggle as the food dislodged. Despite her beet-red cheeks and raspy coughing, the giggle fit returned with more intensity, and Sam had to drop the slice of pizza back into the box to save herself from dropping it. It felt amazing to release some of the tension of the previous few days, and as the girls enjoyed a brief break from formalities, let the moment remain for as long as possible. Sam made a mental note to not speak about work again until the pizzas had all been eaten. As they ate, they talked about everything except work. Sam was intrigued to learn more about Grace, whom she hadn't ever really spoken to about personal things. Despite almost killing her, it felt incredible to see someone she once viewed as a target as one of her very own colleagues. Grace shared intimate details about her journey through childhood, her sister, and how they had lost their mum. She shared the difficulties of dealing with life and how the death of her sister had sent her on a journey she never expected to survive. In return, Sam shared her own journey, having been raised by a single father after the death of her mum. She shared how her father had taken a scared and vulnerable girl and turned her into a capable and lethal weapon. Unsure why, she even spoke more about Harry Lightman and the hold he had had over most of her life, only really coming under her control during that final confrontation with Grace herself. It felt like a genuine bonding session between friends, whom in another life could have passed for something closer. They continued to share their life stories for over an hour before Sam took note of the time and brought Grace up to speed on the conversation she had with Emma and Rick. Not wanting to worry her with unnecessary details, Sam held back on the conversation with Mama, figuring that it wasn't necessary to share something when she didn't know exactly what she was sharing in the first place. Once Grace returned her attention back to Ray Billington, Sam made preparations and left her partner to her surveillance. She hurried back to Mister, climbed in, and took inventory of her feelings. While the opening up with Grace had felt almost holistic in nature, it reminded Sam of what her father had always wanted for her, to be mentally strong enough to accept any challenge. Emma lived on the very outskirts of Ellington Beach, her home a small property compared to her larger neighbors. Her mother bred miniature ponies and had made quite a name for herself in recent years, elevating her stable name amongst some of the industry's finest. She had been raised by her mum for as long as she could remember, with her father fatally wounded during a tour in Afghanistan when she was just 4. Growing up without a dad had sometimes left her unable to cope when confronted by strong-willed people, in particular those seeking to prey on a weaker soul. Sam pulled into the long driveway of the home, peering ahead to see what kind of home lived at the end. With the stars lighting up the night sky above, Sam killed the engine and sat in the car for a brief moment, peering at the modest single-level dwelling that was mostly hidden in the shadows. The blinds had been drawn in every room but one, and Sam could see Emma sitting at a dining table with a laptop open before her. There was a chill in the air as she climbed out of Mister and headed to the door. Halfway there, a dog began to bark somewhere from the other side of a tall fence that flanked the home, and Emma looked up from her screen. A security light sprang on, instantly illuminating Sam, the deck, and half of the driveway. Before Emma had a chance to open the door, Sam heard a second vehicle approaching, turned, and saw a police cruiser slowly making its way towards the home. "Perfect timing," Emma said from behind her, and the girls waited by the open door for the latest arrival to join them. Emma led the two through to the living room and after some very brief pleasantries, began to open up for Sam as Rick sat beside her on the couch. Sam sat in a sofa chair opposite and listened with intrigue. There was a fire crackling in the fireplace, and Sam couldn't help but think of Jim Lawson at that point. "What I'm about to share is probably going to shock you a little," she began. Rick gave her hand a squeeze, willing Emma to continue. "I guess you could call it this town's dirty little secret. I've read somewhere that most small towns carry them in one way or another." There was a brief pause as Emma's cell vibrated and began to flash. Sam looked back at the fire as Emma looked at the incoming text, excusing herself to answer one of her mother's questions. "Wanda is a lot more than just a bully in this town," she finally continued, setting the cell down beside her. "But before I go on, I need to ask you something." "Of course," Sam replied, temporarily caught off guard. "Anything." "You're not just a tumbleweed rolling through town, are you?" Rick shifted uncomfortably in his seat, perhaps uncomfortable with direct questions. "You're in the wrong game if they bother you, kid," she thought to herself, Rick rubbing a finger with the palm of his hand. "Old Mrs. Frost told me some woman had come to check out where the murder took place near her home. That was you." "It was," Sam confessed. "There's just something about you that doesn't fit." "You're right, I'm not. I've been hired by one of the victims' families to find out what happened. Think of me as a kind of private eye type person." "Is that what you are?" Emma asked, for the first time her voice sounding somewhat confident. "Call me a private investigator and you're pretty close," Sam offered, thinking it wasn't that far from the truth. "Now tell me about Wanda." "Wanda runs a kind of brothel with her stepfather. They own a home out near the abandoned truck stop on Wilkinson's Way." "Wait," Sam interjected. You're telling me Sheriff Prince runs a prostitution ring? Not quite. Wanda runs it. The sheriff just ensures nobody messes with it. Anybody speaks up against it, and they have him to answer to. Wanda recruits the girls, runs the books, and takes care of the logistics. Sam sat back, stunned at the revelation. Thoughts peppered her brain as wild visions began to flood her consciousness. She gazed across at Rick, who was himself nodding. It's true. The 3 other deputies are all regular clients. I was offered a spot, but declined. I'm now on their watch list. How long has this been going on? Sam asked, trying to grapple with the information. Maybe 3 years, Emma said. She tried to recruit me, but I refused. With Jill, she succeeded, plus several other girls. Jill was a prostitute? In a way, yes. It's not set up as just a straight-up sex thing. The girls are paid to join the clients for more than just a quick time. They accompany them out of town for weekends away, spend time with them in other cities, almost as if they were married or something. Like escorts? Yeah, I guess so. Emma, why haven't you told anybody about this? She turned to Rick. And you have to tell someone. Emma sat up and jumped to Rick's defense. Tell who? The sheriff is the big fish in this pond, Olivia. We tell anybody, and the second he catches wind of it, we're done. Sam tried to gather her thoughts by pacing around the room a couple of times. The other 2 simply sat and stared. I think better when I'm moving. She did a lap of the room, then paused by the fireplace. Damn, this is huge. Who would have thought? After a moment, Sam returned to the seat and dropped back down. Tell me, do you think they had anything to do with Jill's death? The 2 looked at each other. Honestly, I don't know for sure, Emma finally offered. They had a fight a few days before she died. Who fought? Wanda and Jill. Jill wanted out of this town. She did everything in her power to try and leave, but it was impossible. In the end, she had to choose the local campus for her studies. Everywhere else had knocked her back. She had confronted Wanda about quitting her job with her, but Wanda refused to let her go. She paused, then added, I think that's why she made sure to be put in charge of this year's initiations. Wanda had her strung up, didn't she? Emma looked at Rick and waited for him to continue on. Sam watched as his demeanor immediately changed again, this time to something resembling self-hatred. I didn't want to leave her there, I swear, he began. You were there? Sam asked. Rick nodded. I was there. Wanda wanted to scare her, scare the shit out of her. I think she was trying to force Jill back by making sure she would be too scared to ever leave. What happened? We hung her upside down over a gas burner and swung her back and forth across it. She kept crying and begging to be let go, but Wanda had stuffed a gag in her mouth and refused to listen. Finally, we left, leaving her there in the dark. Did you guys leave the burner on? Was it an accident? No way, Rick said almost immediately. She was alive when we split. The burner was off, she had a hood pulled over her head, and we left her there in the dark. He paused to catch his breath, and Emma reached for one of his hands. Wanda said to leave her hang for a few hours until she could come to her senses. Only it didn't happen like that. Who found her? Sam asked. Bruce, Tanner, and I. Wanda told us to go back in the morning, and he broke off, his hands visibly shaking as the memories of that morning came surging back. It was... Emma slid closer to him and pulled his hand into hers. Tears were rolling down her cheeks, and Sam held off from asking any more. It took almost a good half hour for the pair to get themselves under control, and Sam sat silently watching the fire as Emma made them each a hot cocoa. Just as she served it, Rick stood, went outside to check in via his radio, and remained there while Emma filled Sam in on a few more details. The town is scared, Olivia. Please, call me Liv. And I'm not surprised. Prince needs to get his butt kicked and removed from office. Unfortunately, we can't do anything until we find the person responsible for the murders. We can't let them know we're onto them. No one. Emma nodded, understanding. I will do what I can, but I need you to promise me that no matter what, you'll keep this to yourself. Emma nodded and took a sip from her drink. A log suddenly shifted in the fireplace, sending burning embers upward in a cloud of sparkling fire candy. Rick is one of the good ones, she finally said, taking a quick look out the window as she set the cup down before her. How did he ever end up in that monster's group in the first place? Sam asked. Rick and Bruce Tanner are neighbors and grew up together. They've known each other since birth, pretty much, so hanging out together within the same group came with the territory. From what I can tell, he doesn't want to be around them any more than you do. He doesn't, but small town and all. Rick's dad works down at Tanner's, the trucking depot. His dad's a driver? Sam took a gulp from her own drink, taken by the delicate hint of hazelnut. Emma saw her look down at the cup in delight and offered up her secret. It's a teaspoon of Nutella added with the cocoa powder. No, Rick's dad runs the radio room for the depot. The depot itself is owned by Bruce Tanner's father. Sam finally understood the connection. Everybody knows everybody, huh? Emma nodded. That's the way of small towns. Every action affects someone. Hence why Rick continues to hang with Bruce and whoever that guy chooses to hang with. What about you two, though? Surely other people know about you guys. Guess we just keep secrets better than most. Nope, nobody knows. Not even Bruce. Rick's just really careful. Rick came back into the room and before Emma could continue, broke the news that would send shockwaves throughout the town. There's been another murder, he almost whispered, his voice sounding as if unsure of the news himself. It's Wanda Prince. Chapter 11. After getting as much of the details as possible from Rick, Sam followed his cruiser almost all the way back to town before he peeled off down Junction Lane. Sam continued on back to town alone. She needed to get back to Grace and find out what had been happening during the past couple of hours. To prep her for the new development, Sam phoned ahead before her arrival. Grace went silent the moment she heard the news. Wanda Prince is dead? Rick Lewis just told me. He found out from his dispatcher. Where's Jack Prince now? Wanda paused as she double-checked his location. Sleeping like a baby on his couch. And Ray... She paused again as if checking to make sure her information was up to date. Wait, this is weird, Grace said absently. Sam could hear her clicking buttons and shuffling things around. Sam, he's gone. Gone? Sam asked, dumbstruck. Gone where? This time Grace didn't hesitate. Gone as in gone. He's ditched the tracker on his car and the video feed. Sam, the video is a duplicate. Somehow he's looped the feed. The shock hit her like a ton of bricks. They had failed somehow, beaten by a nobody who'd outsmarted them in the worst way possible. I'll be there in 5. Sam canceled the call, dropped Mr. back a gear, and hammered the gas pedal. The Mustang's tires briefly lost traction, screamed to find purchase again, and when they did, pushed Sam hard into her seat. Climbing the stairs 3 at a time, Sam bounded into the boarding house, not bothering to close the door gently. She could see the television still on in the common living room and figured most people would still be awake. She didn't slow as she rounded the corner and bounded up the final flight of stairs before reaching her room. Grace was waiting inside for her, frantically playing with the settings of the iPad she was using to monitor the feed. She had her phone sitting beside her with Mama talking her through some kind of checks. Sam took one look at her partner, paused to catch her breath, then turned back out the door. She ran to the other end of the hallway and tried the door to Ray Billington's room. It was locked, and for a split second, Sam considered running downstairs to ask Peggy for the spare key. But with time ticking away, she considered her options, took a step back, and let fly with her boot. She connected with the door just next to the handle. The first kick sent a loud boom reverberating down the hall, the second sounding like a tree splintering. The third kick sent the door crashing inwards, with several splinters breaking off and flying into the shadows. Fumbling for the switch, Sam finally found it and thumbed it on, revealing the deserted room of her number one suspect. As she entered the room, Peggy appeared in the doorway, her hair up in a bunch of curling irons.
"Olivia? What's going on?"
Sam didn't bother answering, noting the cleanliness of the room. No, not cleanliness, but complete lack of personality. If Ray Billington had ever lived in that room, he no longer was at that moment. Everything had been emptied of personal possessions. As Sam checked the rest of the room, there wasn't a single sign that Ray had ever been in the room. "Did he say where he was going?" Sam asked Peggy. When the woman didn't answer quickly enough, Sam took a step towards her, grabbed the woman by the shoulders, and repeated the question. "Peggy, did Ray say where he was going?"
No, I didn't know he'd left."
And then, sensing the urgency in Sam's tone, she added,
"Has something happened?"
Sam didn't have time to stay there to answer questions and instead rushed back down the hallway to her own room. Inside, Grace was still trying to locate a live feed, but it wasn't happening. Peggy suddenly appeared in the doorway and stood wide-eyed.
"Who are you people?"
she asked, her tone fearful. "We're just trying to prevent another murder, Peggy. Please, do you have any idea where Ray might have gone?" Sam's attention was suddenly drawn to the window where a vehicle of some sort was making its way towards the house. She thought she recognized the sound of the engine, and when she peered outside, was shocked to see the truck of Ray Billington pulling into the parking lot. "He's here," was all she had time to say before rushing past Peggy and bounding back down the corridor. As she descended the stairs, her cell began to ring, and when she reached the front door, answered Mama's call. "Mama, he's here," she had time to say before the woman on the other end cut her off. But before the words had time to reach Sam's ears, her attention was drawn back to the bottom of the driveway where a second vehicle was approaching, this one moving with a lot more conviction than the first. Ray was just exiting his truck and slowly walking across the parking lot when the second vehicle pulled up. As Sam saw the police cruiser come to a grinding halt in front of Ray's truck, she heard Mama's words repeat themselves. "Sheriff Prince thinks Ray killed his daughter." The next 5 or so seconds felt like 30 to Sam as she watched everything in slow motion. Ray Billington had briefly paused to see who had arrived behind him, then froze as he saw the sheriff jump from his vehicle. Sam had enough time to descend 4 of the 12 steps before Prince had jumped from his own truck, drew his pistol, and took aim at the lone man standing in the parking lot. The first bullet was sprayed wide, with Ray shrieking from the surprising boom of the pistol. His arms partially rose in defense as he was caught completely off guard.
"You killed my girl!"
Prince screamed as he squeezed off a second round, this one finding its target. It struck Billington in the chest, maybe an inch or two above his right nipple. The wounded man barely moved as it hit him, with Sam seeing nothing more than a slight puff on the man's shirt. It looked as if someone had thrown a small gobstopper at him, the fabric rippling outward from the impact. The blood began to trickle almost immediately, and Ray's eyes went from the wound back up to his attacker. His eyes grew wider as the officer took aim a third time, squeezed the trigger, and sent yet another bullet towards his target. Just before it hit, Ray appeared to duck a little, but speed was never going to be on his side. The bullet ripped the top of his left ear off in a cloud of blood-filled vapor. The wounded man's face shrank away from the cloud of gore that his own head had birthed, and before he could be shot again, simply dropped to the ground. Sam continued moving, taking a quick look at her feet to regain her composure. She was planning to sprint at the armed shooter and throw herself at him, but before she reached the bottom of the steps, something came flying from behind the sheriff, grabbed him around the middle, and brought him to the ground. The pistol he'd been holding just a second before was sent flying from the impact. As Sam reached the mass of arms and legs, she could make out two faces, one scrunched up into a crinkled mess of snot and spit. Lying on top of the sheriff was Rick, doing his best to restrain the man considered the most powerful in Ellington Beach. Sam bent down and picked up the pistol, pocketed it, then ran to where Ray Billington was lying in the dirt. He was bleeding profusely from his chest wound, and she took off her jumper to use as a bandage. "Call 911," she shouted to no one in particular, while Ray was looking up at her, a mixture of fear and confusion in his eyes. He tried to speak, but Sam couldn't make out the words as she did her best to try and stem the flow of blood. Behind them, Prince continued to scream for the man's death. Grace finally reached the wounded man and tried to calm Ray down as his illegible words continued to grow in desperation and intensity. He was scared, and from what they could make out, unsure of why he'd been shot. Peggy was standing on top of the front stairs, screaming into her hands as she saw the pool of blood continuing to grow beneath the fallen body. A third police cruiser pulled into the parking lot. This one lit up like a Christmas tree, and it took mere seconds for two more officers to come to Rick's aid. As Sam continued to try to save the life of a man she considered a killer, a crowd of onlookers continued to build. Before long, there was a wall of people standing scattered around the lot, with most holding some sort of recording device up, keen to garner plenty of clicks and likes on social media. By the time the paramedics finally arrived, Ray Billington had lost consciousness, while two of the deputies began to force the crowd away from the crime scene. Sheriff Prince had been cuffed and seated inside one of the cruisers, while the medical staff went to work on his victim. As they were loading Ray into the back of the ambulance, Father Thomas showed up, insisted on going with the wounded man, and helped load him on board. It wasn't until the ambulance finally pulled out of the home's parking lot that anybody began to breathe again. Despite being a touch-and-go night for Ray Billington, the medical team managed to stabilize him and by the next morning had given him a promising 30% chance of making a full recovery. The bullet had done significant damage to his insides, and it took them more than 5 hours to treat a collapsed lung, shattered ribs, plus massive internal bleeding. On the other hand, Jack Prince was taken back to the station and subsequently released. His two deputies backed up his story that he was attempting to apprehend the man responsible for the death of his daughter. The man resisted and drew a weapon, at which point the experienced officer drew his service pistol and fired off a number of shots in an attempt to ward off the attack and take down the suspect. Rick Lewis was found to have acted irrationally by taking the officer down and was fired from the job. He was himself facing a number of charges relating to other matters which were pending further investigation. These included drug trafficking and removing evidence from the scene of a crime. Wanda Prince's death shocked the community in numerous ways. While some were shocked by the sheer brutality of the killing itself, others were horrified by the complete surprise of the event itself. Not everybody was sad about her death, particularly those that had suffered at the hands of the bully. It was Mama that had sent the police report through. Sam read it as she sat by the lake the following morning, taking the moment to gather her thoughts and try to refocus her attention on the case at hand. Hearing the whole Emma thing had somehow shifted her attention away from her real purpose in the town. She thumbed the screen of her iPad back and forth as the depravity of the crime played out before her, the words not easy to read. Sam took a look around her to make sure nobody could see what she was reading, and only when she was completely sure of privacy did she read the report in its entirety. The killer had taken Wanda from behind her home by simply walking into the backyard where she had been sunning herself by the pool and rendering her unconscious. After dragging her body back to his car, the killer had stuffed her into the trunk and driven to a nearby factory. Camera footage from the home showed the events unfold. but due to the perpetrator wearing a hooded jumper, no positive ID could be made. Because the prince's house was located in one of Ellington Beach's more affluent areas, the homes were fairly spaced out, built on much larger than average house blocks. Some homes were more than a couple of 100 yards from neighbors, giving the killer plenty of privacy. The building where Wanda would eventually be found in was an old warehouse that had been used to store truck parts. It belonged to the Tanners Group, located right next door to a small factory that built heavy haulage trailers. It appeared as if the killer had been planning the murder for quite some time, given the outlandish apparatus he had constructed. It was a clear polypropylene tub that formed the base of the torture device, the killer plastic welding them into a container that was around 6 feet by 6 feet. It stood 5 feet high, and inside he had fitted a standard exercise bike which had been modified with several sections encased in the polypropylene. 3 pipes were fitted to different areas of the tub, with one coming from the left, another from the right, and a third from the bottom. With the apparatus ready to function, he had placed the unconscious victim into the tub, cable-tied her wrists to the handlebars, and woke her with smelling salts, the small jar left sitting on a nearby stool. With Wanda awake, he would have run through the instructions with her, giving the woman a fighting chance. Running from a fire hydrant into the tub was a pipe which would deliver a steady stream of water. Before Wanda sat a gas cylinder filled with hydrogen fluoride. Beneath the bike was a drain, the third pipe fitted with a revolving bladder. It was the perfect motivational piece of equipment, and it gave the killer plenty of time to watch his victims suffer. The idea was simple. The tub was filled with water, and then the gas cylinder was opened just enough to allow a trickle of the gas into the tub. When the hydrogen fluoride hit the water, it converted into hydrofluoric acid and would heat the liquid in the tub up, slowly cooking the victim as the water turned more and more acidic. But by simply riding the bike, a revolving bladder that had been fitted to both the drain as well as the water inlet pipe would allow more and more water in, effectively diluting the acid in the tub. As long as the rider maintained a steady speed, she could remain unharmed throughout the ordeal, or at least until the gas ran out. Wanda sat in the water up to her neck and would have been pedaling almost immediately, but long-distance bike riding takes stamina and endurance, 2 qualities that this girl was lacking. While nobody knows exactly how long it took for the girl to die, the coroner believed she may have lasted as long as an hour, possibly 2. But as her pedaling decreased, the acidity of the liquid around her increased, and with it, the heat. Whoever was with her watched as she struggled against the current, never standing a chance against the odds stacked against her. The acid soon turned lethal as the girl struggled to continue turning the pedals. With her strength fading and the heat turned up, death would have come quickly once she stopped altogether. By the time the security officer arrived to conduct his first round of the premises for the evening, it was the smell that brought him inside. There was only one place where a person could obtain hydrogen fluoride in all of Ellington Beach, and that was from the town's high school department. It took the deputies less than an hour to trace the gas bottle back to its point of origin, and when they met with the school's principal to ascertain who had signed for the gas supply, one signature was found: Ray Billington. It took one phone call from Deputy Pedro Garcia to Sheriff Prince for the fireworks to start. The sheriff didn't hesitate, knowing full well where he'd find the man who had killed his child. After telling Pedro to meet him at Peggy's, he jumped in his truck and raced across town. Sam finished reading the report, then followed it up by viewing the footage from the home. While the video was grainy at best, she did believe that the person she watched trudging out by the pool could have been Billington. Judging from other nearby factors, he appeared to be the right height, weight, and proportions to the man. Wanda was lounging by the pool, laying back on a sun lounge, wearing a skimpy bikini and some oversized sunglasses. As Sam watched the scene unfold, she wondered whether Wanda ever thought that the bikini she put on that afternoon would be the final one she'd ever wear in her life. The killer pulled something from his pocket and held it over the girl's nose and mouth until she stopped struggling, then hoisted her over his shoulder and made his way back around to where the stolen car was waiting. Despite trying her best to follow the vehicle through adjacent cameras, there were too many gaps along the road, and Mama soon lost track of it completely. But what had really sealed the deal for the authorities about the identity of the killer was a piece of gum that had been pushed up under the seat the killer had sat on as he watched Wanda die. The distinctive smell meant it could only be a single brand, one that Ray Billington had been addicted to since grade school: Juicy Fruit. While simply tying the brand of chewing gum to the killer because of location wasn't enough, the sample had been sent off for DNA testing, but that took time. Most knew that Ray was one of the few people who carried a pack in his pocket religiously. For the police, it was a signature from the man himself. Sam continued flicking through several more pages that Mama had sent through, but for the most part had taken in all she needed. Despite reading the police report and seeing the evidence against the man, including the footage she was almost sure of showing him kidnapping Wanda, Sam wasn't sure he was guilty. What she kept coming back to was the look of confusion in the man's eyes as he lay bleeding out before her. It wasn't just fear on his face. Yes, the fear looked as if he thought he had but seconds left in this world, but that was to be expected. He'd been shot in the head and chest, his ear was missing, and the man calling for his execution was lying less than 20 feet from him, still screaming for more blood. No, what Sam saw in his expression was genuine confusion about not only what had just happened, but also the reason why it happened. He didn't know why Jack Prince tried to blow his head off. In every execution she had taken part in, Sam had always been able to see a person's guilt in their eyes before she ended them. Sometimes it was hidden behind the other final expressions, such as fear, anger, loss, and shame. But a person's eyes cannot lie, themselves a direct connection to the soul. Sam decided that the only way she could settle her mind enough to refocus her attention elsewhere was to see Ray Billington personally. She wasn't sure if he regained consciousness after his ordeal, but it was worth taking a trip to the hospital. If nothing else, she could confirm that he at least remained under the care of the nurses, meaning there was one less suspect on the loose. After sending Grace a text with her intentions, she chose to walk to the hospital instead of driving. That was one of the benefits of living in a small town, where everything practically sat at one's doorstep. All she needed was to walk down Main, take a right into Brighton Way, a quick left at Hemmingford, and another right at Jackson. With the sun making for a gorgeous fall morning, Sam took her time as she set off, strolling along the water's edge for as far as she could until Main began to peel away slightly. On the corner of Main and Brighton, she spotted Father Thomas on the opposite corner, deep in conversation with a man and woman. She was ready to wave, but his attention remained focused on the couple. Sam continued on, crossed the street just before Hemmingford, and slowly skirted the edge of the road, another benefit of a small town, with far less traffic than the city. As she walked, Sam kept thinking about Tim, still laid up in a hospital bed. The thought that kept returning to her was the one she feared the most, that he would never wake up again, remaining unconscious for the rest of his life. It scared her more than him dying, with the latter at least giving everyone, including Tim, some closure. She was still deep in thought as a shadow suddenly came up behind her, and before she had a chance to react, was shoved hard enough to lose her footing. She stumbled forward and fell to the ground as her legs tangled. The loose gravel bit into the palms of her hand as Sam tried to cushion her fall.
"Bitch!"
Someone above her snarled, and when she tried to look, was temporarily blinded by the sun sitting just beside her attacker's face. Without warning, something blunt slammed into her stomach, robbing her of precious air, and she started gulping for it, desperate to fill her lungs again. She tried to rise up onto her hands and knees, the stinging in her palms feeling like needles sticking into her.
This is your fault. She should have never been home.
Pain exploded on the side of her head as the attacker laid another boot into her, connecting with her ear. This time, Sam went with the momentum, rolled over and away, and spun herself back onto her feet. She could feel a trickle of blood running from her ear as it too began to throb. Before her stood Bruce Tanner. As Sam stood to face him, he wobbled on his feet, the stink of alcohol strong. While his eyes looked raw from crying, they were also bloodshot, and Sam could see the pain and anger in them.
It's your fault she's dead,
he cried again. He took a step forward, but rather than engage with him, Sam took a step back. This isn't helping anyone, Bruce, she tried, holding her hands up as if he was robbing her. We need to find out who did it. All the fight left him then as his sobbing resumed. He took a step back, hung his head, and let the tears flow.
I loved her,
he whispered.
I loved her.
He took a step back towards the edge of the road and dropped down onto the grass. Hanging his head down into his hands, he jammed his elbows into his knees and continued sobbing. Sam dropped her own hands and carefully went and sat down beside him, the throbbing in her ribs really biting as she bent down to sit. She still maintained enough distance in case of a second attack, but didn't want to make it obvious. This is what whoever did this wants. They want you to fight amongst yourselves. That keeps your attention off them. He didn't bother looking up as he answered.
How the fuck would you know? You didn't even know her.
I know you have a great community here, a great town to call home. He looked up at that, took a peek to the left and right, and began to laugh.
You think this is a great town? This pisshole's the last place on earth I want to live in.
He didn't bother adding anything further, simply stood and staggered back down the street. Sam watched him go, a scared and angry boy who had tried to drink away his fear. She wiped the blood from her ear and continued on her way. I'm sorry, miss, but Mr. Billington can't have visitors as yet. Doctor's orders. The nurse tried her best to sound sincere, but Sam could tell that there was more to it than that. Ray's room was 3 doors from the nurse's station, and a deputy Sam didn't recognize was sitting by the door reading a newspaper. It wasn't just because of his injuries that the patient couldn't have visitors. Not bothering to argue with the nurse, Sam headed back towards the hospital entrance and returned into the sunshine. Her ribs were still hurting, and she wondered whether she should take advantage while being at the hospital. But before she could turn back and pursue that train of thought, her cell rang. Hi, Grace, she said, answering as jovial as she could force.
We have visitors here. Can you come back?
Visitors? At the house? Who? The walk back to the car reminded Sam why you should always think ahead whenever in the middle of an investigation. Time could sometimes be in short supply, and when urgency needed a ride, you should keep one close. Initially trying to run some of the way, the pain in her ribs fired up again, and she was sure Bruce Tanner had either cracked or broken one. After several attempts, she decided that a brisk walk would be all that she could muster and continued on. It took almost 20 minutes to get back to her car, and she shook her head as she pulled Mister out of the beach parking lot. The drive back to the house would take all of 2 minutes, and she swore that for the rest of her time in Ellington Beach, she would keep her car close. But the one thought that kept plaguing her mind was the couple waiting for her back at the boarding house, a couple she knew would be invaluable in the forthcoming push to track a killer. Chapter 12. As Sam pulled into the parking lot of Peggy's, she spotted Grace sitting out by the large elm that took up the majority of the side yard. A number of deck chairs had been set up to give guests and tenants somewhere quiet to sit and enjoy the outdoors, and sitting in 2 of the others were Emma and Rick. She parked Mister closest to where they were sitting and went to join them. As she approached the group, she saw the grin on Rick's face.
That's a hell of a ride,
he gushed, still looking past her towards the Mustang. My baby, she offered, feeling the pride of someone else appreciating her love. Sam opted to drop down into the grass and sat cross-legged with her back to the tree. While Rick's smile had been genuine, it was also brief, and now the concern flooded back as he sat forward on his chair. Emma offered Sam a weak smile, but it disappeared as fast as her friends. Hey guys, what brings you out here? Sam asked. Emma looked at Rick with the same fear she had had the previous night, and Grace spoke first.
These two might have some fresh information for us.
Sam looked from Grace back to Emma, her hopes rising just a touch. She was about to say so, but Grace interjected.
What happened to you?
She asked, leaning forward to get a better look at the side of Sam's face.
You've got blood on your ear.
Sam raised her eyebrows and shook her head in disgust. Bruce Tanner decided to jump me. Rick sat up in surprise.
Bruce attacked you?
Well, yes and no. Let's just say he got the jump on me from behind.
Are you okay?
Grace asked, concerned. She stood a little, leaned in closer, and took a proper look.
He got you good,
she finally said, sitting back down. Sam patted the side of her chest and smiled. Maybe a little better than he hoped for. I think he cracked a rib. She turned back to their guests and shrugged off her own injuries, wanting to focus on the more important stuff at hand. She looked at Rick to start talking, and he took the hint.
I overheard Wanda and Sheriff Prince arguing yesterday afternoon, right after the confrontation at the beach.
Overheard what? Sam asked. Rick continued.
After that run-in with you at the beach, Wanda wanted to go to Wilma's, but before she went, she asked if I could give her a ride to the station. The others were to meet us at the cafe, and I agreed. I waited in the car while she went in, but after a few minutes, decided to go in to use the bathroom. There was nobody else there, and Sheriff Prince and Wanda were in his office.
He paused briefly, perhaps to remind himself of what he heard. The others sat and waited.
They were arguing. Wanda was so angry, almost screaming at him.
What were they fighting about? Sam asked.
Wanda kept yelling that she didn't care who knew about them. She was sick of all the hiding and sneakiness. She screamed that she would kill anyone that came between them. Jack Prince was having a relationship with his stepdaughter.
Grace whispered, and both Rick and Emma nodded. Sam looked at Grace, and both women knew what the implications would mean for the sheriff. If she outed him, he would end up behind bars, Sam added.
That's what he said to her, but Wanda only laughed at him.
Laughed? Grace asked.
She began to mock him, saying that she owned him. You know how she gets, all full of herself. The sheriff went all quiet, as if really afraid of her. Wanda could be as mean as anybody I'd ever met. Deep down, she was evil.
Do you think he killed her himself? Sam finally asked. It was Grace that answered first. If he did, he certainly came up with the method pretty quick. That device she had to ride? Girl, that took time to build. Sam suddenly sat forward, rose to her feet, and walked slowly to and fro. She began to nibble at her fingernail, as if in deep thought. Sam? Grace asked. The girl didn't answer, lost in thought.
Sam?
Grace repeated with more conviction. Sam turned and looked at her, a faint grin forming. You have something? Grace finished. What if he did, but didn't? Sam finally offered. The other three simply stared at her, confused by the question. What if he did kill her, but not directly?
You mean he had someone else do it?
Sam nodded. What if it was Ray that killed her, only Prince put him up to it? It was Grace that added the final piece of the puzzle, offering a sliver of insight. Assassinate the assassin. Sam nodded. Exactly. Ray had a look in his eyes that screamed confusion when the sheriff shot him. I thought it was because he had no idea why. But what if the shooting itself was what took him by surprise?
If the sheriff put Ray up to murdering Wanda, then he would want the only witness dead as well,
Rick said, leaning forward with his hands pressed together. You think they worked together? Emma asked, finally joining the conversation. It was Grace that came up with something that only added fuel to the fire, pulling the iPad out from her lap.
Maybe that's what this was about,
she said, awakening the screen, swiping left and right for a few seconds, then holding it up for the others to see. The screen was split in two, with each side showing an overhead map of Ellington Beach in the center. There was a flashing dot on each side at different locations. While one was west of the town, the other was to the north. What are we seeing here? Sam asked.
Watch,
Grace said, pointing. They all did, following each of the dots floating along the faint lines of the roads. After a few seconds, Grace increased the playback speed, turning each dot into a virtual racer. After almost 30 seconds of following the pair, they finally converged at a point near the old water wheel, the place where Tracy Andrews was murdered. Is that Ray and Jack Prince? Sam finally asked quietly. Grace nodded.
I couldn't reload the video from that day, but the trackers worked fine. Whatever else they did, they met up at one of the murder locations. He got Ray to kill her,
Rick whispered in disbelief.
Looks like it,
Grace added. But we have no proof. That doesn't count. We don't even know if it was the sheriff that was driving that car. Could have been anybody, Emma said, sounding like the voice of reasoning.
How do we play this out?
Rick asked.
We have to confront him. A confession is the only way, but I doubt very much whether old Jack Prince is the confessing kind of guy.
Grace shot a look at Sam, knowing her partner wasn't a confession kind of girl. All she needed was proof to make her decision, with death the only real outcome. She just happened to be the exception. We have to talk to him, Emma said. Sam stood up again. We have to talk to someone, but maybe Jack Prince isn't the only option. What do you mean? Emma asked. We could also talk to Ray. Ray is still unconscious, and he's guarded round the clock. There's no way the deputy will let you anywhere near him. Sam turned to look at Rick. Maybe not, but Rick here might be able to help us. The kid looked confused.
Help? How?
The same way most investigations go down, by playing the game. Pedro Garcia loved his job. There was something special about putting on a deputy's uniform, and in the 6 years that he'd been in the role, he could never decide which part of the job he loved more. First, of course, there was the way people looked at him. Since the very first day he put on the uniform, the way people looked at him was one of fear and respect. People would cross the street as he approached, turned into the world's best drivers when he pulled up behind them, and would always exercise caution whenever he was near. Put simply, he scared the shit out of people with his sheer presence. The second part was just as great. The women. They just loved a man in uniform, and it had been one of the best ways to get his knob played with. They seemed to fall over themselves to be with him, whether for a few minutes, an hour, or even a weekend away when he could manage to convince his wife he had a trip planned with the boys. His only regret had been to marry before he had the job. Deputy Garcia had no qualms about offering the females a way out of paying for tickets. Just a quick park out behind the old train station for a rub and tug, and they were good to go. But where things really paid off was with the candy bar the sheriff's kid had set up, an illegal brothel that he and his buddies could visit whenever they wanted. And the best part was, they didn't have to pay, a kind of friend-of-a-friend favor he received for being in uniform. He and the others would spend hours down there, getting with the bitches and letting them treat him like a king. As he sat in front of Ray Billington's hospital room, he kept eyeing off the nurse sitting in the station. From where he was sitting, he could just make out the tops of her legs, and he swore he'd spotted a garter belt. Were nurses allowed to wear sexy lingerie? He wondered, unable to focus on the words in the book he was pretending to read. He'd heard that some chicks liked the academic type, and he figured it was worth a shot. His cell vibrated in his pocket, and when he checked the name, frowned when Melanie's popped up.
Always fucking hounding me,
he muttered under his breath as he flicked the screen and opened the message. Don't forget the milk, it read, and he cursed for a second time as he sent a simple one-word reply. Sure. He clicked the lock button and slid the cell back into his pocket. He looked across towards the nurse's station and found that the hot blonde had disappeared.
Fuck's sake,
he snarled under his breath. Watching that bitch walking away had been the highlight of his day, almost drooling as he pictured the tight buns hiding beneath the skimpy fabric. How he longed to reach up under that skirt and really explore the nurse's station. He chuckled at his own joke and picked up the book again. As he flicked through the pages, unsure of where he'd been pretending to read, his cell vibrated a second time and he sighed. Why did that bitch always have to have the last word? No doubt it would be some lame thank you or other half-assed comment. But when he flicked the screen to life again, it wasn't Melanie that had texted him, but rather someone he wasn't expecting to hear from, not in this lifetime anyway. It was the young kid, the one Jack had fired the previous night. The dumb fuckstick had dared arrest the boss, and instead he'd been booted out for it. Pedro opened the message, and the more he read the words Rick had sent him, the more his jaw dropped, eventually hanging low enough to be resting on his chest. The candy bar has cameras. Footage is going public. The words drilled into him like a sledgehammer. Someone had footage of him at the illegal brothel, and they were going to share it. He panicked, sat up, and dropped the book. By then, the nurse had returned, and she looked over as the book hit the tiled floor. Everything all right? She asked, and rather than take advantage of the opportunity to finally talk to her, Pedro simply waved at her dismissively. Thoughts ran wildly through his mind as he considered his future. The panic set in immediately, and he knew that it would be every man for himself. While Jack Prince may have held the power to protect him at one point, he no longer could. They would all be outed, every last one of them, outed and fired, possibly even jailed. He looked down at the screen again, as if to confirm the words were really there. They were, and Pedro considered his options. He could run. No, he couldn't. Melanie and the kids needed him. He could deny everything. Yes, that was it. Just remain strong and deny everything. What was the line he saw in an old movie once? Plausible deniability. He wasn't sure what that had meant at the time, but now he did. That's all he needed. Plausible deniability. His cell suddenly rang, and when he looked down, saw Rick's name flashing on his screen. He stared at it for a second, wondering whether he should answer. Perhaps the prick was going to record him as well, just for extra ammunition. 3 rings, 4 rings. Pedro knew that at 6 rings the call would divert to his answering service. He felt the 5th ring vibrate in his hand, flicked the answer button, and slowly held the phone to his ear.
What do you want?
He whispered apprehensively.
Meet me in the parking lot,
Rick said, and before Pedro had a chance to answer, the caller killed the connection. Pedro pulled the cell away from his ear and just stared at the blank screen with panic continuing to build inside him. He knew, from that moment on, someone else was calling the shots on his future. Sam stood in the hallway of the hospital wing as the deputy answered his cell. She had managed to gain entry into the building undetected, courtesy of an open window in a downstairs maintenance locker. The room was tight, but the window gave her just enough space to squeeze through. Once inside, she found a pair of overalls, and although they turned out to be a number of sizes too large, she made it work with a couple of rubber bands, folded-up sleeves, and a pair of galoshes. Once dressed in her deceptive outfit, she admired her new look, added a baseball cap, and grabbed a broom. The ward that Ray had been housed in sat on the 2nd floor of the hospital, sitting away from the main ones to ensure privacy. This also meant that as well as having minimum foot traffic from visitors, there were also very limited staff. As her cleaning ruse continued in the approaching hallway, Sam could see the deputies sitting beside Ray's room while a nurse manned the station. Thankfully, it wasn't the one she had talked to earlier. A second nurse would come and go intermittently, but she didn't appear to take any notice of the new janitor. Sam had a set of earphones in, but they were simply to add to the deception. She had found that most people avoided speaking to someone wearing headphones for fear of being ignored, and Sam was counting on that with the hospital staff. She heard Pedro answer the call and watched as he spoke a single line before lowering the cell again. He remained sitting in his seat, simply staring at the screen of the device, and Sam knew what would be going through his mind. The piece of shit would be swallowing rusty nails at that moment, the fear of being caught greater than anything else he'd ever experienced. Cops like that always feared getting caught when confronted with evidence of their illegal practices. When the officer slid the cell back into his pocket and simply stared into space, it didn't look as if he was going to move at all. Perhaps he didn't believe what Rick had told him and considered himself untouchable. Sam continued to sweep, working her way up the corridor and closer to where she needed to be. It was almost 5 minutes before the deputy finally sat forward, looked left and right, and rose to his feet. He stood in place for a few more seconds, then slowly made his way to the nurse's station. By now, Sam was close enough to hear what he said.
Just going to the John.
The nurse looked up, smiled, and nodded, although Sam detected a hint of apprehension from her, perhaps aware that each time she had walked away from her station, the good officer had made it his mission to watch her ass with vested interest. Once the officer disappeared through the far door, Sam continued to work her way towards the station. The nurse eyed her briefly, but didn't take notice, returning to her own work. After grabbing the small wastepaper basket and emptying it into the larger trash can in the hallway, Sam worked her way to the room where Ray was. Just as she reached the door, the nurse stood and began to come around the side of the station. For a brief second, their eyes met, and Sam was sure the nurse was going to ask her to leave the patient's room. But instead, she simply smiled at Sam and turned to take care of pressing matters in another part of the ward. Once she was gone, Sam didn't waste another moment. With the sun slowly setting outside, Ray's room was unusually dark as Sam carefully crept inside. She took a final look up the hallway to ensure she had a few moments alone, then closed the door completely. The bed was sitting against one wall, with an array of tubes and wires hanging from both sides. The man lying in the middle of the tangle appeared unconscious, although she couldn't imagine anyone sleeping with the constant beeping. Looking at Ray from where she stood by the door, images of Tim flooded her mind, thinking back to the first time she was allowed in to see him. She leaned the broom next to the door and made her way over to the bed. Ray had an oxygen tube sitting beneath his nostrils, a blanket covering his legs, and little else for comfort. The bandage around his head looked lopsided, turned in favor of the side where his ear had once lived. His chest was bare, save for the bandage wrapped around his upper body, no doubt doing its best to keep the hole in his chest cavity closed to the outside air. His heartbeat sounded normal, and when Sam checked the monitor, watched the small virtual blip cruise across the screen, jumping with each beep that signaled his beating heart. The numbers skimmed between 74 and 77, and she figured that was a good sign. "Ray," she whispered, hoping for the man to simply be resting his eyes. He didn't move, nothing to show that he had heard. "Ray," she repeated, this time with a little more conviction. Still nothing. Sam turned and walked to the curtained window and carefully pulled one side just enough to take a peek outside. She could see Rick's wagon out in the parking lot with 2 men sitting in the front seats. So far, so good. As long as Rick kept the honorable deputy engaged outside, she might get away with questioning the patient. If only he would wake up. She let go of the curtain and returned to a spot between Ray and one of the monitors, trying again to wake the man from his sleep. "Ray," she whispered, this time touching his hand. When he still didn't move, she gave his fingers a slight shake. This time it wasn't the man that responded, but the monitor, the beeping increasing instantly. Sam saw the number jump into the mid-80s before slowly returning to its previous range. "Ray, wake up," she said, speaking with a tone of urgency. The man first cringed, then pulled his hand up and away, as if trying to stretch. He soon changed his mind as the bullet wound no doubt bit back. He blinked once, twice, and then tried to focus on the voice. When he couldn't, he blinked again 3 or 4 times in rapid succession. "Ray, I need to talk to you." The man opened his eyes and stared out towards her. His lips parted just slightly, and when she spotted a jug of water beside the bed, poured some into a small cup. Sam let Ray take a few sips before trying again, hoping to give him time to fully wake up. Finally, he began to respond.
"Who is that?"
His voice sounded feeble and weak, a far cry from the confident man she had met a few days before. "It's Olivia Hunter, from Peggy's."
"Olivia? What are you doing here?"
"Trying to find out what the hell is going on." He closed his eyes, and for a moment Sam thought she'd lost him again. But he took in a slow, deep breath, wincing at the pain it brought, then sighed some.
"Motherfucker shot me, that's what happened."
"I know, I was there, remember? But why?"
"Beats the hell out of me."
"He thinks you killed Wanda." Hearing the words, Ray's eyes shot open again, this time trying to focus on hers. The fear returned to his face, but Sam noted that it didn't look the same.
"Wanda's dead?"
He tried to sit up, winced again, and relaxed.
"No one has told me shit."
"Why would the sheriff come after you in the first place? Surely you know something."
"All I know is that someone is doing their best to set me up."
Sam pulled back a little. "Set you up how?"
"Set me up as make it look like I had something to do with the recent murders."
"Did you?" Sam asked, cutting through the chase. His reply was immediate.
"No."
"Then why you?"
"All I know is that I messed up with Heather, and the next thing she's dead. I get arrested, and the cops question me for hours, asking me for alibis for not just Heather's murder, but all the rest."
"And do you have them?"
"Not all, no. The night Heather died, I was out walking, just trying to clear my head, you know?"
He paused, and Sam could see the struggle of the subject.
"I should have been home with her, protecting her."
"Can you think of anyone that would want to hurt her? Or the others?" He looked up at her, the grief in his eyes raw with emotion.
"I loved her, just like I loved Marina. My only crime is that I loved 2 women at the same time. Only things with Heather had turned sour in recent months. She stopped loving me. I met someone else, but she refused to let me go."
A tear escaped one of his eyes, and he flicked it off as if swatting a fly. "Some think you murdered Marina as well," she half whispered, unsure why.
"I know. But the investigation cleared me back then, and it should clear me now. I did nothing wrong."
Sam turned for the door, unsure of what else to ask. She thought by waking him up and hearing him speak, she could work out whether he was truly guilty, but after listening to him, wasn't sure of anything anymore. "Why did you meet with him?" she asked just before reaching the door. When he didn't answer, she turned back to look at him. "Ray?"
"Huh?"
he said, not hearing her the first time. "I said, why did you meet with him?"
"Meet who?"
"The sheriff," she said, almost asking him to remember. "Out where Tracy Andrews was murdered." He looked at her, tilted his head a little as if unable to comprehend her words.
"When did I meet Jack Prince?"
"Yesterday. You drove out to the place in your truck."
"Yesterday? I dropped my truck off to the church for Tommy to borrow. His car was in the shop, and he asked to borrow mine. I'd only just picked it up before coming home."
Sam froze, staring at the man in the bed. She was about to walk back over to him when the door suddenly opened. "You shouldn't be in here," the nurse said, and a second later Pedro Garcia came up behind her. Sam apologized, grabbed the broom, and walked past the two as the nurse eyed her suspiciously. Pedro walked into the room and checked on the patient. As Sam reached the stairwell, the nurse called out, but Sam had no intention of complying. She made a dash for the cleaning locker, locked the door behind her, and flew through the open window. The frame scraped the side of her arm during the exit, but with no time to stop and worry about it, she raced on to where Rick was waiting. He fired the car up without hesitation, and a moment later, they'd made their escape. Chapter 13. Night had fallen well and truly by the time Rick and Sam returned to Peggy's. Grace and Emma were waiting patiently in the room, and as soon as they entered, the waiting crew bombarded the new arrivals with questions. Unable to hold in her discovery, Sam filled the others in. "That wasn't Ray who went and met with Prince," she began, and Grace's curiosity spilled over. "Wasn't Ray? Who was it then?" "Ray loaned his truck to Father Thomas, and unless he loaned it to someone else, it was him." "The priest? But why?" "I don't know, but my best guess is that he wasn't looking to provide confession time." "But where was Ray? Did he kill Wanda or not?" Grace asked. "I didn't have time to ask. The nurse and the deputy came back and found me. I barely got out of there." "What if it was Jack Prince this entire time and he's been trying to pin the murders on Ray?" Grace continued. "Makes sense as to why he'd come after him so fast and so deadly. Highlight the fact in front of enough witnesses with no alibi and a history of suspicion and previous murders. Easier to silence him with a nice, clean ending," Rick added. Sam grew as silent as Emma, walking to the window and gazing out into the night. "Olivia?" Grace asked, sensing a moment. "If you're right, then Ray isn't out of danger yet. He didn't know Wanda was dead. They've got him isolated and alone in that hospital room." Rick stood. "That means he's a sitting duck." "Possibly," Sam began. She turned back to the group. "We need eyes on the sheriff and Ray. I can't go back to the hospital. They'll recognize me in a second. Emma and I will take Ray. You take Rick and watch Prince," Grace said, rising to her feet, and then as an afterthought pulled out a small packet from her pocket. "And how about we use these from now on? Seems a waste not to." She upended the small package and 2 earpieces fell into her palm. She held one out to Sam, who slipped it in without a second thought. "Forgot about those," she muttered, almost embarrassed at not using them earlier. Grace and Emma headed back to the hospital and found a quiet place to park near the far corner of the parking lot. There weren't many other cars around, and those that were had congregated closest to the hospital entrance. From where they were sitting, the entire side of the building was visible. Once Grace killed the engine and undid her seatbelt, Emma grabbed the door handle and went to climb out. When she saw Grace not following, she paused. "We going in?" Emma asked, puzzled by Grace remaining in her seat. "No need to, kid," she whispered and reached into the back seat. She pulled a bag into her lap, ripped the zipper, and reached inside. After fumbling around for a few seconds, she pulled out a small dark case and threw the bag back into the rear. "What's that?" Emma asked. "Aren't we going to go and see if he's okay?" "Why go inside when you can see everything from out here?" Grace unzipped the case and lifted out a small rectangular box with binocular-type round eyepieces on one end. She flicked a button on top and a small light started to flash between the eyepieces. A moment later it stopped, faded out, and Grace lifted it to her face. She moved the front of the box back and forth, searching for something in the building before her. "Want to see?" she finally asked and held the piece out to Emma. The girl saw a myriad of colors, each a mixture of yellows, oranges, and reds. There were a few green splotches, the occasional blue, but they looked flat and uninteresting. "Is this like a heat signature thing?" Emma asked, handing it back to Grace. She laughed a little as she took it back. "Yeah, something like that." They could make out quite a few people in the hospital, but the good thing about where Ray was located was that there were only 5 people in the entire ward, and 2 of them were patients. Ray was easy to pick up because he was the only one with an armed guard sitting out the front of his door. Once Grace had a fix on the man, she lifted 2 small arms from the side of the device and held it to her face, effectively wearing it like a cross between sunglasses and a VR helmet. For them, their stakeout had begun. Sam and Rick drove out to the home of Jack Prince and parked a couple of 100 yards from his front gate. There was a vacant block on the opposite side of the road to his, and Sam figured it would be a good place to stop and gather their thoughts. "Do you think they're working together?" Rick asked as they parked the car behind a clump of bushes. "I think your old boss knows a lot more about these murders than he's letting on." And feeling the need to emphasize the point, she added, "A lot more." But his own daughter. Sam hopped out of the car, closed the door, and looked at Rick across the roof as she slipped the earpiece in. She wasn't his daughter. She was something to him, all right, but definitely not his child. They began to walk, the night darker than usual, with a thick band of clouds blocking out any possible light from the heavens. "Grace?" Sam whispered, and her partner acknowledged the call. Once they reached the vacant block, they kneeled down in the long grass and checked out the lit-up home before them. Jack Prince's cruiser sat in the drive, with most of the home's lights turned on. There were no curtains drawn, and after scanning the home, finally made out a faint silhouette of a man sitting on the porch.
"Did he see us?"
Rick asked, sinking further into the vegetation. "I don't think so," Sam whispered. She followed suit, sinking down deeper into the grass. She was about to add that he was probably just enjoying a beer when something snapped behind them.
"Don't move,"
a low voice croaked, followed by a radio crackle.
"I got him, boss."
Another crackle of radio static, followed by a low-pitched hum.
"Bring him up,"
the sheriff commanded as Rick and Sam stood. She turned to look and saw a lone deputy standing behind them. She figured he must have been waiting for them somehow, possibly expecting them to come for the sheriff. They walked in complete silence, with Rick and Sam walking in front with their hands held high. Sam was hoping for Grace to hear everything going on and would come play the cavalry part. As they reached the home, Sheriff Prince set down his beer and made his way down the stairs.
"Look at this. First you try to arrest me, and now you spy on my home. What gives, Rick?"
He went and faced the kid, for the moment ignoring Sam completely. When he was but a nose away from him, he gazed into his eyes with the kind of look most people gave maggots.
"I gave you a chance, and you pissed in my face."
"Rick had nothing to do with it, Sheriff." Sam tried, but he held up a hand in front of her face, effectively silencing her.
"And who are you exactly?"
He turned slightly to face her.
"Don't give me that horse shit about a free spirit and tumbling around the country willy-nilly."
When Sam didn't answer, the sheriff continued.
"Don't matter, I guess. Find out one way or another."
He turned to his deputy.
"Frank, would you take our guests down to the station? I'll be there shortly."
"To do what?" Sam suddenly asked, her anger rising. "Kill us like you killed Wanda?" That seemed to rattle him, and he turned so fast towards her, the sunglasses on his head slid off into the dirt.
"Ray Billington killed my child,"
he roared, spittle flying from his lips. "Your child or your lover?" Sam snapped back. The sheriff's fist caught her where Tanner had already cracked a rib, the jab coming out of nowhere. The pain exploded in her side, and Sam's legs collapsed beneath her.
"That's enough, Jack,"
Rick screamed. The older man took a step sideways and faced off with his former deputy a second time. The other deputy helped Sam back to her feet, and before anyone could say anything else, led the 2 prisoners back to the cruiser. It turned out to be the deputies, with the sheriffs parked in the garage.
"See you down there,"
he finished and headed back up the stairs. Grace was caught by surprise with what she was hearing through the earpiece. At first, she thought there must have been some crossed connection, but when she heard Sam's voice, she knew that her partner was in trouble. She took off the scanner, set it down on the seat beside her, and listened intently as someone appeared to have caught the other 2 out. There was a long period of silence, and Grace panicked, thinking that the earpiece had lost its charge or disconnected or something. She wasn't the most technical of people, and the gadget was something new to her. But after a few minutes, the voices resumed and she paused, holding her hand up for Emma to remain quiet so she could listen in. Whatever they were discussing, Grace could tell that the sheriff had plans for Sam and Rick. His tone did not resemble someone wanting to ensure the safety of his prisoners, instead, probably planning to do away with them. He sounded almost apologetic as he ordered the deputy to ship them back to the station. "We have to get to the station," she said, passing on the information. But while Grace was listening to whatever was happening across town, Emma had been holding the scanner up, watching the infrared images play out in the hospital. "Is someone going in to Ray?" she asked, almost absently. Grace reached for the viewer and looked through, shuffled it back and forth until she found the right room and zoomed in. While the infrared images couldn't identify the sex of the person, there was something odd about a new shape that had entered Ray's room. They seemed to hesitate as they stood between the bed and the door. The deputy still appeared to be sitting by his post with one of the nurses at the station, but this new person didn't carry themselves the way a medical person would, or anybody with a purpose to be there. They were holding back, hesitant, as if unsure of themselves. "Let's go," Grace snapped, dropped the scanner on the seat, and ran. She didn't wait for Emma's response, wasting no time to get inside the hospital. By the time they reached the first set of stairs, the younger and more agile girl had caught up to Grace, and the pair scaled the staircase side by side. Their footfalls echoed down the hallway, and as they rounded the corner, Pedro jumped to his feet, one hand on the butt of his pistol. "Someone is trying to kill Ray," Emma called, and the deputy looked at her, stupefied. They didn't slow, and with the door still open a tiny crack, slammed it open with one arm. Pedro reacted a moment too late, trying to step between the girls, but Grace was already inside. Father Thomas was sitting in a chair by the bed, his hand resting on Ray's arm. Grace stopped in the middle of the room with Emma right behind her. "What is the meaning of this?" They all turned as a nurse came in behind them. "This man is supposed to be resting." "I'm sorry," Grace began. "We thought there was someone in here wanting to hurt him." "Hurt Ray?" Father Thomas whispered, rising to his feet. "I came to check on a friend." "Can you please check him?" Grace asked the nurse, taking a step towards the bed. "Check him for what? I just gave him a sedative," the nurse declared. "And I'd like everybody to leave now." Pedro took a step forward and began to usher the girls out again, looking sheepish at failing his one and only job. "But," Emma began. "Now," the nurse insisted before turning back to Father Thomas. "You may remain, Father. We always appreciate your services." Father Thomas smiled and sat back down as Pedro blocked the doorway once he'd managed to coax the girls out. "Better get out of here, ladies, or else I'll have to take you in." He grinned as he spoke, a dirty smile filled with an odor of stale fries. Grace took one final look past him, but the priest had resumed his previous posture, appearing to mumble something to the unconscious patient. With little choice, and Sam still needing help, she pulled Emma away and headed back towards the hospital exit. Despite not resisting, the sheriff ordered Sam and Rick to be cuffed for transportation, handing his deputy a second set of cuffs just before he headed back into the home. Once safely in the back seat, the deputy closed the door on them and hurried around to the driver's seat. As they pulled out onto the road, Sam took a final look up to the house, watching as the sheriff resumed his seat on the decking. For a moment, it didn't appear that he was in a hurry to deal with them. What does he hope to gain by this? Sam asked the driver as they passed her car. She waited for an answer, but none came.
"Frank, you know this is wrong."
Rick tried, but he received the same response, a cold shoulder with not even a backwards glance. The drive wasn't a long one, another benefit of a small town, Sam thought, as the cruiser pulled into the station. The deputy helped them out of the car, then walked them inside and into a holding cell.
"Just do what he says,"
Frank muttered as he closed the cell door before disappearing back out into the main area. For the moment, they were alone, with the 3 other cells all sitting empty. There were no windows to speak of, and with nothing else to help them, both simply sat on the bed and waited. The minutes passed and the silence was almost maddening as they both watched the door for the arrival of the man in charge. It was Rick that eventually broke the silence.
"Why would he kill them all?"
"You tell me. I couldn't find a link between any of them," Sam whispered, unsure of whether the deputy was close enough to hear them. "You know this guy," she said, nodding her head towards where the deputy had disappeared to. "Would he help us?"
"Who, Frank? Not a chance. He's about as close to the boss as you can get. Some say he's the son he never had."
Sam frowned. "Hopefully Grace will think of something," she whispered, hoping her partner was listening. Grace was listening, and although she could have answered, she continued to work things out in her mind as she drove. She was trying to think of a way they could distract whoever was inside the station, and then one of them would run inside to let the pair out. But the closer they got to the station, the further Grace felt from a solution. No matter how much she twisted her brain into a pretzel to try and work out a plan, the more knotted it became. In the end, all she could think of was to wait and see if an answer presented itself. Rather than risk them being spotted, Grace parked 2 streets over from the station, killed the engine, and let the shadows of the night consume them. "Couldn't we watch them with that scanner thing?" Emma suddenly asked, and Grace gave her thumbs up.
"Good thinking, girl, good thinking."
But as they climbed out of the car, lights suddenly lit up the entire area, some a brilliant white, while others danced back and forth in shades of blue and red. Grace slowly turned to look and found herself face to face with the sheriff himself.
"Good evening, ladies. Perhaps it's time you joined your friends."
Grace stood frozen, taken by complete surprise. She hadn't figured on being followed and had assumed the sheriff would head to the station when he was ready. "How did you find us?" Emma screeched, her face flushed with anger.
"Not too difficult tracking someone with a cell. All you need is their number and the right app."
He grinned at her, and Emma immediately knew what he meant. It had been Wanda that had made Jill download the tracking app, and Jill had given the cell to her when she upgraded earlier that year. "You've been watching me all this time?"
"Pays to keep an eye on people."
"You killed people. You killed Jill, you bastard."
"I guess in a way I did,"
Jack Prince remarked, then pulled his pistol and ended the conversation. Sam and Rick continued to sit in silence as they awaited Grace and Emma's arrival. The earpiece had ensured every piece of the conversation was heard, and once they knew the cavalry had been caught, tried to find another way out. But how do you break out of a prison cell with no available tools or weapons? It was less than 10 minutes later that Grace and Emma finally marched into the holding room. Instead of throwing them all into the same cell together, Jack Prince ordered the second pair into an adjoining cell, slamming the door into place. He walked back to the center of the room and stood his ground for a moment, his face both sullen and threatening. He appeared to be contemplating, to figure out the best course of action. Frank stood a little behind him, as if in the proverbial shadow of his master. "You know you won't get away with it, don't you?" Sam finally asked, tired of waiting. He was the type of asshole she had encountered many times before, hiding behind his perceived fear which he hoped others would feed off. It was how bullies operated, narcissists and the likes. The sheriff gazed in her direction, his stare as cold as shards of ice. He remained silent, just staring at each of them. Frank looked a little uncomfortable as he waited for his next order. The scene appeared as a standoff, and if they had each been wearing pistols on their hips without the bars between them, it could well have been exactly that. But there were no pistols, except the ones the enemy was wearing. "There's more of us coming." Sam tried again, and despite the sheriff remaining silent, Frank seemed visibly shaken, the eyes growing wider on his youth-like face. He leaned forward a bit and whispered something to Jack, but the boss waved him away as if his experience would be enough to save them all. He muttered something under his breath, checked his watch, and resumed simply staring at his prisoners. Sam suddenly had the idea that their captor wasn't just eyeballing them for the fun of it, but instead was waiting for something. It was the way he not only checked his wristwatch, but also the clock hanging on the wall to their side. He was waiting for more backup. "Pedro on his way?" Sam hissed, trying to get a rise out of the man. Finally, he bit.
"Lady, don't you ever shut up?"
"Or what, hit me again? That's big, coming from a man who swore an oath to protect his community. Or did you have your fingers crossed that day?"
"You don't know the half of it,"
he muttered, stealing another glance at his watch. "Enlighten me," Sam offered, holding her hands out as if ready to receive his confession. But what the sheriff needed to confess his sins was a priest, and that was when one finally showed up. Father Thomas entered the room, stood a little behind Frank, and leaned against the wall as the sheriff turned to him.
"What the hell kept you?"
he snapped.
"We need to clean this mess up and fast."
Now it was Sam's turn to look dumbfounded, staring blankly as the new arrival took a step forward. His demeanor changed instantly, his face somehow losing its warmth, replaced by something else entirely. It was like watching a man transform from good to evil with a single smile. In that instant, Sam knew she had found her killer. "You?" she asked, although the shock of the moment robbed most of her intended volume, leaving the words just barely audible. Nevertheless, Father Thomas heard them, and his grin grew even more ferocious.
"Yes, me,"
he snickered.
"Where the hell have you been?"
Prince repeated. Thomas ignored him.
"Who else were you expecting? That pathetic brother-in-law of mine? You didn't really think he was capable of murder, did you?"
He took a step forward, every set of eyes on him. The moment hung in the air as if frozen in time as the realization of who this man really was sunk in. The shock was hardest for Emma and Rick, who had known the priest for many years. They eyed him up and down, the terror mixing with disgust and repulsion. It was a revelation they struggled to believe. "Whose blood is that?" Emma finally whispered, pointing to the priest's shoes. All eyes dropped down, and each could see the splatter across his right boot. Thomas chuckled a little, slapped his head, and turned to the sheriff.
"Oh, you're gonna need a new deputy. Your other one interrupted me again."
Prince just stared at him. "You killed Ray, didn't you?" Emma said. "You were going to the whole time. That's why you were there." Thomas turned back to her.
"Kill Ray? Of course not. Why would I kill him? He's my alibi. Has been ever since my dumb sister."
It took a moment for the confession to sink in, but when it did, the revelation began to join the dots. "You killed Marina," Sam said, but instead of admitting it, the good father simply laughed, a long and hearty laugh that echoed around the room.
"Nope, wrong again," he finally offered. "That deed went to someone else."
He looked back over his shoulder.
"Isn't that right, Jack?"
The sheriff, still standing motionless, suddenly came to life, waving his arms up defensively as if swatting away a cloud of flies.
"Don't tell him that. Shut the fuck up."
"Why?
They're all gonna be dead soon anyway. What difference does it make?"
Sam could see that the priest was enjoying himself, really taking in the moment. It was as if he was reveling in the spotlight, finally able to share his actions with a crowd. Sam wondered whether he would take a bow, like an actor on stage. "You killed her?" Sam whispered, looking at the sheriff. It was the man of the moment that answered.
"He sure did. You see, one of the great things about small towns is that not only does everybody know each other, but they also want to fuck everybody. Isn't that right, Jack?
The sheriff remained silent, staring at the floor, and Sam could see the shame in his face.
While Ray was fucking Heather, old Jack here was fucking Marina. Only she wanted to break it off with him, and Jackie boy didn't like that. Had himself an argument and threw her down the stairs. I just happened to stop past and caught him in the act of panic.
He took a short stroll across his stage, peering at the silent man before him.
What I really wanted that day was to talk my sister into leaving Ray once and for all, to put the cheating and sinning behind her. It wasn't the first time I tried, but she was as stubborn as the rest of them.
He circled back around, looking at each of his audience in turn. Sam could see that the man was enjoying himself with his own confession.
Thanks to that day's discovery, I had my very own get-out-of-jail-free card. Didn't I, Jackie boy?
The sheriff finally looked up.
I should have ended it that day. Should have, could have.
So why the rest of them? You must have had your reasons, Grace asked, something stirring inside her.
Reasons? Oh, I had reasons, all right.
He took a few steps towards the cell, halting a couple of feet from the bars.
Do you believe in God, child?
Believing it to be a rhetorical question, Grace remained quiet.
You may, or you may not. You know what everybody had in common? Every single one of them.
The room remained silent.
Each one of them renounced God. Every one of them. I heard them all, whether it was standing in line at the corner store, or during some fundraiser, or even in my fucking church itself.
He screamed the last part, his anger and aggression reaching fever pitch.
During a wedding, right there in my own church, they renounced God.
I'm guessing that pissed you off? Grace eyed him as she spoke, her own anger growing. But instead of snapping at her, he began to laugh again, a retching sound to those locked up before him.
Not exactly. But I tell you what, child, I gave them a chance. I gave them all a chance, each and every one of them.
A chance? Sam asked, stepping towards him.
You butchered them, you piece of shit.
The insult didn't seem to bother him.
Butcher them? Yes, I did. But not before giving them the opportunity to save themselves. All they had to do was suffer in silence and not mention the name of our Lord. And you know what? They all cried for God to come and save them. Every one of them called for God to help them out of their conundrum.
He took another step forward to bring home his point.
That's why they died. They didn't have faith in their own beliefs, but didn't hesitate to piss on mine. I tested them. I tested their true belief, and they all failed.
His voice trailed off in a whisper, the final word dispersing into the silence of the room. They all stood there, as if caught in a moment of shock. No one moved, all eyes trained on the man in the spotlight. Finally, it was young Frank that broke the moment, walking towards the cell, the fear etched on his face.
I had nothing to do with any of this. It was Jack that...
The boom of the pistol silenced the rest of his words, while the bullet ended the possibility of more. The deputy's chest suddenly exploded outwards, the spray of blood dotting the faces of the shocked onlookers. Grace and Emma caught the brunt of the gore, standing almost immediately in front of him. Thankfully, the continuing bullet traveled between them, lodging in the wall at the back of the cell. Frank's eyes grew wide as he dropped to his knees, then rolled into the back of his head as he fell sideways. Behind him, Jack Prince remained frozen with the pistol held up at arm's length. The ringing continued on for a few moments until the silence of the room descended once more. It was finally broken by Thomas's shrill laughter, the man howling with excitement.
"Jack,"
Rick whispered, staring down at the corpse of his former colleague.
"what have you done?"
Jack's eyes turned from Frank to Rick, and before anybody could protest, he swung the pistol around and fired again. The explosion drowned out Emma's scream, but there was nothing the sound could do to take away the vision. The bullet hit the kid in the middle of the chest, the look of shock and surprise temporarily frozen on his face. He reached up to defend himself against a second bullet, holding his hand out as his legs collapsed beneath him. Sam rushed over and put an arm under his as he fell to the ground, slowing his descent. "Rick!" Emma screamed, running to the barrier between them. She grabbed the bars with both hands and pressed her face against them. The fallen boy had time enough to look up at Sam, mouth something with his final breath, then relax as the life slipped from him. Sam stared into his eyes as they glazed over, then lowered his head to the floor. She stood and turned to face the two men standing before her, unsure of how she could save the rest of them. "Is this how it ends?" she asked. "All of us just shot here and now?" Father Thomas began to laugh again. "What else were you expecting?" But Sam wasn't focusing on the priest, instead eyeing off the sheriff. She had seen the look in his eyes and recognized it for what it was. Someone once told her that it was impossible for a person to hide their inner soul completely. All you had to do was look into their eyes, and what she now saw in his was shame. "This isn't what you signed up for, Jack," she began, soothing her voice as much as possible. "This isn't who you are." Father Thomas lost his humor just as fast as it had arrived, his laugh silenced instantly. "Don't listen to her," he said, taking a step towards the sheriff. "We need to get rid of them, and now." Jack looked into Thomas's face and then back to Sam. "It's never too late to do the right thing," she offered him. "Shut the fuck up," Thomas yelled, pointing at her, and then back at Jack. "Finish them. Finish them now." He took a step back and waited. Jack looked at him, then back at Sam, the pistol still raised to where he had shot Rick just moments before. He met Sam's eyes, a hint of shame and regret living in that stare, and he began to swing the pistol towards her. Sam froze, let go of the bars, and took a step back, preparing to meet fate. Jack momentarily held the pistol on her, and just as his finger began to squeeze the trigger home, swung the aim to his left, ready to take aim at the priest. He would have taken the man's head completely off from the close range, but Father Thomas wasn't quite finished with his own revelations. Like a cowboy drawing for his life in some cheap western, he pulled his own weapon. The speed of the pistol swinging at the end of his arm looked like a blur, and the first notion anyone had of the move was when the firearm exploded, the sheriff's face disappearing in a cloud of blood and bone. He held the pistol where it had delivered its fatal execution for a few moments before the same taunting laugh returned. He leaned a little forward and stared down at the crumpled corpse lying at his feet and snickered before twisting his head back to the onlookers. "Well, how do you like them apples? Turns on the man that's been protecting him for all these years." He tapped his boot against what remained of the sheriff's head and snickered some more, then shook his head in disgust. He stood back upright and faced them front on, hooking his thumbs into the corners of his pant pockets. The pistol remained in his fingers, dangling from where he held it by the trigger guard. As he stepped forward, perhaps to deliver yet another one of his revelatory speeches, a final explosion rocked the room, with Father Thomas freezing in place, a look of surprise and shock on his face. He stood still for a moment, staring at Sam with eyes that tried to look for answers where there were none. Blood began to trickle from his lower lip, staining the white shirt he wore beneath his open jacket. As his legs gave out and the wounded man dropped to his knees, a new face appeared immediately behind him, Lee King holding a revolver up at eye level. Father Thomas tried to mumble something through his final breath, but the gurgled retching from his throat denied him a final opportunity to share his wisdom. He finally fell forward, landing across his old friend, the two men joined by fate.
Always knew that fucker was crooked,
Lee mumbled and stepped forward with the cell keys. Mama had heard the entire exchange via the earpieces and had been feeding Sam little bits of information. Lee had still been on her radar, and she had followed his movements throughout the night. She had a cleanup crew already en route, but they weren't due to arrive for another hour. Given the number of witnesses to the events and the way the situation came to a close, she called them off, instead leaving the scene as is. The authorities would have enough information to ensure an open and shut case. Grace and Sam had sat and waited for the authorities to show up and gave their statements through a single interview. Emma gave hers and was subsequently taken to the local hospital where her mom came to meet her. The following day was spent tying up loose ends and making their farewells with Lee, Emma, and Peggy. None mentioned the mystery surrounding the pair of strangers, knowing that some things were better left unsaid. Both Grace and Sam set off in opposite directions the next morning, with Grace returning back to Pogram headquarters. Sam had a different direction to take, a drive back home to finally get the answers to the questions plaguing her mind. As she headed out from Ellington Beach the final time, she smiled, remembering the moment she had first arrived. It felt a lifetime ago, and despite the number of days she had been in the town amounting to less than a week, it was a place she would have gladly called home. Small towns had a way of working their way into your heart. Chapter 14. It was a 9-hour drive that helped Sam unwind from a case that had felt so different to every other case she had been a part of. The people, the friendships, the end result. This was one of the few she actually felt content with, sensing a real closure to the events. Her mind wandered as she drove, thoughts and daydreams taking hold as she traveled through an amazing landscape. The road was remarkably quiet, and it gave her a sense of solitude. The one thing that kept repeating itself over and over was how the voices in her head had finally receded. Harry Lightman hadn't appeared for quite some time, and she wondered whether he had finally been laid to rest. The incident with Grace and Louis had changed her, somehow affecting the relationship she had endured through all the years. It was as if there was some kind of release through that moment, perhaps her finally winning the day. Whichever way she thought about it, the only thing that mattered was that she now felt more in control. And the one thing that did suddenly strike her was the lack of cravings she had throughout the past week, or perhaps even longer. Was she beating that side of herself as well? Whatever it was, during the drive back home, she felt somehow renewed, happy to be alive. There were so many things that had impacted her life for so long, too many outside factors controlling her. Now, perhaps for the first time in her life, she was in charge of her own destiny, and that felt better than anything she could imagine. When she needed to stop, she stopped. When she became bored, Sam put on music, playing it loud enough for the mirrors to start bopping to the beat. And when she felt alone, she phoned people. 9 hours alone on the road was a long time, but it was also a good time. For lunch, she stopped at a small roadside diner called Kelly's. As she scanned the menu, one item jumped out immediately, and it brought with it a smile Sam could feel the warmth from. Bacon waffles with vanilla ice cream, the item read, and Sam knew it had to be. The smell, as it arrived, was enough to take her back to Wilma's and a jovial young man selling her the flavors. Each item brought with it memories of the happy people in that cafe, all enjoying the small-town experience. Sam ate alone and felt comforted by the other people in that diner, all enjoying a small sliver of country life. They had a single commonality between them, served with a side of hospitality. Sam arrived back home just after nightfall, Jasper greeting her as she climbed out of Mister. He jumped up on her, his tail fanning the dust between his paws as his tongue hung from his jaw. It was his eyes that had always melted her heart, and as he stared up at her, Sam felt the warmth of home. "Hey, boy," she said, kneeling down to accept his kisses. As she gave him hugs, her father strolled up, his own smile just as warm. She rose and walked to meet him, feeling comfort as he swept her into his arms.
"It's good to have you home,"
he said, and from the moment she heard his voice, knew there was trouble ahead. It wasn't until the next morning that Samuel suggested they go out for breakfast. He said he'd discovered a new cafe down in Pueblo and wanted her to experience it. Despite offering to drive him and Mr., Samuel settled on taking his own truck, insisting that fatherly doting wasn't quite out of his system. Sam agreed, feeling the love as he held the door open for her. They drove down the mountain and chatted about everything except the elephant in the room, and although she could sense the tension, decided to ignore it for the time being. He'd obviously had an agenda, and she was happy to let him lead the way. Once they reached town, Samuel reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of mail.
"Don't forget these,"
he said as Sam thanked him. She flicked through the bundle, but there were more important matters on her mind, and instead, she stuffed them into her own pocket as they continued on. The cafe turned out to be a gorgeous little home that had been converted into an eating establishment. It was an Australian-themed place, with the walls filled from floor to ceiling with photos from the land down under. Once seated, Samuel took charge of the menu and asked for his child to trust him. She did, although once the Vegemite on toast arrived, questioned the rest of his choices. The taste of the condiment was indescribable, and Sam instantly swallowed a mouthful of juice to try and mask it. During her time in Australia, the dish had been an option at the breakfast table, but Jim had never offered it. As they ate, Samuel shared stories about the things he'd been doing around the home, the walks he'd taken with Jasper, and the thought of possibly moving closer to town. The moving part raised her suspicions again, and seeing the look in her eyes, Samuel knew it was time to share. He slowly nodded, set his cutlery down, and pushed it aside. The waitress came over and grabbed his plate.
"How was everything? Can I get you anything else?"
Her accent reminded Sam of her time in Australia, and she had a sudden sense of loss, missing the man who had once saved her mother from a monster.
"No, we're fine,"
Samuel offered. He waited until the lady had cleared the table, then looked at his daughter in a way that scared her. "Daddy, what is it?" The moment had played out in his mind 100 times, perhaps 1,000. He had imagined the words he would use to share the news with his only child, and yet, as he sat watching her, they all evaded him. Finally, he said the only thing he could.
"I have cancer, kiddo."
Sam felt numb as she sat and listened to him lay it out for her. Despite having a sense that there was something wrong, she never imagined it to be terminal, a prognosis that came with an expiry date. She could see the bravery in his eyes, the courage and commitment that had always made him what he was to her. But watching him at that moment broke her heart, seeing the man she had always seen as almost immortal reduced to a man dying from something he had no control over, a disease that would rob him of everything he once was. She cried. Despite fighting the tears as hard as she could, they fell anyway, refusing to remain hidden until she could shed them in private. Samuel's own fell once he saw them glistening on her cheeks, and together they held hands as they let their grief fall freely. The pair must have sat quietly for close to 20 minutes before either of them spoke again. Samuel held out one of the napkins and Sam took it, dabbing the eyes that had betrayed her.
"We all go one way or another,"
he offered, but Sam wasn't in the mood to hear his defeat. "We'll fight this. We can get through it." Samuel tried to smile, reminded of his child's endless courage. She was a born fighter, one he helped to hone into the killing machine she had become. It was through her that he now saw his own future.
"Of course we will. Always,"
he said and kissed her hand. "I love you, Daddy," she said and cupped her hands in his own.
"I love you too, sweetheart."
After finishing the remainder of their drinks, Sam excused herself to go to the restroom. Samuel said that he'd meet her out in the pickup and headed off towards the door. As Sam walked towards the facilities, she took out the crumpled bunch of letters and began to look through them. She was always excited to get the latest Fräulein catalog, a German clothing store located in Colorado Springs. She went into the cubicle, closed the door, continuing to look for the familiar gold emblem. She briefly paused to take care of business and, once done, washed her hands, dried them, and carried on. The distinctive logo appeared on the very last envelope she came across, the bright golden letter F glinting in the fluorescent light. But it was the envelope immediately before it that took her attention. It, too, had a logo in the top left corner, but this one wasn't something that should have been on any envelope. The word pogrom stared back at her, appearing like a messenger of doom. It made no sense being there, and as far as Sam knew, the organization didn't have its own line of stationery. But there it was, laying in her hands. Sam stopped halfway through the restroom's doorway. She separated the envelope from the pile, tore open the top, and pulled out the small slip of paper waiting for her inside. As she unfolded it, the single line of text dropped an anchor into her middle, her stomach knotting in an instant. "You took mine, now I take yours." For a moment, the words hung in her mind, as if unaware of their meaning. But a moment is all it took, and when they hit home, time slowed. Her legs began to move before her mind had given the signal to, the fear ripping into her as she launched herself down the narrow corridor. A diner was coming the other way, and Sam screamed for him to step aside, time slowing more. She could see the man staring at her wide-eyed and then ducked to avoid a collision. Other diners looked on in surprise as Sam ran through the cafe, screaming her father's name. She felt as if someone had pressed the slow-mo button, her legs feeling like lead weights, doing their best to hold her back, and all the while time continued ticking. She reached the cafe's door and pushed it open with an outstretched arm, the other hand still holding the note. She could see him sitting in the truck, the exhaust spewing out small tufts of blue smoke as he sat waiting for her. He'd already backed out of the spot and was facing the lot's entrance, ready to get underway once his passenger had hopped in. Sam didn't slow, continuing down the steps as she screamed for him. With his window down, he turned to look, confused at the sight of her running. Sam reached the bottom of the steps, lost her footing, and began to fall, the momentum carrying her several feet. Samuel Rader had time to look at his daughter one final time before the world went black. The explosion came from underneath the truck, lifting the vehicle into the air as the flames consumed it in a microsecond. Shrapnel shot out in all directions, the shockwave caving in every window in the vicinity. His face disappeared into a cloud of brilliant yellow and red as Sam screamed, bits of glass and metal peppering the ground around her. A shard of window hit her scalp, and although the blood began to run instantly, Sam felt nothing but the rage of watching her father die. While the firefighters continued to put out the blazing wreck, the police officers repeatedly tried to get answers from the woman sitting on the steps. All she could do was watch as the charred remains of her father remained trapped in the twisted wreck of his tomb. In her fist she held the note, crumpled up like the rage now crumpling her insides. She couldn't hear any of them, their words meaningless amongst the sounds of screams ringing through her brain. With the raw grief burning her eyes, Sam simply sat and stared, a single thought repeating in her mind over and over. She had a job to do. She would become death itself, hunting whomever had shattered her world. She prepared for the hunt, and revenge stood beside her. This has been Thrill Kill, Book 5 of the Sam Rader thriller series, written by Simon King, narrated by Kiiri Sandy.